jaws might drop. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. The weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Run away as the sun goes down, okay, as long as I'm with you. Run away as the sun goes down, okay, as long as I'm with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. The weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. The weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't
Hello and welcome to The Last Hit. It's me, Lyric, and the boys, the typical boys who don't need to be named. Maybe I should name Dagda, because Dagda actually wasn't here last week. He was busy doing this thing called, having time off. Doesn't like casting 5 tournaments in a row, not having a single day off. How dare you, Dagda? How dare you?
Yeah, I was going to say all I wanted was 2 weeks, but I didn't even get 2 weeks. I got a week and a half.
I saw on your first cast, you're like, yeah, I'm going to get a week off. I'm going to get 2 weeks off. And it's like, bam, right into your vacation. It's like LPL starts 3 days later, and you got to be on top of it. So, but how was Croatia? Yeah?
It was amazing. And absolutely, as a recommendation, people should definitely go to Split. Split is absolutely stunning.
Also, I saw on Twitter, a lot of people were saying that you're leaving the LPL. You're on LEC now. You're not casting with us anymore.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Yeah, this is actually my announcement. This is my retirement announcement. This is actually where I'm just going to put it up, just saying, look, I'm done. I'm out. This is it.
No one can actually prove that you're
LPL
Dagda.
and LEC.
Right?
That is true. I mean, I am actually the Dagatron according to most of Twitch chat anyway, because I did kind of mess up the broadcast today where there was a lot of funny business going on about me and Ushin's cameras, but I think we managed to.
It is always just you. But today is June 15th. I forgot that I should say that because I have no idea when this will come out.
Hold up a newspaper. I don't believe
I don't have a news. Do people still use those? Is that still a thing?
God, you sound cultured, Lyric, honestly.
Just us Americans moving into the future. I can't even try and compliment America. So today we had some games. We had LNG AL, we had TTV5, and I feel like LNG, a good place to start because they're one of our teams who did start off 2-0, but I kind of feel like LNG have the same aura they had in the past 2 splits, right? Where it's like, okay, they're winning, but is it convincing? The series against BLG felt like they did nothing. I saw today, you guys did the segment where it's like they were averaging minus 1.5 or 2K gold.
2,000 gold.
15 minutes, and then
it was absolutely I was kind of looking, going I thought they'd be a little bit better, kind of looking to play through Doomby again, and they did today. But that series against BLG was rough.
Yeah, today's series was better, but AL did put up a fight. I do think AL looks like a respectable team now, but Rob, since you were on that game. How did it feel? How did it feel casting? How did it feel watching it? What do you think of LNG?
Rough. Rough. Watching it, it's just I'm kind of LNG, they're doing the right things. They've got Doomby on Kled, he's roaming all over the place. It kind of looks all right. And then you just kind of see them collapse in the mid game where no one really seems to want to be on the same page as to what they're going to do. Ala gets caught out. They had the opportunity to kind of go for some of these team fights. The team fighting has been a bit hit or miss, especially when you're looking at the fact that they used to play split push, now trying to see if they can go for the team fighting style. It's definitely taken a bit of growing room and teething pains first. So I don't know. I haven't fully convinced, especially when they're going up against relatively weaker opponents. They should have been able to smash these games, but they really didn't.
I do got to say, though, I love the Kled Sejuani. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. Kled Sejuani, super pod.
Yeah. I thought it was really good into Swain because it's so easy to set up ganks them early. You have the healing reduction from the Kled. I do think because Swain's best scenario is when you're into a bunch of short-range champions. So I feel like that's kind of where things got a bit messy. There was that team fight they lost because, when everyone's up close to you, Swain really thrives there. You had to put them behind the lane, which they did. But my favorite moment was the bot lane fight for the inhibitor tower. When you saw the Swain ult, you saw Forge, it was timing out. Because, you get the red bar under the health bar. I'm like, oh, it's about to go. And he's running up. I'm like, please come back. And then LNG, okay. And they just run into him. And you just see the ult extend. And then he gets this Zhonya's with the ult on where he heals to full. And I'm just like, do they know what that bar underneath does? Do they know how... It was so mind-blowing to me. But other than those moments where they really helped the Swain out, I think game 1 was pretty good. But again, this is a weaker team. And even if LNG continue to win... The last 2 splits, they literally went 7-0.
Yep.
And then just flopped. So, even if they keep winning, I still would not hold my breath on this team.
I don't think they'll get to the... They've got, Oh, actually, yeah. They got top esports at week 4. So, I feel like that's going to be their first one. But even then, if they, somehow... Look, top esports aren't exactly most convincing. Let's be realistic. So, I mean, if they manage to eke it out against top esports, I mean, it's... Anyone's legend to just be TT, OMG, LGD, IG, and then it's like week 5 before we get them against JDG. So they just seem to keep like getting these really easy roads into LPL where everyone builds up false hope and then it all comes crashing down.
Yeah,
I think that's the thing with because we have such a large league and because it's single round robin, it's so, and this is kind of the issue we had with OMG last split, is that they start off with an easy run and everyone was like, oh my god, this team's actually really sick. And it's like, well, you know, there is some good play, but also they are just playing against the weaker teams. And sometimes like you have to take that in a context of the standings, because you could be halfway through the split and there could be a team who are like 2 or 3 places higher than another team, but they've just had a much easier schedule. And like it really, strength of schedule is such a massive factor as to like establishing how strong the teams are.
bro, don't disrespect my boys OMG like that. Shanji's Rumble was super sick, and they were good. For those 3 series, Ox, they were good. It wasn't about schedule. Even this, Anyone's Legend, we saw them in their first match be super Giga Chads. And even today, I feel like AL looked pretty decent. But back to LNG, I feel like the weirdest thing to me...
Jordan,
what?
Jordan,
You
no,
gotta
before we go back
disrespect?
to
You gotta
this,
disrespect?
this is the starting schedule. OMG played against TT,
Yeah.
right? Then
Puff and
OMG
Southwind,
played against
super
AL. Then they played against
Yep,
IG.
Betty Chocho, great.
That was their
Shun,
first. That was
amazing
their
player.
first 3 games.
Amazing
of
player.
spring, bro. And everyone was like, oh my god, they're 3-0, they're at the top of the table. And then they lost to BLG, and then they lost to EDG. And then I was like, well, those teams are harder, that's fair enough. They lost to Top Esports. But they also lost to LGD in week 3 of spring.
You don't get it. Puff and Southwind in 2019 on Vici were cracked. Betty's been to multiple internationals, and Shun is amazing. Therefore, all of those wins were against players who either are stacked or were absolutely cracked in the past. And, you know, that's all that matters. So therefore...
Yeah, I agree with Lyric here. You forget, Ox, that, look, he is just delusional. You are never going to be able to fix Lyric. He just...
You're right, Dan, you're right.
He has some really weird
Correct.
things, and there's just no fixing them, you know?
Facts of no place here.
Ox, we have unity. Me and Rob, we've been here together since the start, since 2020. You aren't separating us.
I was gonna say, saying that's the start is a bit of an overstretch. You know, like we're like there has been several years of LPL that I'm
Clement Chu,
undesituated
Raz,
with.
those guys. Who needs them? Just kidding. Actually, I love both of those guys. But yeah, I guess the point of that is that I'm right. Rob agreed. We'll move on. But LNG,
You know, if you think that Lyric is completely wrong,
Here,
not even necessarily
look.
about this point, just in general, you can let us know in the comments. I'd really appreciate
No,
that.
see what I love about Puff and Southwind, right, is that like whenever I see them go up as like Nami Lucian into like lanes that should get bullied, they always win the matchup against something like, I don't know, random, like a Kog'Maw Lulu or something like that, you know?
dude, actually, that blew my mind. That blew my mind watching that game where they have Lucian Nami. They're sitting under turret doing nothing. Even, oh my god, seeing Southland never try to force trades. We never see Lucian eing in. They're behind a full wave. They're losing plates. Kaja, what are you doing, TT bot lane, dude? I don't know.
I was just impressed that they made Lucian look balanced, because that takes a heavy effort.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know. Like, we've seen this champion banned so frequently. We've seen it obviously pop off. Like, I do think there's windows to expose it, but I just feel like they did nothing. Like, they were given all the tools. They even had a TF in the mid lane, right? Like, this should be. I feel like there's so many teams. Like, I don't even like V5
It was
comp in that game one against
atrocious.
CT that much.
I hated it. It made no sense.
Yeah.
The Poppy is just like, okay, again, you're like, cool, we're playing Peel for Kog'Maw.
Whose
But
dashes? Are you
You're not
stopping?
stopping anything. He's going like the Divine Sunderer build as well. And Karsa thinks, yeah, I'm Poppy, Divine Sunder. I do damage. Let's keep trying to force plays around mid and river. You're Poppy Galio. What damage do you have? And then it just ended up with Karsa just absolutely sprinting it in the early game. And my God, dude, that series was so frustrating to watch.
Actually, I wanted
feel
to
like-
get you... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ox.
I just feel like even like a middle of the pack team would have won that against V5.
Yeah.
I feel like TT. It is really damning that they didn't win. When I feel like, you know, again, like I don't even like the Galio either, because you have no setup for the Galio to ult in. I just feel like that draft for TT, a good team piloting that, well, not even a good team, like an okay team piloting that, should have been able to, at bare minimum, get a big early lead and force V5 to like work hard to get back into the game. That is like bare minimum. Like, I could see teams flopping towards the end, but the fact that like It was just, even with Carson running it, as you said, just nothing happened. It's like, wow, impressive.
I want to get your thoughts, lads, because I kind of talked about on the cast of the Cull and free boots build for the TF that we saw from UCal. Because I kind of was like, I feel like he needed to get up off the ground a little bit earlier to actually see if he can make some plays. Because he would start off with Cull, so it doesn't have the corrupting potion when he hits 5 to actually like push out the wave and then look for roams. And then as well, taking the free boots means he just gets less ultimates off in the early stages.
Yeah, I kind of think with this composition, especially with what you're doing, especially with what V5 have picked, I think you definitely should go for a more aggressive or more proactive setup. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because in this game, even though I hate V5's draft, if V5 just do nothing, like that game could have been easy. They could have just chilled. Their bot lane won when they shouldn't have. And yeah, TT.
that's the thing, is that when enemy TF is playing scaling and enemy bot lane is playing Lucian Nami so afraid, then it would have been easy just to sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, I definitely think a more proactive thing coming out from mid would have been good. And I don't know, that series was so sad because it didn't feel like TT were really doing much. I will say, to be fair to TT, they're obviously bringing in 2 new members, which is huge. Who knows how much like Beitron's stepping up to try to like call or what impact Xiaosheng's having. So I'll kind of give them the benefit of the doubt since they have more roster changes than most teams. And then obviously we have them coming over with Hoya as well. So I don't know. The only depressing thing about the TT series in my mind was just their bot lane not performing well. And V5, my God, this proved that they really are the rookie show. I didn't want to believe it. I don't think any of us wanted to believe it, but this proved it. This is the rookie show.
Yeah, I feel like you just need Rookie just to tell Carson to stop. Just give up, let me carry, play for me. And like you can kind of even see it from the fact that they were picking these utility mids for Dream, like very much mids, like the Galio game 1, the Lissandra game 2. This is very much like you're playing for your team to have set up with CC and potential roam timings. It just feels like such a different team. I feel like even if you look at I feel like RNG with our Xiaohu, Ming still, I feel like is such a pivotal piece of the communications. I feel like even if top esports lose Knight, I feel like as much as it might be painful, I feel like Rookie out of this team just feels so weird. Yeah. And you can see it on the Rift.
Yeah, I feel bad for Dream because I actually think Dream played pretty well. It just is that like it is just going to be the Rookie waiting room, and it's I don't want to. I'm trying really hard not to like scathe him. Or at least, kind of take digs at him because it's not his fault. Like, he is actually playing all right. But it's just like, you just need Rookie for this team. Otherwise, it's just like...
Yeah. I mean, you even look at how like, both games went, right? Because obviously in Game 1, we talked about Carson running it down. But in Game 2, it's like everyone else had bad moments, right? I mean, like, PP God was getting caught out early and getting caught out. We saw Rich struggling up in top side as well. And it's like, it was so weird. It's not like anyone was necessarily getting gapped in lane, but they just looked very lost. Like, it wasn't necessarily bad, but they didn't have an idea of what they wanted to do, which kind of surprises me because I never imagined that Rookie would have been the type of guy who had a big voice in comms. But, I mean, it is V5's first series, so maybe I'm drawing too many conclusions from this. But it's like, I don't know. This series at least would give you the
team. Get him out of here. Terrible.
This is where they're going to look the worst, right? Because they've had the least amount of time to play with Dream. Rookie isn't going to be here for like a moderate amount of time, so you would think with more time of working on how they want to function, it should be better than this, right? I don't think it's going to be... I mean, I think anyone would agree it's not going to be as good as having Rookie on the roster, but it's definitely like working from here. And honestly, against a team like TT, it's a good way to start. I think I was looking at like their schedule, and it's like, so next they play LGD, then they play FPX. Those games are like winnable without Rookie. Then they play RNG, so we'll move past that one. WE, AL. Like, other than the RNG series, I think there's like, you don't need Rookie to win these series. And I think, as you said, Dream's looking good. They clearly need to work around how they're functioning when Rookie isn't here. And then as long as they can pick up some points on the board, Rookie will be able to come back. We'll see this roster, at full strength. Or it'll take a bit of time, obviously, to get practice with him again. But I wouldn't be too worried if you're like a V5 fan and you're like, oh my God, the split's going to be over. We're going to lose 6 series in a row and not make playoffs. It's probably not going to be the case.
I considered wearing the jersey today on this episode, but I was like, no, I'll save the jersey for a crowning moment, not a mess that was today. But talking about Rookie, always reminds me of his brother in arms, the Shy. And honestly, this brings back to last episode, because last episode I called Weibo the least fun team to watch for me in LPL. And my God, do I owe them an apology. The Shy is coming out in full force to make sure Weibo are a fun team to watch. He's the first person to come out blind picking the Kale, going the AD build, then picking the Anivia in a comp where it makes no sense, only picking it for the lane. And yeah, Weibo, so far, starting off 1-1, they did lose 0-2 to EDG, but they were able to beat IG 2-1, so bit of a mixed start, but I will say at least the Shy is bringing a bit of pizzazz. Ox, whenever players do these like crazy things like the Anivia or like him with the Victor last time, I need to hear your thoughts. I need to hear how you feel about Maito Shy right now.
Look at that face. Look at the face.
I don't even know what it like. He is just. I feel like he just goes on feeling.
Hey,
like
be careful what you say, or Jake will hate you forever.
I'm not bothered, man. Jake will love me regardless, right? I feel like, because like it's like the Kale. The big one for me was that series against IG where he blinded the Kale, got absolutely stomped in the ground, went 1-8, and then game 3 is like we're running it back. It wasn't blind this time. He knew the matchup, but even so, it's like not many players would lose that hard. And then just like we're playing it again, and I feel like it's that mindset for Shy that like he will just bring out Anivia top lane, even though it makes no sense. And you can never be ready for that. Like Flandre, I guarantee he wasn't ready for that. It didn't matter at all. Like it didn't really make a difference. He was fine in the later phase, and then the rest of his team, like I don't know, man. I feel like there's so many like so a big example is MSI. We saw Caps bring out that Anivia into EG, and it was so good. Completely shut down what enemy team wanted to do. There was just no way you could like a lot of short range champions couldn't really get close, were shut down with the wall. And then you look at the composition that we saw from EDG, they already had Azir and Ezreal, who I think when you make a list of champions who are like how easily they deal with Anivia, and I think they're like towards the top of like they both have dashes, so the wall means absolutely nothing. They both
had a
just
Lee Sin
outrange
as well
you.
with dash. They had Braum.
They don't have to actually walk through your frost thing. The only one who had like a mildly uncomfortable time is the Vladimir, but who actually cares in this game? And also, what hit me even more is they had the Swain. So, for context, I used to play a ton of Swain before he was reworked, like a lot. And I love this champion. And when he's reworked, although obviously he's got a lot stronger, that's why we've seen him play. A lot of the concepts are still in place. And one of the things is like he needs to like in a fight, he wants to be in a mix of enemy champions. Like the more short range champions there are, the better. Melee champions does well into because they can't really dive him and then he just heals off them. That is another champion that like sucks into Ezreal Azir. Like how are you supposed to close the gap and stay on top of them?
EDG actually did last pick Azir in that game, but still, I feel like there's so many champions for the Anivia to already not be picked. And I think EDG then in that series is showing a good reason why, hey, you can't just blind pick Swain when there, again, already is a ton of like long range champions and disengage, and they can just last pick something like the Azir. But
my favorite thing about
I think even just quickly, like the Ezreal is like the Ezreal Lee Sin is probably enough, and then the fact that like they also have the Azir open, and it's Scout as well. Okay, like we saw Azir being banned like on day 1 quite a bit in the second rotation, but especially against Scout, like if you don't think this guy's gonna bring out Azir after what he did in playoffs, I don't know.
My favorite part is that like basically you could see EDG agreed with all of that, because if you look at like the video of like after Champ Select has happened and there's just like Flandre just looking down the line of everyone just like he is so happy as to what has just happened. He's just like, I don't care, this is probably going to be a lane that like sucks for a little bit, we just won this game. It was the funniest look. Just EDG knew the second that Anivia was locked in that they'd won the game. It was so funny.
Dude, that's great, but that's so bad for Weibo. And the hard thing is like looking at Weibo, I don't even know what they can necessarily fix to improve, right? It just feels like, especially for SOFM, like he's...
Oh, I do. SOFM, what are you... Every time I watch this man, he just walks at a random objective and goes, all right, lads, I'm starting this. You're like, well, I've... Like, Huanfeng has only just got back to bot lane. He's hasn't pushed in the wave at all, and SOFM then looks to his top side and goes, the Shy is underneath this tower. Well, this is the best time to start Rift Herald. I'm like, what are you doing? Why do you keep doing this? And then he dies and he's like, oh, well, guess nothing could have been done about it. You're like,
I feel like this sort of thing from SOFM is kind of similar to the Shy's champion picks in the sense that they can both be described as they would never expect this, and it's like yes, because it's terrible. Like they would never expect Anivia top. Yes, because why would you pick that? I mean, that's SOFM. They would never expect him to start the objective. Then yes, because it's awful, and then they just find you and kill you.
I think that's the worst part, though. Since it's SOFM, and since he's been doing this for so long, everyone does expect it. Everyone does expect him to start up those objectives when he should. Everyone expects him to be like, oh, my team's posturing on bot side river to get vision right now. Oh, but my Gromp's up on the opposite side of the map, and he goes and gets that. And I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know how Weibo fix it, because SOFM just always been like this. He's always been like this. If the meta comes into his favor and we get like Graves or Kindred or something like that, and he could farm up and carry, maybe Weibo's good. But man, what do they do right now?
The worst thing is, it's not even SOFM who dies. It's On who tries to save the bloody play. And SOFM goes, well, you shouldn't have done that, should you? And he just gets to walk away thinking that he's got away with it. Wasn't his problem.
Rob, are you
It's just
in
on his fault.
Weibo's training room? Huh? Do you know what the comms are?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. This is actually it. This is what Weibo's training room is.
Okay, speaking of the on thing, I actually have a point I want to raise. I don't know. We can even go roll by roll. I'm not really bothered. But in terms of support, which support do you feel like you're so, because this is close to me personally because I love watching support players, which do you feel is like just stuck on a team where they just have the baddest rap and you feel so bad for them and you're like, I wish this player was in a different team? I think mine, I think On's the honorable mention, but I think mine has to be Hung. I wish Hung was not an FPX and didn't have to deal with Clid. I love Hung as a player and I feel like he's so good, but
I feel like it's hard because I feel like a lot of the supports on bad teams, like enough people do respect him, right? Because I think other than Hung, the other two names that would jump out to me is like Chocho and Chelsea. But I think a lot of people know that like Chocho and Chelsea aren't like horrible, right? They both are.
But I don't even think it's specifically about like them getting viewed badly by their community. It's just like the situations where they're in where you like, you know, they just feel like they're losing the game because and they're trying to make things happen, but they're incapable because the team just doesn't function.
Before, you know, we'll get to it later with this Ultra Prime roster, but I mean, Chelsea just feels like a player who could be on like a top middle tier team and plays well enough to do it, is always willing to look for the plays, like good in lane, willing to roam. And it just felt like he was in Ultra Prime prison for so long. I mean, heck, the fact that E-Star team did as good as they did in the first split felt like it was mostly because of him.
Crisp on BLG.
Oh God, that wins.
Oh,
that wins. I forgot about that. That hurts.
That hurts,
man.
like, poor guy. I mean, this team just does not function together, and it's still trying to cobble us and make it like, I don't know, sellotape it all together and send it on its way, hoping it'll last. But yeah, I don't know. This, like the bot line, Doggo and Crisp, I think are really, really good. But this team,
Dude, this team, like, it's the problem is, right, they're still super good on paper. It's just like they're less than the sum of their parts. And I feel like we have a few teams that are like that. I mean, heck, I feel like Weibo's like another decent example of a team who on paper should be better. But BLG, it's weird because I honestly believe they looked like the better team in their series against LNG, which they did lose. But there's just so many like weird mistakes that'll either happen in mid game. They were able to find these huge leads. Fofo felt like super quiet in their recent series. I remember game one, he was on the Gallia, wasn't really looking to make any proactive plays, despite the fact that he did have a Camille in top lane to be able to set him up as well. And I don't know. It's so strange. I do think their early game looked pretty solid against LNG. Again, you had those stats today to back it up. Like, it felt like Weiwei was doing more. Bin was like forcing attention towards top, but I don't know. Their mid game's still a little bit of a mess, and they still don't really look like they know how to work together, which just sucks. I mean, I don't know, man. The Chris point.
I also feel
true.
like I feel like the Galio is so weird because it kind of felt like they were sticking him on it because they're like, look, we know you don't roam, we know you move from mid. I feel like Fofo of all the mids in the league is like the most trapped at his lane. So like, let's give you Galio so you have to move. And I'm like, that just doesn't really make sense. And also, I can kind of get this being a problem like last split, towards the end of last split, because this was the meta, right? Proactive, roaming mids, things like, you know, the Ari, the LeBlanc were like the sort of more mobile mages, but would still be able to roam. And then we had like Galio TF that were used really well by RNG. But it's like, I feel like the meta at the moment for mid is so wide open. I feel like if any role, like, Azir is a functional pick. Like, you don't, like, if you can function without Fofo moving, just stick him on a mid where you can just, like, get to the point where he's super relevant. Like, Fofo will be able to farm up and be a monster, but, like, I don't know, it feels like they don't kind of understand what their identity is. I don't understand what their identity is, honestly. Yeah, I'm lost on BLG, but I completely agree with Rob's point, man. I feel bad.
I feel
for
like their
Chris.
team should just
thing-
all in on top. I honestly think you should be like, we have someone who we know is gonna play like a knife fight in lane, and just be like, cool, send Crisp to top, like have Fofo just chill in mid, but make it like the Crisp Weiwei Bin show. I think Doggo will be fine, just kind of like sitting back in lane. Him and Crisp don't play super aggressive in the 2v2 anyway. They do play kind of aggressive, right? We can see them look for 2v2 kills, but I think not too much. But man, all in on Bin. Play like pseudo how RNG. And let Fofo just sit back and vibe.
Like RNG when they had Xiaohu top, just
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
clear for everyone,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
They need to do something because like that was the funny thing with me with like swapping Breathe for Bin. Like the problem that I had with this team back in spring was like, oh well, you just have too many people who want to be a carry, right? Like Breathe was a carry in WE before I came across. Weiwei was in on V5. You had Fofo who was already there, and then your Doggo or Uzi, who both respectively took a lot of resources from their teams before they joined BLG. And they just doubled down on that and brought Bin over. I was like, this is your opportunity to actually have a lane that didn't need resources. I was like, no, we like this idea. So, I mean, look, you might as well try it. Every other lane has
I
worked
do
to
gotta
this stage, so
say,
give it a shot.
I
It feels
just real
like-
quick, I actually like that they did it right, because I at least feel like the problem with having Breathe over Bin or Breathe instead of Bin is just the fact that like you don't really have like all three of them are gonna play according to their matchup, right? And like for their lane. To where at least now Bin is like such a I want everything. I'm gonna carry. I want to fight. I feel like it has to warp the others in. It will be like a 3-6-9 top esports scenario where it's like if you guys don't come, I will int. So you better start playing around me and we will have a team style. Like, Bin, if you're watching this, which I know you are, just do it. Do it, my dude. Keep going super aggressive. Threaten your team. If you don't come top, I'll int. And then bam, BLG will look way better. There you go.
And he can just mold the team into like the RNG he wished he was on, which was when Xiaohu was top. Like,
Yeah, Bin has moved away to college for the first time after he's left mom and dad, and now he just wants everything.
Dude, that's actually so sad to think about, right? Thinking about Bin probably being so excited joining that RNG roster, being like, I'm going to get the Uzi treatment, everything for me. And then goes, and it's like, well, better luck next time, buddy.
I don't know, man. It's and then he still wins MSI. That's the mind blowing thing. And honestly, I still think it's crazy that he had such good like finals of MSI. I mean, there was definitely some games like
Camille game.
that we went, yeah, but like the Gwen performance is really solid, and then the finals of spring as well in the
Yeah,
LPL.
super good.
He was just best series he played all split, and he's just like shows up for 2 series, wins MSI, and then leaves. That's all you need
what
to
a
do,
gangster,
apparently.
dude, like thinking about that. What a gangster. just chill, most of split, show up when it matters, win a few trophies, pack it up, go on to the next team. But one thing that I do want to talk about, because we talked about supports, is Ultra Prime. Because I feel like all of us are so stoked for Ultra Prime. Seeing them stomp OMG the way they did was like, my God. And everyone looked good. Everyone on the roster looked insane. Like, Zoom was popping off. Elk, of course, was having good performances. But the big surprise to me was Cryan. Cryan coming in, gapped Cream in the first game when Cream was on the Talia and he was playing the Lissandra. And then game 2, he played the Talia himself. And overall, just like, I don't know. Like, this was the Cryan that we saw on eStars when it started out. A player who could be a carry, but also help the team. And you know what? I'm going to all in right now. I'm going to double down after their first game that I think this will be a top 8 team. I'm not going to go too far, but I'll say this will be a top 8 team. They'll
Top 8 regular season or playoff?
I'll even go playoffs. Screw it. We'll go further.
Damn. I will say, I still have some reservations about
Have
Hacker.
knee-jerk reactions,
but I think
man.
Zoom
Have
was
knee-jerk reactions.
I think Zoom was a great addition, and I feel like conceptually, like this team did pretty okay in spring, and I feel like it makes sense in my mind, right? When you have, I think, like, to me always, I mean, especially if Cryan is playing like he has in this series so far, which remains to be seen. But like Crying out Xiaoxi just makes sense to me as like a bot side of the map. Like you have Elk you can invest resources into, you have Xiaoxi who's really good at setting up plays, and you have Cryan who will play these mids where he's not necessarily the primary carry. You can lean towards other members of the team. And you gotta remember, like, this team, before they even had Zoom, like last split in spring, they still came 12th, right, in the league in regular season. So to go up to where Jordan's has to main the 8th, that's not even far off. And when you think of Weibo at the moment, I could see a couple of teams in the top 10 who maybe drop a couple of places, right? FPX not looking too hot at the moment
like
either.
RA is a team that could fall down.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's the thing. I don't know if I could say top 8 because it's like, okay, Weibo is definitely in there, but like V5, RNG, JDG, LNG, Top Esports, EDG, and maybe BLG they could
Look,
beat, and then you got Weibo in there as well.
There's
like,
one team. I
think-
feel like there's always one team that disappoints. There will be one team that disappoints, and Ultra Prime will steal their. Okay,
One.
multiple teams will disappoint. I'm trying to be nice. You're coming in here choosing violence, but
Yeah. I honestly feel like, I don't think I'd go as far as 8th, but I feel like Ultra Prime, I think it's realistic, and I would actually say I think they could make top 10 and make it into playoffs. I don't know if they go further in the
what a
first
bold
round,
statement.
but I definitely
Oh,
think
so
there's some
cool. They
teams
can
so
make
far.
playoffs. Big statements.
Okay, you're saying top 8, dude. Right, okay. Lyric just makes these bold statements and then hopes no one
Yeah.
calls them out on
Ultra
this
Prime
later.
are
And
top
it's like,
4.
oh.
That's it. Top 4.
Yeah, Ultra
They're
Prime
going to
are gonna win
Worlds.
the league.
Ultra Prime
Oh,
are going to
how cool would it
Worlds,
be
you
if
know?
that happened?
Yeah.
Oh, look out. What a wacky take. Well, look at me. I'm Lyric. Oh. Honestly, man, just stop
Okay,
talking.
I will bring it back though to Hacker because so I was talking to Munch the other day and he said he was talking to some of our producers and I guess Hacker has a nickname. Hacker's nickname to Chinese fans is Ultraman, and they say for the first 15 minutes of the game he is cracked and then he takes a nap. And it feels like that. It feels like that's actually a really good representation of Hacker. I feel like Hacker in the early game is someone who's like, man, again, flashing over walls, looking for crazy ganks, going for all these plays, and then afterwards you're like, man, is Hacker even in this game? Like where did he go? It's kind of weird. I think it's one of the reasons why I do like Hacker because Hacker is probably the only jungler left that I think is like super crazy aggressive in the early game, or at least willing to be. Like, I'm just gonna walk into the enemy jungle straight to red. I don't care who's there. I don't care if my lanes are pushing and go for it. I guess Tien does it as well, but
Tien, I was gonna say Tien has definitely had a lot of moments where he just like lane priority isn't a concept that he really wants to take into account.
I feel like maybe I'm giving Tien the benefit of the doubt since he's won Worlds, and like thinking like, man, even though it always looks bad, I always look at it and think, what are you doing? Tien must have an idea.
No. This is a difference, right? Tien, just when he has stacked players on his roster, and it's like it's like over the course of the split, he'll do these plays, and instead of being like, look, you should stop doing that, his team just go, I'll just crush mid and come with you, right? Or I'll just roll like that is the strategy. That's the solution.
Yeah,
is
you
that
can't-
like
you
just
can't
have good
fault him here.
laners? Like
He's
imagine
literally
if,
doing what you want Bin to do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna int. If you don't come with me, you gotta come with me. Tien's just doing what you
Exactly.
wanted.
imagine if Hacker went for all these ballsy plays and he was like on top esports and he had Knight in the mid lane, right? He had Wayward who just like comes with
Bro,
him,
I
pops
miss
the
Xiao
moat over
Peng,
his
dude.
head.
That was Xiao Peng. That was Xiao Peng.
Exactly.
Oh,
Xiaopeng is,
yeah.
Xiaopeng is actually just a lunatic. Every game I watched him was like, this man just, it doesn't matter what is happening, just wants
And
to kill
like,
people. It was so much fun.
right? And because of that, if you look at his stats, they're all insanely good. They're all like K plus A at 15 first, this at 15 first. And it's all because of the way he plays. I don't know, man. I miss Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng's a player who will always have a spot in this league and always have a spot in my heart. But yeah, Ultra Prime. Okay, so I guess the conclusion for Ultra Prime is you guys are non-believers, and I am. The biggest believer.
Actually, I was gonna say, I think this is like a really good spot.
No,
for
I
Zoom,
believe-
because I feel like I haven't really hit on Zoom. Like, I think this guy, back when he was on JDG and they looked really, really good, was because he was playing like these big tank engage guys and like could actually work as like setting up as a front line for them. And I think that's the thing that's kind of been missing from Ultra Prime. When you've actually got someone who can set up, if Elk is ahead, give him an actual front line so we can team fight. And it just feels like that's a style that now works for them. And as Ox was already saying, like when you have Cryin who's willing to play facilitators and play towards Elk on the bot side, now it just sets up beautifully to have that style. Now, I mean, we're still seeing a little bit of carries in the top line, like the kill and stuff like that, so Zoom can flex his muscles a little bit, but it just seems to be a like perfect setup for what this team needs.
Yeah, so I'll wrap it up. Me and Rob are believers, and Lyric, Jordan, you
He's
are
just
delusional.
delusional.
Okay, yeah. So that's the summary.
You know what? It's not even wrong. I can't even argue. I can't even lie. So now we can talk about a team that I'm sure we all agree and we know is good. This team's good right now, right? JDG. I feel like JDG have come out in my mind looking like the best team out of the performances we've had. Not saying they'll end up the best team, but right. I think between them, EDG and LNG, their wins were by far the most convincing wins. I feel like EDG. What? Why are you laughing?
Dude, I'm sorry. I was thinking who if JDG played, and then I just remember that top esports series in like game 3.
Yeah.
And it's just like, for anyone if you haven't caught JDG against top esports, it's an absolute banger. You should watch it if you haven't caught it, particularly game 3. And I think you really should hone in on the bot lane of top esports and see what they managed to pull off in that one. Just, it's peak top esports, I would say. I think that's the only way I can describe it. And for the people who have watched it, they'll kind of know what I'm saying with, I think JDG are very deserving of the praise you said. I think they had a really convincing series against top esports. But that game 3 was that was something. Top esports.
That was their bot lane. I mean, heck, again, top esports still want to try and go for these dives. It didn't work out. Completely backfired. They got 2v2 killed. And even against...
I feel like... Just to interject, I feel like even if you did this before 12-10, that would have been a failed dive. That one they tried at level 3. Like, Jackie doesn't even take a tower hit. He just dies. And then Mark was like 20% HP and takes tower aggro. Like, I just don't... Like, if you actually watch it back, it's like they just keep trading so they're super low HP because they want to get the wave in. And then Jackie Love just walks up like he's not going to just get insta-kill by Hope. I cannot... it doesn't make sense to me at all. I cannot rationalize it in my head. That was the most perplexing thing I've seen so far this split in the LPL. That dive attempt.
I just love. I'm like, yeah, JDG, positivity, let's go. And you just find a way to pivot into trashing on TES. Who, I don't know. Again, that was a very TES-esque series and game. Like, the way all of that happened, it's like, you imagine top esports making those plays. And then the fact that they go on and have, like, a good series against WE, again, very TES kind of mojo there. But kind of weird now that I'm thinking about saying, like, JDG looked like the most convincing team when both of JDG's series actually went to 3 games. They even lost to LGD. But it did in the LGD series kind of look like JDG were taking it a little bit slow. Because in game 2 and 3, they won in like 23 minutes both games. 369, I think so far is looking like an absolute stud. Like seriously, I mean, getting solo kills in both of their series so far. I don't think I need to praise Kanavi. I think everyone knows Kanavi is just so good. I mean, heck, I remember back in 2020, Rob, Kanavi was your main man. You called him the best Lee Sin, which I thought was you. But you know what? Kanavi's a fair shout as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing the Kanavi on more aggressive champions where he's actually able to make the plays happen. And I think it's just cool the way we've kind of seen, like, the resurgence of JDG. Because I know for myself, I was super disappointed in 2020 where we got them to Worlds. Like, Top Esports and JDG had like, the year for these two squads. And then just to see kind of JDG internally implode. Yeah. And just never really hit the high highs. So to kind of see them having a comeback now, and especially with guys like Hope on the roster who I was really sad that, because, well, obviously I'm happy that we got Viper. I'm happy that EDG, well, obviously went on to win a world championship and looked great. But it was kind of heartbreaking to see Hope kind of push to the sideline, because this was a guy who I felt had a very high and like had a lot of capability in him to actually become a big, strong AD carry in the LPL. And to now see this guy actually getting a fair shot, looking really well on the team, and like even the fact that he has like missing pair beside him as well, who missing kind of, I don't know how much people know, but like wasn't particularly happy playing with Elk in the bot lane. Like to see these two guys now kind of get their second shot and succeeding is just really cool to see.
Yeah, and I think especially on the missing point, right? Because missing has looked a lot better. I think in both series, missing looked way better than he did in spring, and even towards the end of spring, missing was one of the people to step up. And JDG as a team as a whole, right? I even like how they've come in with the meta to where we haven't seen the Kale. We aren't seeing much of these like weird picks. JDG are keeping it very JDG. We're getting Kennen consistently come out in topside. We had them pick the set into the Gwen against LGD. And again, 369 just completely stomped. They're pretty much consistently trying to get Yagao onto the Ari pick. Like, I don't know. This just seems like a team that is built very well, like knows exactly what their style and identity is, and again, they just hammer home on it.
I feel like for me, because we talked a bit about like teams like Weibo who are on BLG, where like they have these stacked lineups, but they are worse than some of their parts. I feel like JDG is like the opposite. Like, not to say that they definitely have some strong players. I'm not trying to diminish them there, but like it feels like the team play and the way they work together is really good, right? And I think if you compare it to some of the other rosters, I think pound for pound, individual player, I don't think they're quite in the level of like considering this was a top 4 team, right? I feel like when you look at like top esports and RNG, like I feel like pound for pound they're beaten out, but I feel like as a team these guys function really well, which is why they are really impressive to see, especially considering there are some rosters that are the opposite.
And I think that's the thing, is like that's always been the way with JDG. Like even when you look back at like 2020, that we're just saying like that was their year, right? Like Zoom was a good top laner, don't get me wrong, but like Loken wasn't the best of AD carries. I mean, Yagao, as you say, isn't pound for pound as good as like some of the other
Lumao.
mid laners that we have. Like this was Lumao as well, like had his moments, but I mean, we've seen him, what's happened to him when he left JDG as well. Like this wasn't a roster that was exactly like filled to the brim with talent, but just how good they were at like interacting together, communication, and like the way that they were able to set up for team fights is what kind of separated them from the bunch. So it's really cool to see that even though some of the members have moved on, you still have that core identity to the team, which is just so strong for them.
Yeah, and this is this is
No, you go,
definitely
you
a
go.
team again I see if the meta doesn't shift crazily and like barring a behind the scenes collapse that we can't predict. Again, I actually feel like JDG have a pretty good shot of like picking up a world seed. I think again the fact that they have those systems means that they are more durable maybe than teams like V5 and even like TES, who again are just so up and down. So I just think JDG are like a very safe team to bet on that, you know, like could represent the LPL very well. I know they're going to finish very highly. Can they get first? I'm kind of with you, Ox, in terms of like they just don't match pound for pound enough against certain teams. And it's like if EDG, RNG, or whoever are playing well, I think they do just lose though.
So anyone who now knows Lyric has to completely all in on JDG, because this is the exact same argument Lyric had against EDG at Worlds last year, where they won the whole bloody thing. So I don't know if I can fully go with you on that, where sometimes, you know what, like teams that just have this little special something where they all work well together can work out super well. But no, I do agree. I think for me, the top teams that I like had going to Worlds at the start of the split were like Top Esports, V5, RNG, and then JDG was the last one. Now, I might swap out Top Esports for EDG just based on, like, recency bias, but I still think, like, it is a safe bet. I think JDG, especially with the run they had at the end of Spring 2021, deserve to be, like, in that top spot, at least talked about in that top spot.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I kind of want to talk about EDG on that point, because I think, you know, the top 4 we had from Spring, I think, barring like, I mean, top esports could really be here or there, but I think those are all obviously in a talking point for top 4 in summer. I think EDG are the interesting one because obviously world champions, but the spring was pretty underwhelming. I think they've looked decent so far in the split. Like, you know, FPX, they obviously did drop that game, but to be fair, like, I feel like a lot of that was on the bot lane of FPX and LWX and Hung, doing that like level 2 dive on the Lucianami, which is honestly the chattest thing I've seen, and just like a fantastic way of approaching it with the Callisto Renata, which has been seen in scrims as a counter to it. And then there was the Fiora being able to split push, was something they didn't really have an answer for later. But I feel like, you know, for example, seeing JJ in that game 3 where it felt like they were going to lose, but he kept finding LWX on the Ezreal with the Vi, and then the series against Weibo as well. They just looked like, I mean, again, Weibo have their issues. The draft in the game 2 is definitely questionable. But it feels like EDG are looking positive, and I think this meta is better for them, right? I think things like the Azir return, you got more of these control mages in mid, which Scout is fantastic on. We saw playoffs in spring, what he could do on Azir when given the time. Viper and Mako, I feel like a lot of these bot lane duos can really work well for them. But also, it's the fact that, like, Enchanters, I feel like Mako is fantastic on, and there's a lot more freedom to pick those with the durability change. And Flandre, I think, is a good mention, because I'd say he's the player who underperformed the most in spring. And obviously was absent for some games as well. But I feel like so far he's looked pretty solid in the games back. And it's early. Like, any of these assumptions we make, it's super early in the split. But I actually, even going to the split, I feel like the meta shift was better. And I don't expect spring to be, like, the sort of level we expect of them. I think they will be strong in summer, and the fact that they've looked good so far is just a positive.
This is actually the team I'm most skeptical of, which I talked about with Ox on last week's episode, but I'll give you the fill-in, Dagda, of like when I look at EDG.
Yeah, I don't listen to you guys when I don't have to,
I know,
so I appreciate
bro. You think I don't know that? But I think
I don't even listen to lyric when I'm supposed to. I just block him out. I'm gonna mute in the call
don't
right
make
now.
me leak our Discord DMs because you know that's not true. But what?
It's just him asking you to play TFT every
Whoa!
time.
Actually, it's him asking me to play TFT. Me message this guy, but seriously, when I look at EDG, even now, right? I do think EDG have looked better. I feel like Flandre and Mako have looked way more stable than they did in spring. But I feel like EDG have literally always had like wonky decision-making problems, even in like their lead up to Worlds, which is why I don't think any of us predicted them to win. I think it like some of us were on the FPX train. I know I was on the RNG train, and even now, like even their first game against Weibo, where they were doing super well, they found 2v2 kills in bot. They're coming ahead in mid. It just comes to mid game, and I feel like this team always either over indexes into like putting Scout into sides, even when he's like on champions that necessarily shouldn't be pushing out sides like past like a neutral point, and then they'll get caught out in 5v4s that happened in that series, or the other one where they will completely ignore side lanes and then just give up a bunch of passive gold, just like sitting mid and doing nothing. Because both of those things happened in that series and made it so that Weibo were like almost always close to like being able to be in those games. So I feel like there's like some issues that EDG have always had that I still think EDG should be a team at Worlds. EDG will obviously still be a top team, like in our top 5. But I think there's just like some problems, maybe even like with these players themselves in terms of like, maybe it's like how Scout thinks of side laning or how like Mako thinks of X, right? But I don't know if like having your players in good individual forms will be enough for them to win a title. I think it's definitely enough to like get to Worlds, but yeah, I feel like right now that's kind of what they're back into. They're back into just being this team that I think wins lane hard, are able to use that pressure well and snowball. But I think if this team's tested early, I think their decision-making in mid-game is still very messy. And I think we saw that in their series.
Yeah, I feel like that's where, you know, I kind of agree with your points. I feel like that's where I am, where I think this team will make Worlds. But I feel like a team like, I mean, we haven't seen RNG
True.
yet, right? And they may end up having a slow start to the split just due to the fact that like they came off MSI, presumably taking a break, but they didn't have much time to, and also adapting to having breathed in the top lane, which I think I've said, you know, we said in the last episode, I think that's a positive for them. But either way, I think like, you know, when we talk mid game, RNG would probably be a problem for them. But you know, I feel like even when we look at teams like Top Esports or a team that are really volatile.
You're actually right. You're actually right. Comparing them to the field, the mid games don't actually get much better.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams that have issues, even in our top teams. Like, I think that's the thing, is that like RNG would probably be a problem with them and be able to punish them in that manner. But I feel like they could probably battle Top Esports comfortably. I think JDG, the pound for pound aspect might come into account, especially if the meta's good for them. V5, I mean, I guess we'll see how they look when Rookie's back on the roster. So, you know, I think they can be competitive. Again, I think it's early to call them like necessarily a title contender, and we'd have to see more. And I think your points are valid, but I think it's rare that we have, you know, there's definitely other leagues where teams aren't tested as much and it feels like they just look unstoppable. But I feel like in the LPL, every team has their weaknesses and they get tested on those regularly, and we get to see those. And I think that was a big reason why people like thought RNG were weak ago in MSI, because obviously they kind of got smashed in the early game by Top Esports repeatedly.
Yeah, I think that's a conversation we could have had in general, is like, because you've got so many specialist teams in LPL, one of them is bound to hit your weakness, right? So then when we come to internationals, I think all of us are just like, well, we can see exactly where their issue is, because they got their ass handed to them 3 out of the 4 games that they played over here. So, you know, but I think that's the thing, is like, when you actually come down into it, a lot of those teams, or even like teams internationally, aren't super specialist. So they can't technically hit on those weak points as heavily. And suddenly you can have RNG who come out and like beat T1 and take MSI, right?
Yeah. I agree, and I don't know. Maybe it's just too early for me to keep like bringing up the Worlds conversation. We only just started week 2. We're like 6 days into the LPL. We have so many toughs.
We just got one at international. We need the next one.
We need the next one to come right now. That would help the LCK fans because they want their chance to redeem themselves. I still want the rookie faker storyline, so hopefully we get that. But we don't have much time left. There's still 2 teams I want to hit on. We kind of talked about Top Esports a little bit, but I want to give Ox his moment because Wayward's back, baby. They played their second series series. He was
Oh
emoting
my.
like a legend.
Dude, this is why they lost to JDG. Because, again, I don't mind if top esports do badly. I don't even mind if Wayward does badly. As long as he is still dropping their emotes, right? If he gets solo kill, that he drops the crying and moo that is a win in my books. But there was none of that in the JDG series. He just, like, I don't know if he just, maybe his settings went up to date. He hadn't binded them. Probably isn't the case because, again, it was multiple games. But coming back in the WE series, we get to see the emoting. We get to see the guy showing how he's feeling, you know, dropping those. There was this this translated audio I saw of the game. I think it was against WE, the second game, and like he's overextended, and the rest of the team are like, yeah, just let him do his own thing. Like they're super far ahead, and Wayward's like waiting in the enemy jungle, and he dies. He's just like, sorry guys. Man, this is what I want to see from Wayward, right? This, because I feel like that chat energy is what made me love him as a player. And it's part of the reason, like, I feel like a lot of the players in top esports, it's just like the mojo, right? And I feel like even if they're doing badly as a team, it's like if you just want to be a fan of a player because they win, that's one thing. You know, a lot of people do that. For me, it's about these players just being big chat energy on the Rift, and that's exactly what Wayward had, and it was back. So, you know, as you said, Lyric, I am happy.
Dude, I remember the one play in game 1 where he's on the Gwen, he's going up against the Gnar, and he like all-ins for the solo kill, backs off because I think he missed maybe like the last proc of his ult, maybe missed one snip, is like tethering out, waiting for the Mega Gnar to end, and then just says, screw it, I guess, throws his hands in the air, goes back in against the Mega Gnar, and then suddenly WE's mid lane, Xie comes into the fold as well, and it's like, my God, dude, like, I don't know. I don't get Wayward, and I love it. I love that he's like, why win this 1v1 100% when I could test my limits? And, yeah.
Dude, this is a time to limit test. We're in the regular season, right? Just limit test, throw yourself at the brick wall constantly, every single series, every day. And then when you get to playoffs, you know your limits, but you still limit test anyway.
I do gotta say, Jackie Love.
I mean, it's a top esports.
Jackie Love also, you know, looking much better in their series against W, which it's WE, right? So not too much to say there, but still, always nice when Jackie Love isn't having games like Game 3 against JDG. So,
Dude, him and Mark as well. I feel like I didn't really touch on this before, but man, you know, people complain constantly about the hitbox of Nautilus. This has been like a running thing forever since this champion has been meta, about how like the hook is such a wide hitbox and it'll hit you when you think it doesn't. Mark legitimately made me think they'd stealth nerf the hitbox, because I swear, like, so many hooks in a row he just missed on repeat. And I gotta give credit to Hope for like sidestepping a lot of them, but even so, man, that was painful to watch.
yeah. Rob, you got any quick thoughts on top esports? If not, I can ask you about your favorite team in the universe.
I was just gonna say, like, my favorite clip from that JDG top esports series is just watching like Hope absolutely style on top esports, where he gets the like cute through the minions, the kill off Jackie Love. Then you got the Nautilus hook from Mark that he sidesteps, then he kills Mark. It's like, oh, it's just beautiful. It's so
it is, and again.
Oh, and also, just quickly, I want to give an honorable mention to Missing as well in that Nami game, because it was Hope who got MVP for it, but I actually feel like Missing's bubbles were like heat seeking. And you are into Draven. I feel like one of the things with the Draven matchup is you kind of know where he's gonna walk, because
it's
you know,
like
with his
giant
axes.
circle on the ground or something.
Yeah, it does help. But even so, I felt like there were so many times in fights that he's just consistently landing those. And I feel like Nami Q is such a hard skill shot to land, because the travel time's the same if you put it right on top of you or max range. And like most mechanically proficient AD carries in the LPL, will just be able to sidestep that. We'll just be able to walk out of it. So like you have to have such a good read on movement, or you just have Jackie Love walk into them. But either way, Missing, I want to give a shout out to him.
Top esports are still top esports. Nothing new there. But there is one team who I'm very excited for. And Rob, I'm designating them as your team because they have the boy that you hyped up to the face of the earth with his Tryndamere play. IG coming in hot, 2-0ing FPX, and honestly looking really good. I feel like in both of IG's series so far, IG actually looks solid. Like IG are another team who, if they end up in like playoffs in like a 9th, 10th place spot, like I'm not surprised. They look exciting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think the coolest part of this for me is like how much better their mid jungle looks. Like Shun and Yukai actually like playing together. Like we got that Diana Sec game that was really, really cool, where they like actually went for a couple of these ganks mid, set up some kills, and then were able to like take over in team fights. And it's nice to see that it's like a different style from what we got in spring. Because we saw in spring, you know, they can do the split push stuff where, as you say, like Trindamirs and like TFs and all this kind of thing. And it was working for a time until people realized they could just ban out Zika's champion pool. And then he was just like, oh, well, I'm going to blind Trindamir because I only play like 4 champions. It's a little bit sad. But at least now you're kind of seeing, hey, look, they can actually go for team fights, have a bit of a different style. And honestly, they look really, really good on us. Like, I was surprised to see how strong they look. I will say the bot lane still terrifies me. I think Wink and Shin Lu have had a series of unfortunate events series of unfortunate series, I suppose. Because it's just been so shocking. Like Shin Yu face checking on the ladder into the rail, like end up getting the kill later on and then Wink arcane shifting forward when he's on like 10% HP to try and kill the Senna. I was just like, what is going on? So yeah, I think if the bot lane can just chill, I think this could be a team that actually is kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm afraid to put all my hope into this IG team just because you never know.
I mean, this team definitely has a ceiling, right? Like this team, I think can be interesting, can make some waves, but their bot lane definitely is an issue. I will say, though, even kind of moving on from Shun, Yukai as well, Ox. I feel like he's just been playing so well. Kind of breaks my heart because it means we're probably not going to get to see Mole whatsoever. But it's still at least really cool seeing like Yukai like come into his own, again, play the set in the mid lane, has played the Galio as well, kind of facilitating his jungler. And it feels like when Shun's your jungler, it feels like the kind of obvious way to play the game.
Yeah, I feel like it's such a step in the right direction because I think, you know, we kind of talked about this in spring that it's kind of like Shun was this team. But I feel like obviously if Yukai is able to work with him more effectively, like it gives so much power to him. And Shun so far has been absolutely fantastic, right? But it's the pairing that has made such a big difference. Not just being that individual player trying to make things happen, but having the backup of your mid laner. As you said, the set Diana is like a big example of him, you know, picking something that's really going to facilitate the 2v2 and then working well in team fights. But I have to say, Shun has just been so good. Like the fact this guy is drawing consistent bans, first rotation, both sides against Weibo, Nidalee, and the Kindred banned away. The only time they weren't both banned was game 1 against FPX. They left the Kindred open and then they ended up, you know, paying for it. So I feel like the fact that he is consistently drawing 2 bans in the first rotation, it's so painful. If you're playing against this team, if you feel like, okay, we don't want to risk him getting either of these 2 picks, it really limits how many bans you can put to the other members of the team. And even then, Shun does not look bothered. He does not look phased at all. Like, we actually saw the hilarious thing was the series against Weibo. They ban Nidalee, Kindred every single game. So Shun ends up on Wukong, which, you know, I am certain you're completely happy with. Like, and he was so good on the Wukong as well. I mean, as much as they didn't manage to win out that series, it was still, like, fantastic performance from him. So I don't know. I'm really hyped on Shun. I think the more the team can work with him, the better he's going to be able to pop off. And the fact that Yukai is really... It feels like they've developed as a duo quite a bit together. But also Zuka in the top lane has been really strong in his own DAO. I think a lot of people were deliberating who was like the strongest performer in that first series between him and Shun, or even the second series. But I think ultimately it's a really nice top side. As you said, bot lane, still some concerns. But it just makes me positive for the potential future of the players. Even if I don't think this team is like they're not going to Worlds, right? Way. I doubt they'll even get deep in playoffs. If they make playoffs, that is enough to be like a positive for the split. But it's like positives for the players to see where they could go in the future, right? I think particularly like Shun is quite young, Zuka's also quite young. These players could go far in the league.
Yeah, and I think they even had some like interesting upsets in spring before they even, you know, had this roster come off, right? Yeah, they beat Top Esports. They beat JDG. They beat BLG. Yeah, IG actually beat a lot of big name teams in spring before they'd even start doing this.
I do just want to say, so I was saying, you know, young players, and I moused over and I looked and it was like, Shun, birthday 2002. And I'm like, wow, he must be like, wait, 20? Like, I feel so old. I feel so old, man. People born in 2002 are 20.
Ox, I'm just saying, God. You know, we're talking about IG having bot lane problems. You used to play on Excel. I'm just saying.
I did.
You could join IG.
You know, and we've been developing our synergy in TFT. So I feel like bot lane synergy is more important than individual AD carry skill.
Here's what we do. We go to IG. All the 3 of us go to IG. You guys are the bot lane. I'm coach. Sorry, Yuakai. We just praised you. Mo's back on the team. The squad is together. Sorry, LPL. It is what it is. And yeah, we live the high life. I don't know if I should say that on, this is the LPL podcast, but it's already been said.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to go into negotiations, we shouldn't be leaking the strats on the podcast,
No, this is an open call, right? If you support us being on IG, then let's get a petition put up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I get a hashtag going. Hashtag my LPLIG or something.
Well, you know what? That was actually the perfect way to tangent because you know what? We've hit our time limit anyway. Okay, everyone. Ox and Rob, Dagda. I called you Ox and I called him Rob, or I should say Dan and Rob. I don't know what I'm saying. They called me delusional. We talked about some teams. This episode of Last Hit, though, boys, it's over. I'm not even going to give you another word because right now, Last Hit's done. We'll be back next week. That's it.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. We get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Way waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin the veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wait, waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by ya. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick G.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Welcome, one and all. We are here for the first super day of the LPL summer split. Got to come in with high energy because I'm excited.
Super
we
Saturday.
no longer have the full super weekends every weekend. We just get these one-offs every once in a while. I couldn't be more excited to kick this one off here. I'm Mazel, and I'm joined by Ox, and we've got to cast together a couple times. Both my first two casts this summer splitting with you. I'm excited to be here with you, buddy. How you feeling? How you doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. LPL's kicked off. And unlike
Full
these
swing.
other regions, I've seen people complaining. They're like, oh, the game is so slow. People aren't diving. It's like, dude, we get level 2 tower dives, and they don't care if the tower
In this
damage is
meta.
buffed. Yeah, I mean, Jackie Love dying on Draven, walking under the tower, just, the LPL teams, they are still bringing all the action. And sure, the game is definitely a bit slower. Early levels, we do see a bit less activity, but it still feels like we're getting that same charm that is the reason everyone loves this region.
And I love all the little pocket picks we get. We even got the Do and Be Kled the other day as well. But let's talk a little bit about the action that we've seen. As yesterday, we did have a slate of games that were played. We had 2 back-to-back best of 3s. JDG maintaining the big brain dominance, a 2-0 victory over EDG, going 3-0 to start the split. And then we had RNG with a tough tilt against FPX, going the distance to 3 games, but coming out with a 2-1 victory for RNG, coming off the MSI win as well to start the summer split off.
And I think ultimately people were really looking at this first match, who would end up breaking the others' undefeated streak. EDG, though, I think have still shown some of the issues they've had in spring. A lot of people were big on them with the new meta shifts to maybe redeem themselves, find form. Still not quite there, I feel. But JDG look absolutely excellent. Honestly, the strongest looking team at the moment. They've had a series against Top Esports, a series against EDG. They haven't had an easy schedule, still looking really dominant. And of course, they have been challenged in the series. It was a 2-0 here, but Top Esports was a 2-1. But still, the team play really on point. And then finally getting to see RNG after MSI. Expectation was maybe they'd slump a little after last MSI. They went 1-6 in 2021 summer. So it definitely has a knock-on effect because you don't get as much time to rest. You're playing on the previous patch, and obviously when there's a big patch like the durability change, you have less time to catch up. But I think FPX have just been struggling so heavily, and RNG still can see that high level team play, and especially Breathe seems like he is fitting well with the new roster.
That's what I love to see, is the new pieces starting to come together there as well. But we do got to talk about today's matches because, as we said, it's that Super Saturday. We have 3 best of 3s for your enjoyment today, so make sure you grab some popcorn, get some water, stay hydrated, because we got a long night ahead of us. LGD kicking it off against V5. LGD looking for their first series win of the split. V5 want to keep not disappointing in the split here. TES taking on IG, both 1-1 as the second series. That'll be a fun one to decide. And then our final series of the day will be Team WE versus Weibo Gaming. Again, Team WE trying to pick up their first series win of the split as well, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Top Esports IG really is the one that draws my eye. I think IG have been on a big upswing, and Top Esports are a volatile team, I think is the best way to describe
I like
them.
it. I like the way you put it. All right, we get a little bit.
They
of
have that
nicety.
charm to them. I love them. Many people do, but you never know what you're gonna get, right? With Top Esports, it can go any direction. As we saw in that game 3 against JDG, where it certainly went in a direction. First game of the day, LGD against V5. And I think on paper, especially if you've looked at last split spring, you saw V5 only drop 2 series in the regular season. Expectation is they are heavy favorites here, but we have to bear in mind, this isn't the final form for V5.
It is not at all. And we have gotten to see V5, but it is without a core piece to the puzzle. It is V5 without Rookie. And I know that is a huge piece, right? And we're waiting for Rookie to come in and be able to kind of supplant and have that strength that we saw last split as well. But at the same time, you start to see why they miss Rookie a decent amount. But I think it's an interesting conversation to have about that TT series that we actually saw from them, Ox.
Yeah, I feel like Rookie is such an instrumental piece of V5 that it was kind of telling Oh, sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Give me 1 second. You just
You're
cover
good.
for
I
me,
got
Mizel.
you. I got you. I got you. Because when we look at these games, right, I do want to break these down because the first couple clips definitely not the greatest representation that we have.
I think
for
I'm good. Sorry.
Dream coming in. This first one in particular, right, a little bit of miscommunication between mid jungle synergy, Karsa getting caught out a little bit here as well, and that's where you wonder if that synergy with Rookie would change that. You never know. This next one was Dream getting caught out, right? Dream is the person subbing in for Rookie here, and I think it's interesting to see how the early games were working out for them. But all in all, the team still came together and came up with a dub, right? Dream was still pretty integral to their wins here, and it was a nice turnaround within the series, even with some of those communication issues.
Yeah, I mean, they put Dream on these sort of heavy CC, more utility picks like the Sandra and the Galio, and it worked, right? Even though Carsa, that first series, game, the Poppy performance was, let's just say, rough, questionable, maybe. The team was still enough to take out TT. And the expectation is they will still be able to win against TT. A lot of their earlier series in the split, I feel like the matchup should still be V5 favored, even without Rookie. They are going to play RNG at some point, but we can hone in on Dream. And Dream, I think, has massive shoes to fill. He's not going to be able to do as much for this team as Rookie is, but he has been the spring LDL MVP from 2022. He's known for aggressive all-in champions, and I think we have to sort of view him from a different lens. Don't think, is this guy going to be as good as Rookie? Because the answer is going to be no. Think, what can this guy do, and where is his place going to be in the LPL? Because when Rookie comes back, V5 will definitely be starting him again, but we get to see what Dream can do on this roster and potentially where his future lies, maybe having a starting position going into next year.
And I feel like that's kind of a theme for today, right? Showing a spotlight on some of the new players, new faces, some of the substitutions as well within the team. But that's always been a huge theme for me in esports as a total, is striking when the iron is hot, making sure you're performing when you have the spotlight on you. And speaking of, Dream definitely has the spotlight on him here. And as you said, a different player than Rookie. It needs to be judged a little bit differently. But in that same vein, I can't wait to see the growth and the potential in the short stint that we'll see him as well, and maybe in the future. But you got to turn the table to the other side, because you talk about Dream coming in. We will talk about XLB also coming in for V5. That'll be an important piece for V5's win conditions here. But we got to talk about LGD, and we have to talk about Asim, because this guy coming into a league after, a decent stint at the LDL, never really placing first. Highest was that third place finish with Weibo Youth. But the ADC position of the LPL is no slouch. Many like many other positions itself, but Asim coming in with, champions along the lines of Draven, the Aphelios, really needs to find his place here and can be an integral part to LGD.
And I think the AD carry is such an important position in the current meta. We've seen such a variety of picks being able to come out, but you need someone who ideally, if you pick them, Lucian Nami can take over the game. Things like Kalista, very mechanically proficient champions, super relevant. Ezreal as well. As was said by Vipe, you just need to land those Qs if you want to be doing the damage. And ultimately, LGD have struggled in recent history. I feel like, we look back to 2020 summer playoffs where they managed to get, top 4, and that was when they had Kramer and Mark on the roster. Since them leaving, it has been a bit of a struggle, going 14th, 11th, and then 16th in the last 3 splits. So hopefully a bit of a change can potentially revitalize this roster and look for them to challenge. And I think we saw them go up against the likes of JDG, who we just praised so heavily, and they actually managed to take a game of them. And as much as they didn't win the series, it was still a solid performance in this one.
Yeah, and I think you can see some of it working out right in this first game for them, even with some of the chaoticness I feel like we see in this game, particularly from the side of LGD. Right, they did end up losing this series as a whole to JDG, as they are still undefeated. But you get to see plays like this, the Kalista for Asim being a prevalent piece here for LGD, and I wonder how much priority we'll see on that today. But I feel like when you're looking to get Asim up and started, it's got to be through the comfort, through the picks that will match up with Jin Zhao, who himself is a veteran in the position, to really help lend a hand to Asim himself.
Yeah, and I mean, we see, this is how it kind of panned out at the end. Asim doing his absolute darnest on that Kalista try and make the team fight work.
The Draven came out too.
Yeah, unfortunately wasn't able to find it, but you have to say GDG are looking really on form at this point. Is something to take into account. They really look like the team to beat right now. So the fact they managed to take a game, the fact that they didn't get completely rolled over, you know, it does leave some optimism ultimately for LGD. And we've only seen that one series. So you have one series against a pretty tough opponent. You're now playing V5. It's not the full V5 roster. Obviously, Rookie's not there. XLB and Karsa have switched out. But obviously, Karsa is the starting jungler we typically saw in spring. So this could be a chance for LGD to find an upset. And it's against one of these teams you expect to be at the top end of the table. So a chance to get a point on the board and steal it away, where otherwise you could have seen them have, you know, a trickier starting schedule. After this, they'll play against the likes of AL, OMG, two teams that are definitely within their wheelhouse. So, you know, there's opportunity here for LGD, but we need to be convinced.
Yeah, absolutely. The convincing aspect of it is so important. That's where I want to kind of nitpick a little bit of the matchups throughout this one as well. And we'll start by focusing on one of my favorite players in Shadow at LGD, but as well as XLB coming in that matchup and how it's going to kind of pan out for both these teams, because that's a huge shift. First of all, for V5, right? You're already missing Rookie in the mid lane. Now you're going to change things up a little bit. See how the synergy between XLB will be with Dream in the mid lane. I think that's going to be really important. But as well, on Shadow's side for me, XLB's kind of trying to come in on your turf, bro. You gotta set some boundaries here or something, because I feel like it's super important for Shadow himself, always, you know, in the main conversation with LGD as, you know, a core pillar for them, to show up here in Summer Split, where we've seen some lackluster performances in the past.
Yeah, and I think mid jungle is just broken in general because of the fact that, you know, if you win the mid jungle 2v2, you can spread that control around the map. It's not as broken as before the durability changes, right? Because you can't set up those 4-stack dives as easily in the side lanes, but it is still so relevant in controlling the map and dictating the map. So this is a chance where V5, different mid jungle, not the traditional one we see. Shadow has been the strength for LGD. I want to see them come in and look to prioritize a strong mid jungle matchup and then try and execute on that and look to find advantages there. If they manage to do so, they can look to punish the bot lane. If Photic and PP God look to over push, which they've sometimes had the tendency to do before, you can then collapse onto them. That could be the game plan going into this one, but really does depend how the draft will pan out.
It absolutely does. And I think I do want to hone in on that bottom lane as well as talking about the jungle and the kind of shake-up that will potentially happen there with XLB coming in. But I do want to highlight, right, we do have Photic and PP God on the other side of Asim and Jinzhao. No slouches to good competition and no slouches to being some of the best players in the league itself, right? Photic himself coming off of first team All-Pro in spring. And it's going to be a tough test for the bottom lane of LGD, especially if we do get into those late-game positions where ADCs are going to be integral.
I think ultimately for V5, everyone knew Rookie was going to be stellar on this roster in spring. The question was the other pieces. Like, Rookie Karsa sound like a pretty good duo. PP God definitely had the moments. Photic had been, you know, okay, but not exactly amazing. Rich was the big question mark. People saw him come in and thought this guy was not really going to be able to offer anything after his tenure in the LPL. But I think this whole roster impressed. It wasn't just the Rookie show, and now is the time to prove that talent does lie elsewhere. Now, we are going to the ban phase. Interesting enough, LGD opting to ban the Lucian on the blue side, so Aston clearly not feeling confident enough to pick that one up for as a first pick. We do see the Fiora and the Jax banned away, so V5 heavily targeting those picks that could potentially be counter picks in the top lane. We'll see what they go for the third. There is still that Wukong available who is often banned. There is also Callista, Senna. These picks often banned in the early rotations, left open and on the table.
I feel like there's a lot of picks that are going to be open. That gets me really excited for this first game of the series to see what we get. Oh, Asim getting some respect from V5 there. Getting the Draven band out from him as well. So Talia instantly locked in for LGD.
Yeah, so it's a flex pick, and obviously that's some of the value of it. But here's one of the things, is because V5 banned essentially 2 counter pick top laners and the Draven, which is a target ban, a lot of the picks, as you said, that we normally see taken away are left open. And since they're on red side, sure, they give it the Talia, but they can take that Wukong in response. They can even look towards the Callista if they want to the center. They have their choice on those really strong AD carries. Because so much is open, they have a lot to choose here. And technically, this Wukong is also flex. We have seen the Wukong Senna played in the bot lane, so still that ability to go for that if they so want to. But now, LGD to answer. May well see the Viego to match this Wukong if they want to reveal the Talia flex. But for now, it looks like they're going to pick up the other end of that AD carry trade that we talked about being so powerful.
It's the comfort, right? And this is exactly what I wanted to see for LGD, for Asim, is to get some of that comfort under his belt. Get the Callista, who we've seen, he's already been on it a couple times in his first series as well. So I like to see that for LGD. They also picked up the Nautilus with it. A lot of engage there for Jin Zhao to have a steady hand and control of the bottom lane itself. But Tom Kench does get locked in for V5, and that V5 draft is looking terrifying at this point, as they do also ban away the Swain.
Yeah, and the Tom makes a lot of sense. I feel like with Senna, you can pair so many things, but when they're playing this aggressive bot lane, having that safety net that Tom Kench goes a long way. Now, in the second set of bans, you can see for the Swain, V5 are still very much aware this Talia could be flexed. But I feel like if you're going to play that AP jungler, you would need an AD mid. Be interested to see what Yeji would bring out in that situation. But for now, Swain taking off the cards. LGD ban away the Kale, concerned about the potential counter pick. See if they opt to ban, they could go for the GP as well as something that Rich could potentially take either fourth pick or as that final counter pick. But ultimately, probably going to see the mid come out on 4 for V5, depending on what's left open though.
And it is the Sejuani towards the top. We've been seeing it float around the top side a decent amount there as well. Speaking of the top side, though, as we're going to be getting to the next picks and bans, I'm really excited to see Rich in this summer split, right? And V5 coming off a win already, but Rich himself coming off an incredible spring split here. I'm really excited as he's going to be whipping out the GP this time around, and that's going to be a fun one to keep an eye out on, Alex.
Yeah, so GP makes a lot of sense. So many top laners banned away. I mean, I say so many, but mainly it's the fact that the Gwen and the Kayle are, so feel uncomfortable to take this one. I'd be interested to see if Finis opts to take something to try and counter, and he actually goes for the Renekton, interestingly enough. So something that, I mean, in theory could actually be flex mid as well. They do kind of need an AD mid if they're going to put that Talia in the jungle. But opting away from that, it seems, and going for the Azir. So AP mid jungle does mean your mid jungle is a bit weaker, very easy to itemize against that. And also Talia, Azir, not the strongest combo, but Shadow does have side lanes he can play around. There's obviously the CC setup bot, there's the CC setup in the top lane, although the oranges might make it a bit difficult to land that. But this composition for LGD, I feel like really needs to find some momentum in this game where they're going to struggle. And V5, they commit to a strong mid jungle. The LeBlanc, Wukong, LeBlanc, a tricky matchup at times for the Azir to deal with, can definitely close the gap on him. It's hard to use your Empress Divide against her because she is such a trickster. And they have a lot of scaling elements with that Senna, with that GP in the top lane. So I think V5 more than happy with what happened in this draft phase. LGD, they need to come out the gate strong.
Yeah, they really do, and that's where I'm exactly putting my pinpoint on Shadow, on this Talia, because I think the pick itself is very interesting, right? Immediately grabbing it there on blue side as the first pickup for them and feeling confident in that fact. Well, we need to see some of that confidence here, and I'm looking at Shadow to really represent that. I think on the other side, though, right, you're talking about the scaling, a little bit of comfort in that aspect as well, but I'm very, very excited to see XLB on the Wukong, this jungler who in the LPL, Wukong has been so ridiculous in just the way that he can play the game, the way that it fits the LPL playstyle as well. And so that's definitely what I'm looking at early on. I still think you have to talk a little bit about the solo lanes, though, and looking at what we have. I know you were mentioning the LeBlanc versus the Azir and some matchups in that aspect of it, but I do want to go back towards this top side and look at Fearless versus Rich, because we did get a Renekton in here, which we didn't really highlight too much, but I find it as maybe not the greatest pick, but it could work out for, Fearless on the top side this time.
I love how optimistic you are.
I am. I
Maybe
like
not
the crocodilian, okay? Because it's fun to say.
Maybe not the greatest pick isn't what I would say. So, I mean, one of the things is Renekton was already struggling prior to the durability change, just because the way he'd been nerfed, the way the itemization changes had hit him when we saw Sterak's and Gordrink had changed. So he wasn't in the greatest spot. And then we got the durability changes, and his whole job of being able to like burst someone out became so much harder, and he really suffered, and to the point that he actually got hotfixed in 12.10 because he suffered so heavily after the durability changes. Like, setting up those dives, one of the things Renekton could be so good at, stacking the wave, stunning, allowing things like Talia, Nidalee to follow up, just isn't as effective now with the towers being so strong. So he was hotfix buffed. He should be able to apply some pressure to Rich in the laning phase, but ultimately, as long as Rich isn't getting like bodied in this matchup, he's going to be completely fine just scaling.
Yeah, exactly. I think I want to go back to that, right? I was foreshadowing to it a little bit, but we got to talk about Rich himself, right? Like,
I see what we did there.
yeah,
Foreshadowing.
exactly. We're gonna be puns all night, baby, puns all night. But Rich himself, right? Like coming off a banging spring split here, it's really one of these moments where like it's terrifying because Rich himself has shown that he can show out against some of the best talent.
No, Mazel, stop.
got?
We got to
What you
focus on what's on the screen. We're getting a human swap.
We are getting human swaps.
Yeah, they put Fairness in the mid lane. The LeBlanc, you actually can get prior against her because you can just walk in the wave, pop your Q and stuff. And also the LeBlanc, you should just be able to outstain a lot of her early poke. Might be tricky later. But going for the Azir in the top lane, so having that range matchup to apply pressure. And, we also get flashes trade in the bot lane. Jin Zhao, he has Hex Flash. He's fine making this trade with the Senna, and they are going so hard level 1 in this matchup.
And that's what you need to do. That's what we wanted. You got to get a little bit of that aggression under your belt here, and Assam doing just that with some of those Rens. Jin Zhao himself having some great engages there, has the Hex Flash back up, goes right back in for the engages, and PP God having some trouble staying alive down here as the Ren does come out, sub 200 health, but XLB on his way to provide some pressure relief.
Yeah, I mean, they're going so aggressive. This just gives you a window.
Oh, no, they're stepping
such
forward
good
at the worst time.
timing.
Do they get PP God, though? Who's going to get first blood? It is going to go to PP God. As, oh, my goodness, it turns around completely. And that is a huge one as both the bottom laners for LGD will bite the dust in V5 up 2-1.
Yeah, double kill for XLB Massive. And actually, if you look at the wave state, they go wave on the side of LGD, so Photic should be able to manage this one quite effectively. Assam going to lose so much in this situation, and it does look like we have a little bit of a bug with the scoreboard. You can see 0 CS across the board. Not quite the actual case, but Assam will be missing out a decent amount
Look at
of
this,
farm
though.
and
Mid
experience
lane.
there. Oh.
Okay, he gets the little slice and dice out for Fearless, but this is what I want to see from XLB. You're on the Wukong. You got to be aggressive in these kinds of moments and not let LGD get anywhere, really. We'll look at a replay of that last fight, though, and the couple 3 kills, I guess, that went down in our first trade.
Yeah, I mean, Aston took so much damage in the earlier trades trying to find these opportunities. XLB, perfect timing to come for this gank. Instead of clearing up towards his top side, alters it because he sees how aggressive LGD's bot lane is being. And, it's such an easy cleanup for him. 2 kills in the bag, massive reward. But now they're looking for a dive. Risky business.
This is a bit risky. You were talking about not looking for the dives early. Well, Jin Zhao might have realized that a little bit too late. Nice little knockback from Shadow. Will save the day here. Force V5 to back off, but that was a close one.
Yeah, the TP coming in from Dream kind of forces him away, but honestly, I think LGD fans could be happy that the TP came in because very much potential for that dive to go wrong just with how much damage the towers do, and the fact that Jin Zhao was probably going to be the one who takes aggro, and he was level 2, would have quickly been DPS down by that tower. Do you see Shadow trying to find something in the bot lane? He may just be trying to help them crash the wave in, but ultimately Photic and PP God playing it pretty safe. There's a cannon on the side of LGD, so they don't really have any reason to push up in this lane.
Waiting and baiting, trying to get a little bit of fishing going on here for Shadow. Jin Zhao forces the X Flash into it. The knockback actually connects. The CC is there, but PP God's got some great health here. Assam with the re-engage. Oh my god, they actually get him. It's a trade back. Photic gets his own kill afterwards. Photic might get another one. Photic is getting in some trouble here, though. Fearness is on his way down. The root does connect onto Shadow, but Photic is sticking around. He needs to be careful. The knockback comes through as well. Photic is all left out and all dead as he will fall to Fearness. He picks up his first kill of the game, and LGD tie it up.
This is what I'm talking about with the LPL, right? These other regions have seen slower gameplay. We get none of that, and LGD committing so heavily. Durability who they know that the bot lane needs to go favorably for LGD's 2v2. The fact that there was that early gang from XLB means they are heavily investing here. And ultimately, PP God ends up thinking, I'm probably safe here. Gets caught by the seismic shove. The CC gets layered a bit. And then it's just the burst damage that comes through. Great health was used a little bit early. I think that is one of my criticisms. But then he's left alone. Assam does take a ton of damage, but Photic, when you have the Renekton roaming down, remember that LeBlanc did have to TP earlier. So wasn't in the lane to defend. And I mean, yeah, there's just nothing Photic can do here.
Right on the edge of that seismic shove. Oh my goodness, it was so close. But we will still see LGD strike back onto a Dream in some trouble in the mid lane. Not having the greatest time against said Crocodilian, but XLB and Rich combine powers to try and take down Fearless here. He does use the slice and dice. XLB getting very low. Shadow's here now as well. The chain flashed away by Fearless. Nothing gonna come of it, just a couple summoner spells.
You see that early power for the Renekton though, just able to pretty much burst out XLB after already having used that ult to zone away Dream from a big wave. And you can see the switch up, putting the Renekton in the mid lane, having that early prio, having that stronger mid jungle.
Nick shove. There we go. Look, LGD is combining yet again. Slice and dice in. Fearless gets another kill for himself. PP God gets out with the abyssal dive, but LGD are striking strong here.
I mean, they've put Yeji in the top lane, so he's just farming up. 20 CS lead at the moment, although Rich should be able to pick up some of that farm.
but he
And
even
this
looked
bot
up
side of the
there.
map is so strong in these skirmishes. The point and click CC of the Renekton combined with the Talia, the Nautilus being able to set it up as well. And Shadow is finding these seismic shoves. 0-0-3 so far. Pretty high kill participation. They're going to be able to translate that into a dragon as well. It's a positive start. I said LGD needed to hit the ground running, and that is what they've been doing so far.
They have indeed, as the first dragon will also go to Shadow and Co. And it's really, right now, for me, what's sticking out the most is the human swap, as you said. And the fact that we do get to see such a big advantage gained by Fearless in this mid lane now against Dream. And they are utilizing that pressure, right? I think that is such an integral part to this game so far early on, is how quickly we're seeing the teams collapse, right? We were seeing V5 attempt stuff in mid lane to try it while LGD was pushing in there. But continuing to see LGD respond in kind is what we want to continue seeing, actually, from LGD themselves.
That's the hope, and it's all about continuing that momentum. They have prio mid, they have prio top, have prio on the bot lane. Just keep that momentum going, and they are going to be setting up for this Herald now. They don't bring the bot lane up, but they have 3 members there already, and they should be gone before XLB is anywhere close. So another objective secured, and one that can translate into a big amount of gold in favor of whoever they want it for.
I want to check back in on these this jungle matchup so far, because we've seen both junglers really trading blows. It feels like we're in a little bit of a boxing match here, as XLB was able to find some responses early on. He has definitely been hovering down this bot side a lot, and we can see that both teams really have a lot of focus and stock in this bottom lane, as he's going to come down here now to help out Fodak and PP God, just in case Shadow is around. As you do see, though, LGD are quick to pull the trigger on team plays, and here they come.
Oh, the
Weaver's
wall.
wall is available. Shadow can get the engage. They've already gotten the Glacial Augment as well. Fearless, they're not even going to use it. Okay, there's the Weaver's wall to come in and cut off the exit, and they are stuck. Fodak has to flash. They've already lost PP God, and Fodak will die as well. That's a double kill for Assam.
So well played coming out from LGD there. The wall from Shadow waits to make sure there's the perfect opportunity, and importantly, he makes sure that it's going to be used while the engages come onto PP God. PP God not going to be able to use that W to get over it. Fodak does flash at the end. The Crocodile is there to shut him down, and then they throw the Herald down bot. All that gold for the Callista. Just perfect play, in all honesty. And I think that's the thing, is that we talked about before, durability change, going for those 4-man dives in the bot lane is more difficult, but when Fodak and PP God are overextended like that, really ends up being vulnerable. And I have to question XLB. Perhaps
Oh my
less
goodness.
Really.
Rish's in some trouble up here against G. I was about to say, G is just a G. He literally was been covering 2 lanes up here. Like, he was in mid lane taking the farm while they were making the play bot. He was able to respond in time against Rich. We'll take a look at that play, but at this point, I know I was just talking about top lane, but PP God and Fodak had to be scratching their head saying, why are there 4 people in my lane at all times?
But you have to expect this, right? And I feel like, you know, they had the support to crush the wave. Either XLB left too early or V5 overstayed, the bot lane overstayed. But either way, they didn't have any right to be there, especially when you know Renekton's roaming down. And it was clear that the fact that XLB was there showed they knew it was a potential vulnerability, and yet they still end up getting caught out. More kills towards Assam, and Assam is going to be so far ahead of this Senna now. Super powerful, and the team could just continue to play around Assam on this Callista. Look to potentially pick up some plates. It's still only just coming up to 11 minutes. There is time to get some plates on this top tower as well if they want to.
This is the LPL, baby. 11 minutes in. We got a 3K gold lead for LGD. We got 9 kills on the board. Nowhere else I feel like you get the craziness that we get here, but this is why we love it. And look at the amount of difference, I guess, that we
Okay,
get.
like, I know it's a fasting center. But when you have the Tom and the Senna, like both on the bottom of the gold at like 3.2k, and Assam, he's okay. It's not quite. I'm not gonna exaggerate, but he is like closed in on having double both of their gold, right? I don't think he'll hit it at this point, but it's kind of crazy. He's already completed his mythic. Venus on the Renekton as well, doing a fantastic job. Has the Gore Drinker, and again, this is when the Renekton is going to be strong in these sort of early mid skirmishes. That is where he really has the prowess before he starts to fall off. So. Oh, XLB will dodge away, but you can see Jinzhao and Shadow working together as this unit, looking for these opportunities, and they may look top once more.
They just feel unlocked at this point. You're perfectly fine sticking Yaji in a side lane and keeping him there. Dream has nothing to say now. He's not going to be this threat coming out of mid lane because he is stuck dealing with the side lane now as well. And that means that LGD, with the strength that they have, can just keep pushing up the pressure. But XLB up here to relent a little bit on that. Maybe see if they can pick something up. That is where V5 have found some of their successes, are when LGD overextend or go a little bit aggressive on their trades, as Jin Zhao will circle around here. Shadow not able to land the seismic shove there, but there's the Dawning Shadow across. XLB getting a lot of his health bar chunked out. There's Cannon Barrage too. They're using everything here. They want to catch that LGD, but Assam, he finally dies. XLB gets the kill here. Root does connect. Fearness coming in with the Dominus, but not going to find anything there. Backs off. V5 strike back.
And you see how different it is when Fairness isn't initially there, and they also have the support of XLB. The support of Rich's ultimate allows them to turn things around. Rich also takes that window to use the Demolish, get a plate mid. So, you know, you're just saying it was a 3,000 gold lead, 1,000 off that clawed back by V5, and importantly enough, Assam the one who ends up getting shut down. So LGD losing some momentum here. And you can see the play, right? Jin Zhao spots the Wukong and knows, okay, maybe we don't want to go for this. But V5 feel confident. The root connects. Jin Zhao does interrupt the follow-up from PP God. Then he's caught in the mix. And then as soon as the ult is used to save him, the Wukong shifts onto Assam. And a Divine Sundra being finished for the Monkey, really doing so much damage.
3-0 now for XLB as well. Really a driving force in this game. But the thing is, we said it from the draft, it's a scaling aspect for V5. You're waiting until that later part of the game. And yes, early advantages are very nice, but you got to make sure to stay in the game long enough to really see your win condition come to fruition there, as Shadow does not want that to happen. He himself not getting any kills so far, but a facilitator for the rest of the team sitting at 0-0-5. LTD will be starting up the next dragon to be the second dragon of the game for them.
And I think it's really important that they are looking to stack these dragons, get them on the board so you can have an earlier soul win condition. Fortunately, it is going to be a Cloud Soul. I feel like they would have, any other soul would have been preferred in this situation. A lot of people have slammed on Cloud Soul. I think there's definitely times where it's really powerful. But here, LGD wants something with a lot of combat power that's going to be able to help them out. You know, Cloud Soul movement speed, not exactly that useful on the Callista, who obviously it's more about your tier of boots in terms of your dash distance. So, you know, not the ideal circumstance for LGD, but they will look to continue that early momentum. And something to be said, as much as we talk about the scaling elements of V5, Gangplank is down in this matchup against the Azir. The Azir, of course, something that will scale up to be really relevant. And the Senna being behind can end up putting you in an uncomfortable position. You know, you can fall behind in terms of levels in the mid game. Quite frequently happens. I've seen games so far this split where fasting Senna can be, you know, 3 levels down in the enemy AD carry if the enemy AD carry has an early lead. It's always going to be down in gold because you are fasting. And as a result, it can take a long time before you really feel relevant in a game.
And as another result, it also means you don't really have priority to make decisions on the Rift. And that means LGD have that priority, which you've seen in the objective control they've been able to accomplish in this game so far, I think. And you see V5 as well, realize the position they're in. They're kind of trading off here, trying to go for the bottom lane tower. The Shadow's looking top, and Rich as well is in some trouble here. He does use the Cannon Barrage, gets out, nicely done. It's a rock thrown to his face there, but is able to survive and tail the tail for another day. Meanwhile, V5 did get the tower down bottom. They are potentially losing some pressure mid lane. They're still trying top lane here, as Rift Herald now going to be dropped. They're looking for the brick of the tower. Rich taking another pretty heavy trade against Fearness, but here comes Shadow as well. Rich, you're in some trouble here, buddy. You might be dead. And there's the smite coming out. Shadow gets the kill. The tower will fall as well.
Only so much you can do in that situation. Rich wasn't getting any assistance to help him out. The Herald even meaning that it clearing the wave wouldn't do anything. They had something to tank it up. And ultimately, you saw some of the difficulties that I was kind of talking about in draft with this Renekton to the air combo into the Gangplank. The fact that he can use the oranges to cleanse the stun and then walk out of the seismic shove, which is possibly a reason why they did end up going for this swap. Not going to be able to find as much pressure on that top lane matchup, but ultimately they do get the dive in the end. They do get the tower. With V5 trading back, they're still quite comfortable in this game. 2,500 is about the lead. That isn't too much of a problem considering how rough things were looking at times in the early game.
Exactly. I think you'll be fine. The biggest worry for me right now is that dragon stacking. Again, you were talking about the Cloud Soul. Still think it's important for the squad as well for a lot of the engages, right? You hit the Reaver's Wall, things like that. But the fact of the matter is, right, it's LGD with a lot of priority around the map, and it's V5 trying to pick up the pieces where they can. I still want to highlight XLB because he's been, the brightest point so far in this specific game for V5, and it's going to need to continue to happen, right? He's going to need to look for these flanks, these angles. Rich himself also has a lot to say as the GP is going to be stacking up, but you see, it's going to take a little bit of time here, and LGD, while are still on a clock, need to look for those plays, need to look for those picks that they have been able to find so far.
And this is when things get a bit trickier and you really are tested as a team. I feel like a lot of teams in the LPL can find those early leads. What you do with them from here, that is the big question. And importantly enough, they use that Herald. In the top lane, they don't have it to crack the mid-tier 1, but they're putting a lot of effort into trying to make it happen here and now.
They do get the outer towers, so that'll be all outer towers taken by LGD. Use the tower there as well to keep some pressure up in the mid lane while they all reset seemingly, and that'll mean we have a little bit more time as the resets come out for the dragon that'll be spawning in a minute's time. That would be sole point for LGD. V5, if they want to hold off, they still have some time to fight back against that soul stacking, but you would want to kind of put a wrench at it here, all right? Extend that timer for 5 more minutes there, Alex.
Yeah, they're going to contest the vision. They can contest this, as you said. They don't need to. They can give it over. And honestly, I'm going to say at this game as well, you can even give over Soul, I think, in this matchup. Specifically Cloud Soul for LGD, I don't think it does that much. The main thing is it means Elder will be online quite early. But I think V5 will probably look to fight this. Maybe not this dragon, but at least to prevent the Soul. And they're all looking for Jinzhao here, but the chains won't connect. They have control of the area, and now it's on LGD to push in and try and contest.
They look to be catching out V5 here. Emperor's Divide available if G wants to pull the trigger on that one. A lot of engage tools for LGD, while V5 kind of have to hope for picks, hope for little catch-outs, maybe an Abyssal Dive here or there. But look at this. This is exactly what I wanted to see. XLB needs to get on the flanks. The Wukongs that we've seen, he's so terrifying. It needs to happen this game for V5. He's setting it up, but he will be on vision if he comes around the corner. That LGD playing it safe and sound, realizing they don't need to force anything here.
Yeah, and there's a great ward in the Raptor camp as well, so really no opportunity for XLB to find his way in without being spotted out. Does have the flash and a W though, so if the fight starts, can maybe join quick enough to go undetected. But you can see Shadow is trying to cover the flank here. Both top laners have joined and they have spotted him, so now full information. Mid-late wave has been pushed in, so V5 starting up the dragon.
Here comes Asum. 3,000 health on the dragon. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Dragon getting a little bit low. Will the dragon go down? It's taken by Asum. LGD get the soul point. The fight afterwards is going V5's way, though. Fate's call brings them out of harm's way, and they dip, dive, duck, and dodge. LGD, get out.
Yeah, don't opt to go for the fight. They do have a decent amount of strength to try and spike the Callisto big, but don't want to risk it. They got the objective they want. They back away. Jinzhao has the Callisto to keep him safe, and they end up getting exactly what they want. 3 dragons in the bag now. 4.5 minutes until that soul fight, and V5 we're trying to find a window, but ultimately it's a rough smite from both sides. The Q, and then the smite comes in from Shadow, and it's Asum who finishes off.
Fearness. Well, you blink and you'll miss it. Fearness is gone.
Yeah, so I think what V5 have been doing good this game is how they've played around side lanes. Often when LGD were trying to group up mid and force that tower, or trying to make plays in the top lane, Dream was pushing sides, picking up the tower himself, has now just stacked here with Rich and being able to pick up the kill there. The problem is, Yeji just isn't stopping and has managed to take this tier 2, a big influx of gold for the Azir, so ends up getting punished by LGD. And I think that's the main thing that's been positive for LGD. Whenever V5 have tried to make something happen, LGD even sure they've got something in return.
Yeah, we see in the picture down there, Fearless opting into that trade, not expecting the TP from Dream. But Dream's always got his teammates' backs. See that trade go down. V5 were able to secure a little bit for themselves. But now, we were talking about LGD being on a bit of a timer. I want to see if V5 can really turn it up here at some point, right? We're past the 20-minute mark. We're down a little bit in farm, but I still feel like you've been able to be stable across the board. And I really want to see, the reason why they were so confident in picking this Senatom Kench, the scaling aspect of that come to fruition here as they try to press up this mid tower.
Yeah, and it's difficult to defend, especially with barrels like that. Triforce and Collective finish for Rich, and he does so much damage to Shadow, and kind of flexing some of the muscles that will come online for V5 later on. Now, yeah, G's going to defend top, and XLB is leaning in the area, but he should just be able to pick up this wave safely. 2 minutes 45 on that Dragon. We'll have to see what V5 can do to try and mitigate this. Again, I've hit on it plenty of times this game. I don't feel like the Dragon is too significant, the soul itself, but the fight absolutely will be. If a team wins a fight at this point, both of them have a ton of DPS, can easily translate that into a Baron if they have enough members alive after it. So could be a pivotal point in this game.
Can I just say, though, like a novelty fact for me is that we've literally had, G just take the place of a top laner in this game. We've literally barely seen him on our screen. He got an Emperor's Divide earlier. Like, in the team fights, it'll be really important. But it's just so funny to me to always see these, like, very squishy, assassin-based mid laners in the side lane not being a center focus anymore in the meta, or at least in this game, rather. And I do love to see it. It's just a little fun fact to me.
Yeah, and I think one thing to be said is that with all the grouping LGD has done, G's actually fallen behind in farm. Remember, he came out of lane with this CS lead, so this gangplank being able to get massive. We did just see in the picture-in-picture, Shadow got his flash burn by Rich, so Rich really making a lot happen in that regard. And
they're going for the engage. The TP's coming in as well. The Devourer came out already. Photic is safe. Now on the back, though, Dream tries to go in. Rich gets blocked off by the Weaver's wall there. Nicely done. LGD still trying to chase them down. Fate's call came out. Dreadblind connected there, but they've gotten flanked by Dream. They had to back off. Dawning Shadow comes across. Decent amount of damage across the board. Rich chasing down Fearness on the side. LGD need to get out, but XLB goes straight in. He gets obliterated for it, though. Now PP God gets on the engage, but can't do it. Photic gets taken out by Asim. PP God is all by himself in the backline of LGD. Fearness is trying to take a 1v2 and survives. PP God left out to dry, and you'll be having some fried catfish tonight. Fearness picks up the kill. LGD come out on top again.
And V5 felt like with the ultimate from the GP and the Senna, this would be enough. This would be enough damage for them to follow up and make the plays, but they overcommit. XLB steps too far. LGD answer. Now they're looking for the Baron. Remember, jungle not available, but the Callista Ren should make it easy to secure. But Rich is looking to play interruption. Dream TPing in as well.
This could be it. You got the flanks. You got a little bit of damage. Yeah, G very, very low. He goes golden. He gets faded a little bit. The cannon. Oh my God, the barrels. The barrels! Dream is taking him out. V5. Okay, Asim at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Asim's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich. It is catastrophe for LGD.
That gangplank damage was insane, and that's why it's so scary in this situation. The GP and the LeBlanc, two pretty rough champions to try and do a Baron against when you're on that low HP. LGD make the flip, and yes, they secure the objective, but they lose, I think, all the buffs. I think Shadow was the first to respawn, and I think everyone just ended up losing it, so they don't even get to keep the buff. The Dragon's gonna go over, and remember, objective bounties. You can see a tower picked up mid, a tower picked up top, and this Dragon picked up, so a ton of gold coming in. Oh, another objective bounty. Look at the gold.
It's
We've
all
just gone
evened
from
up.
that massive lead. They're 1,000 gold apart now.
Oh my goodness. And it all starts out looking so good for LGD. They pull the trigger on the TP. They get the cooldowns out. They have, a flank behind them after this chokehold fight, but they're able to come out of it even with all the utilizations of oldies from V5. And then they overstep. They get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, Rocks.
Yeah, and I mean, LGD get low, and XLP just oversteps, thinking he can find that kill. So hard to engage onto the likes of this Azir and Clistas. They can make so much space. PP God does get that kill onto Shadow, which obviously does make a bit of difference. Would have liked to have that smite here, but here he actually knows that the sigil comes in, it'll kill him. So he stopwatches with that barrel chain. look at the damage on the Astum. Jinjar gets taken out, but you've chunked the Kalista now. They know if they lose the Baron as well, it's doomed, but we don't get to look at the replay.
We don't. Dream goes in on the side, almost gets taken out. Cannon Barrage has been utilized by Rich, though. V5 need to get out of there as stacks are building. Rich and XLB on the side here with the barrels, not going to connect. The tower comes out from Yaji. LGD do make it out alive. Close call, though.
And the thing is, though, you know, it's still a minor goal lead for LGD, but I am starting to get really concerned. Rich is hitting critical mass. We've seen how strong he is right now. We also have... sorry, you know how it shows the items?
Yeah,
because
it showed it in
swapped
top
Yeji
side.
and Fairness. It looked like Fairness had built a demonic embrace, and I was like, huh. But no, it's Yeji's finished that one. But going back to my point, Rich, 3 items, super strong, and he's going to keep getting stronger in this game. He is being such a problem in these fights. And Fairness looks like he's just trying to 1v1 with XLB here, but ultimately the fact that Rich turns up means you have to just get away from the situation.
Yeah, the armor shred and the damage coming up, the chase down potential. Also, you know, doesn't hurt to have the collector for Rich to clean up some crocodilians there. Big picks from V5. And that's kind of been the story of the take here for V5, right? We've been seeing consistently they were getting shoved around, maybe bullied a little bit by LGD in the early parts of the game, but it was consistent that they were finding picks. The side lane picks, especially, were huge for V5, and we're seeing those picks continue here, even into the scaling aspects.
And I think, though, what is scary is the fact that at this point, think of Photic. He's so low on gold, but the value he gets is from souls. So if you're even in terms of gold at the top of the screen, I think V5 are happy with that. If it feels like they are ahead as a result, and you can see Photic doing a decent amount of damage there. Still 2 minutes until that potential Cloud Soul, but I don't think it drastically changes the state of team fights. And V5 feeling more confident, pushing up, constantly threatening on these flanks. And LGD are just being corralled in, having to play defensive in these situations. It feels like the game has gone out of control, and the question is going to be how they can regain it.
That's such a cool progression, though. It feels like we're watching an anime arc unfold in front of us, right? V5 were getting pushed around the rift, not having confidence in place. Now they're the ones that are pressing up into the enemy jungle, trying to look for picks, and it's just that adaptation to your win conditions here. And they're going to keep pushing this side lane until LGD can respond to them.
Yep, keep applying that pressure. We see that LGD went for, you know, some deeper vision in the top side of the map, but realistically, the dragon is spawning sooner. You'd think they'd want to lean that side, and now V5 applying some pressure. Yeji is going to be able to defend. They're going to get control of this bot side jungle here, and it's going to make it very difficult for Shadow to push in and try and contest vision to contest this dragon. It's one of these situations where V5 is so far from a soul, it's not really a problem if LGD don't get it. But still, just it delays their potential soul for even longer. Now they have grouped up at 5 to push in. Resets come in from V5 to get some new wards, and that does mean there's a potential window to contest some of that dragon vision. But it looks like Shadow is more concerned about the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the resets coming out from V5 just to make sure they're all strengthened up for this fight. As you had said earlier, though, I mean, if worse comes to worse, they could give up the soul. It's not that big of a deal, but we're in the LPL. We don't do that, all right? That's not in our
I mean, the
vocabulary.
game's on a clock. I feel like you can't be waiting too much, ultimately. Photic feeling super confident with the Tom there.
I love this setup, though, as well. They're trying to get this priority of mid lane. Dream almost gets engaged on there. That was so close. Fearness getting the Scuttle Crab, setting up the vision here, but now he's got 2 members on him. Cannon Barrage in mid lane. V5 pulled the trigger here. Fate's Call has to be used, but Asim, he's going straight to the enemy team here. He has to back away. Fate's Call just go out defensively, and LGD have to back away, probably giving up this dragon here.
Yeah, the health bars are too low, and looks like they might just have to give this one. Again, it doesn't really change things. It's not like this Cloud Dragon's going to suddenly make V5 super strong, but there is a timer on this game. LGD ideally would want to already have Soul now and be trying to flip at Elder, and if they get that, they can win the game. But as time goes on, it's going to get harder and harder. Rich is closing in on level 18, and having that Infinity Edge at 4-item GP is going to do so much work in this game. And it goes without saying, Renekton really not as much of a threat at this point of the game. Kalista has peaked already in this one. I don't think you win that Fairness. I would not go for it.
You don't think so, huh? That parlay did like a lot of damage. I like a lot of damage, but they're TB. They're trying to play Rich as Fearness himself has been played against multiple times. Yeah, G might have gotten overextended here, though. Uses Emperor's Divide, but Fearness can't really do anything. Yeah, G
no.
flashes straight to the rest of the team. Oh, no. And tragedy continues to strike for LGD, but they want to turn it around. They get the engage on a PP guy. Dawning Shadow comes across, though. XLP on the side, Rich there as well. You got to watch those barrels. Doesn't connect the first one there as XLP on the side fighting with Fearness. Looks like V5 choose to back away from this one. LGD survive another day.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they don't have the damage, especially with Yeji, the best scaling element going down. Have to back away, and they wanted to make the play onto Rich, wanted to find that window. They do get his flash at least, but Yeji just caught between a rock and a hard place. And yeah, we'll get a replay of that one. You can see the parlay, especially with that low doms, doing a fair bit of damage to Fearness, but he knows he has the backup coming in. But if you look at the map, the prior has been achieved by the bot lane. XLB is already there. The bot lane's there to follow. The dash gets interrupted by Yeji, so he can't connect the ult onto Rich, and then the backup from the rest of the team comes.
Yeah, it just feels so bad, right? Like, I don't think you're getting out of that one either way. Hey, but the, flash right into the face of two enemy members walking down your way doesn't feel good for Yaji. See if LGD can pull it off, though, as they've grouped up. They've gotten an engage. They're getting Yaji over here.
My God.
But they're in trouble. The scaling aspect might just have come to online here for V5 because they do not do damage. LGD have to back away. Now the barrels are coming in, and the doom is reigned for LGD. V5 actually putting up a little bit of a struggle here against the rest of LGD. Asum and Yaji able to put some decent damage back. The Devour comes out, and now it's BP God that gets taken out. Shadow's still alive over here. LGD are TPing in, and the carousel keeps on turning. Fearness is there, but he's getting chunked now as V5 and the rest of the team are trying to get out of this one. It's a flash. It's Fearness going forward. It's Stream potentially going down here. Yaji dies to Phoenix somehow, and there goes Dream down to the dust with LGD taking him out.
What a chaotic fight. Honestly, looked like it was going in favor of V5, but then we see LGD find the turnaround, the TP coming in from Fearness, and now they're committing onto this Baron. Note, XLB does not have Smite available.
We saw this happen last time. Did not go LGD's favor. There's one barrel to the face.
Oh my lord,
and
GP
Fearness is
damage.
already out. Shadow gets chunked by Rich's parlay as well. Rich is a beast right now, and LGD can't tame him.
Yeah, Rich is having the most fun in this game. In question mark things coming out from LGD. I get how I feel as well. But Rich is having the most fun in this game. Jinja goes to this engage, quickly realizes that he will take a ton of damage, and then we see the follow-up start to come in. And I kind of just want to highlight Rich's play here. The first barrel chain ends up connecting. Look at that damage coming out. Massive there. We get the longer engage, and XLB, he ends up getting chunked out, uses the stopwatch to buy time, and it's PP God sacrificing his life to save him, never leaving a man behind. But watch Rich here, okay? So he stacks up the barrel, and then he autos the barrel into parlay to basically do 80% of Yeji's health. Absolutely disgusting damage.
He chased him down. I was wondering how he got him. It was a flash over the wall chasing into Yeji. And honestly, at this point, we're just going to keep fighting because Dream has now been caught out by LGD, which gives them the priority. Oh, Yaji gets about half his health taken out to try and do Baron.
Oh my
they
lord,
can't
this
do it. Dude, Rich is literally just playing a retro arcade game at this point, watching the numbers pop up on his screen.
You know, rookie not on this roster, Rich just said, I need to be him. I need to be the 1v9 machine, and he is doing it right now this game. LGD, you can't do this.
They can't do it. The TP is available to come in, but they can't get it. Oh my god, the damage there. XLB, he gets obliterated. Rich gets Fearness, though. XLB makes it out for just a little bit longer. Emperor's Divide from Yaji changes the fight, though. XLB is the only one left for V5. He's going to be able to survive a little bit longer, but that was a triple kill for Asum.
Yeji comes in huge with the TP flank, gets the shuffle in. Asum with the cleanup now. LGD have Callista Rend, and they should have Smite available for Shadow. I can't see if it's up and available, but they will play Interruption on XLB. Yeah, the Smite was there. The Rend is to follow. No real chance to steal. LGD getting a massive reward on that one. If you can see the picture. Dream just caught sleeping. Fantastic pick from Shadow, and now LGD, it's later than they like, but they should be able to pick up the soul as well.
And that's a huge series of events for LGD, going from getting the Baron to now getting the soul. And setting out potentially for this Elder Dragon fight in 6 minutes. That's a long time, though. That'd be a 40-plus minute game if we get to that point. But LGD, again, we were talking about V5 finding picks all game long, but that pick on Dream was gigantic, colossal, any of those words you want to choose, because that means LGD felt confident to take the fight afterwards. Yeah, G, get with the TP behind, backing off with sub like 1,000 health and coming in at the last moment with that huge Emperor's Divide. This is the kind of stuff that makes LGD scary.
Yeah, and they're still fishing for these opportunities. Asam's level 16, 2 levels up on Photic. Photic's still looking to catch up. Now, there is a good amount of wave clear, especially if Rich pairs up with them. But for now, they're just holding off the siege from LGD. Rich is pushing the side, and LGD want to see what they can do with this Baron. They should be able to take this tier 2 quite comfortably. The big question is, can they start to crack the base towers? Oh my lord!
Oh, Photic, you have no health bar anymore. The Weaver's Wall, and then the smite to kill him. He just gave his life. Shadow just gave up everything for the kill of the Photic. Yeah, G gets killed by the Cannon Barrage as well. And now V5 might find some more picks under the tower. Asum is trying his darndest here. Look at the kiting XLB. He has to get devoured there. Asum trying to get away, trying to actually take this play though. Can he get it? He's chasing him down, but XLB does have the GA. Asum realizes with the TP he needs to get out of there. Himself having the GA available. The Abyssal Dive coming forward. Rich, they need to catch out Asum. He's 8-3 here. This would be a big shutdown for Rich, who is already ridiculously fed.
The timing there from Rich. He doesn't miss. And ultimately, Asum doing so much work there, buying so much time. The kiting was flawless, but the engage came in for V5. LGD overstepping, Shadow going too deep, and now the Baron is gone. The gold is even. And the LGD have lost their advantage. We see Photic. Look at this damage from the Talia, by the way. And then he goes in, and PP God is trying to be ready to gobble him, but the smite catches him off guard. They do turn it around quickly with the base from Dream, and then it just ends up getting so chaotic. Yeji killed by the Collector there from the GP with the ultimate. And yeah, it's manic, but something to bear in mind is Rich got that shutdown on Asum. He is full build right now. Level 18. Gangplank is insanely strong, and we can kind of hone in the next two objectives. Baron is in 3 minutes, but the more important one is that Elder is going to be coming up about the same time, and whoever has control of the area will make such a big difference. If you're walking into barrels, LeBlanc poke, Wukong flank, it is going to be a hard time for LGD. And although they have the soul, the extra movement speed, they are now down in gold. But to be honest, gold isn't really the major factor here as people are approaching their full builds.
They are, and that's what the biggest factor is. 3 minutes till the Elder Dragon. That is a game-winning objective, but also what could be game-winning is a quick pick onto one of the members of either of these teams, honestly, at this point, because we are in an official banger, almost 39 minutes in. We've got 37 kills to boot, and it is just a tight filter against both these teams, waiting for the next big thing to pop off, right? Like, we still have a long time until the next objective comes up, so what's really going to happen here is somebody getting picked out or an engage getting kicked off, Fox.
Yeah, a lot of burst on the Yeji, but with that demonic embrace, he does have a fair amount of HP. So Dream doesn't find the chain on the back end, can't connect. Remember, Dream doesn't quite have a Rabadon's finished yet. Still waiting for that last item, but it is getting very scary. One misstep, there is so much burst in this game. Even with the durability changes, still a lot of burst. I think it's kind of showing why it was needed, but anyone mispositioning will just be caught out and potentially pop. Now, Photic level 15 has gone for the support item, the Ward Stone, that gives extra percentage AD essentially, so can work quite well with Senna, who obviously gets so much free AD from the souls. I'd love to be able to see how many souls Photic is on right now. Should presumably quite a lot, and with that rapid fire in inventory, the range is really significant.
I think that's the important part here. It's like thinking of
162.
I was about to say at the beginning of the game we did pan out, right? This is V5 scaling option here. This is what they wanted when they came through with this draft. And those souls are starting to get real scary. Even if Photic does get, shredded like a piece of paper, is sometimes, if he can find that range, if he can find those pickoffs, that's what's huge with the center pick in general. We'll see V5 pushing in this top side. They'll get a tier 2 tower as well for themselves.
Yeah, so using that opportunity to get the tower, some extra gold, not going to be complained about. But now Rich looking towards the mid lane. Those crits are big. The LGD doing everything they can to get control of the mid lane. They want to move into the dragon area and make sure they have vision. It's a minute until the Elder, both teams posturing. It could all just come down to this.
It could. The engage comes out for Jin Jiao. You got the TP coming in now as well. If the rest of LGD want to take the fight. Dream goes in with a huge trade on Asim. The shield bow is gone now. PP God has to back away himself, though, because he doesn't have a health bar. And FIFA, it's just so close. It's just everybody trading blows, but nobody going down.
Importantly enough, Asim can heal up off the wave, and it is still LGD who have control of the area. They're going to push up mid to try and get the inhibitor. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. I feel like, you know, the inhibitor is not going to do too much for you right now. You want control off the neutral objectives. They aren't even going to get the inhibitor now. Potentially going to get caught out. Both got so much range.
Speed is the name of the game. The Abyssal Dive coming in. The Cannon Barrage as well. Dream on the backside here. But LGD might want to just go back forward. The Emperor's Divide gets 3 backwards. And Asim, that's huge. Rich is gone, but now Photic is in the backline, free hitting. He's literally at full health this entire time. The rest of LGD really can't put up with it as Photic is helping take the rest of the team. Dream is buying time by kiting, and V5 are chasing them down. Shadow tries to get the elimination there on the rest of V5, but they can't do it. Elder Dragon is on the board here for V5, but I don't know if they have the confidence.
Yeah, there's going to be some sustain for the center, and Dream is going to recall and TP back in. They need to stop Shadow from getting a smite here. 4v2, he shouldn't be able to get close.
So tense. Oh, they're going to back off. I was hoping for something close, but it will be Elder Dragon secured for V5 after a heck of a fight, even after they lost Rich.
And I think with that, they can head straight over to the Baron and look to take that one as well. With both objectives, pushing should be a breeze. And importantly enough, with this composition, Photic has such long range, they can get damage onto the towers. Some shorter range comps can struggle to siege. V5 should be able to do it. This Baron will be theirs. And I just have to question LGD going for the mid inhib. Not the play.
It was not the play indeed. Didn't get it. Now they lose 2 major objectives. 2 minutes left on the Elder Dragon buff, 3 minutes on the Baron buff, and V5 have everything they could have asked for. As we look into that fight, it's a good call from Rich to start off with the Cannon Barrage, and they just chase them down.
Yeah, I mean, they overstep. They finally get Shadow and Fairness joining in, and it's a big shuffle from Yeji that actually does result in the GP going down. But as you said, Photic free hitting, that huge range coming in and paying dividends. This is the late game scaling they were looking for from the center finally hit. It took a while, but at this point, unless someone gets on top of you, you just outrange every champion in this game right now, and it's such a pain to deal with.
It is indeed. You're seeing the pain unfold right in front of you. Another tower will go down. 4v5. They have officially tied up the tower game here. And it's still going to be huge, as well as the fact that, you know, they have found themselves in the driver's seat right when their composition is coming online. We're 40, I guess not right when it's coming online, but when it's coming online, because we're 43 and a half minutes in. With this Baron buff as well, it's going to be so much easier to put the siege down. We'll check in on their side lanes, though, and it looks like you're going to have to back off because of the setup.
I said they'll be able to siege. Honestly, it feels like the wave clear from LGD is just so severe. It's so difficult with the Azir there. And they obviously don't really want to go for a dive in this situation. V5 aren't going to relent, though, but it's 40 seconds on the Elder. Once the Elder is gone, that does open up a bit more room for LGD contest to fight, but really they just want to clear waves for now. And you see how quickly even these melee minions are getting shredded through. Photic does get a couple of autos onto the tower, though, so it is losing health, but not nearly enough. They have a minute 20 on the Baron, but the Elder gone soon.
It is indeed. That's that fighting power that LGD will be happy to be gone with and done dealing with, at least until the next iteration of the Elder Dragon. If we get there, we get 2 Elder Dragons here. I don't know. I'm scratching my head a little bit. We do have V5 coming to the bot lane here, trying to push down this next inhib tower, and it looks like they will have the pressure to do so. They might even just get the engage after. They still have some time. Okay, Elder Dragon just fell off as well as the fight starting off. They already got the GA here of XLB. The Cannon Barrage used as well. A lot of cooldowns, but you still got to watch the barrels. And Jin Jiao gets a ton of health taken out. They still have the Baron for 40 seconds here. They're looking at another inhib tower. Weaver's Wall comes out, though, from Shadow to do some damage here on the exit. They do get the tower, though, itself, and that's the important objective. What about getting out, though? PP God gets Seismic shoved backwards. The rest of V5 there to help them out, and Dream going with the kiting and the damage there. You're kind of stuck there, buddy. But they do pull out the Shuriva Tower. Not going to find anything. Dream is still being such a menace here, and V5 can continue sieging.
Yeah, they should be able to get this inhibitor if they want to. LGD doing everything they can to defend, but it's so difficult. That big stacked wave bot allowing them to crack the base. And I think V5 happy if they can get 2 inhibs here. The cannon should...
Oh, so
the Baron
close.
times out. I don't think he gets the inhib.
No! Okay, all right. Well, I will say I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed right now, Ox. I thought this was the LPL. You see those small health bars on an inhib, you go for it, right?
Man,
you go
45
for it.
minutes is a different beast. At
That's
this
what I
point of
was
the
gonna say.
game,
I'm memeing.
everyone is so scared. There's so much burst flying around. It really puts you in an awkward position. Everyone is liable just to get completely blown up. We see Photic actually going for the GA to round out his build here, so a bit of extra safety. But at this point, it's like so easy just to pop someone. And I'm going to say, right, certain champions are enjoying this a lot more than others. Fitness Lerecton definitely feeling like he's peaked long ago, peaked in high school, I guess we could say. Whereas Photic, he is living his best life right now with all those stacks that have come in. I will say Yeji's build, not the biggest fan, because he's lacking a Void Staff and a Rabadons at this point of the game. Obviously, we'll have to forego one of them unless he switches to Night Him Out.
Ox.
And he has opted to be the one to apply the grievous wounds. But yeah, I feel like
Ox,
V5
I
are
got
in a fine
news.
position here.
We have
me with
the
it.
utmost honor. We have the utmost pleasure to display to you the longest game of the summer split so far, as we have
Yeah, but it's week
crested.
2.
Hey, you know what? We're gonna take the dubs that we get, all right? Because we're past
You know
the
what?
46-34 mark.
I casted one of the previous longest
You
games of
did.
the split. Day 1 was the longest
You
game.
did.
It was the shortest game of the split.
No
which I happily
way.
Cast. Yeah, crazy that, man.
That's crazy. That's
game one of the split
results-based
was both-
analysis.
That is results-based analysis. This is a long one, though. It's a proper battle. It's the gold lead. I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. It's irrelevant. But we do see LGD looking to close out those final builds. But look how hard it is for them to try and leave the base here. V5 keeping them trapped in. I think we got to... I'm not sure quite what the soul count is on Senna now. I'm assuming it's surpassed 200 at this point. The range, like 800 plus on your normal autos, the rapid-fire autos, kind of ridiculous. So... yeah, it's hard. It is hard for LGD at this point. You don't pick Renekton and hope that the game goes to... you don't pick Callista and hope that the game goes to 47 minutes, but here we are.
Here we are, baby. But in all actuality, that scaling is gonna be fun. The thing is, though, and you were talking about it earlier, right? Everybody's so scared because even in a durability patch, when everybody's on full items, people just cease to exist sometimes. And one catch out means an almost minute death timer, means that your team is without you. Let's see what LGD can pull off here as they've used the Weaver's Wall aggressively, but can't find an engage. Dream Weighty
Look at
does a
XLB.
chunk of damage against Fearness there. Big dredge life, but
Living
XLB
Age?
on the side with the Emperor's Divide doesn't mean much, though. You have to watch Photic. Photic is still free firing on the side. He has scaled to infinity, but you cannot turn your face away from LGD's damage. Yaji will be really tough to deal with. Assam will be really tough to deal with, and both teams realize the stake of things here and back off of a fight 48.5 minutes in.
And look at the damage at the bottom of the screen. Both teams doing over 10k in that short fight, but it's LGD who managed to secure the kill. PP got us down. I'm
They're
going to be honest.
TPing. They're
I don't think he's
TPing.
the biggest concern, but TP coming in, they're looking to find a new angle.
They're caught out. LGD know this is the Alamo at this point. This is where they have to make their stand. Jin Zhao doesn't have a health bar. This is going to be so tough when V5 are coming in full guns blazing.
They need Yeji.
They're
They
going
need
to
Yeji.
TP Yeji here. They have the Emperor's Divide coming up very shortly, but they don't have it just yet. It is a scary tussle. Fearness is on the side. Dream has found a flank. We got chaos all over. Fearness not going to pull the trigger to go over the wall. He goes down. Emperor's Divide. It misses everybody. And LGD, they've actually turned into dust as the rest of V5 are trying to take them out. Photic is still untouched. Photic, the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022, picks up a double kill, and V5 clean house on LGD.
It's gonna go over 50 minutes, but V5 are gonna put an end to the game, and it was a double kill for Rich, a double kill for Photic. Those scaling elements coming in clutch, and Yeji tries for the hero play, but it's flashed away from by the enemy Senna. And a heartbreaker for LGD, a chance to take the game of the team who were first in the regular season off spring, but they can't stick the landing. And V5 It's a battle. It's a fight. It is a long-fought adventure, but they managed to close out that game 1.
That was an adventure. That was like Lord of the Rings in 3 parts, like 12 hours long right
That was
there.
the extended edition.
That was incredible stuff, but so stressful for every single one of these players. The fact that V5 are able to take them out, Fodic was untouched in almost every single one of those last fights that led to the game-deciding moments. And LGD, that, as you said, it is a heartbreaker. They had so much control in that game. The Talia for Shadow was actually looking pretty cracked. But in the end, it's all about team cohesion. Dream himself. I know we highlighted this player at the beginning and some issues not having Rookie in the mid lane, but he performed to a T on the LeBlanc. The background fights, the flanks that they were trying to pull off was huge in this one.
I mean, you gotta give so much credit for LGD, because despite the fact that, you know, the Dragon Soul wasn't the best one for them, the scaling elements of the enemy team, they kept this competitive until the end. Even getting that initial kill on the Elder fight before V5 got one, but V5, they had the scaling elements, and it just felt like they understood their role in the team fights. Rich had a fantastic game throughout. Photic, there was that time where he got completely chunked mid, and then from then on, he was like, okay, I'm not, I'm just gonna max range. But he hit critical mass, and that's the thing with the Senna, is that, like, you have this early game that it's not as strong as Callisto, don't get me wrong, but the Senna Tom is quite hard to push out of the lane. The mid game can be a bit rough, because you're down in gold, you're down in levels, but when you hit this point of the game, everyone's full build, you know, everyone's catching up in terms of experience, but you have the range, like 800 range autos without rapid fire. If you're not on top of him, you're just not winning the fight, it feels like. And Yeji, I just want to, you know, so many times trying to find those hero emperor divides, and he nearly did at the end, but just not quite able to make it.
It was so close. But I will say, like, in that moment, that's huge heads up from V5 to force that play, right? Like, they saw the ball getting out in front of LGD, them not able to kind of catch up to it, and they just took it and ran with it. Yeah, I mean, that gold graph is pretty incredible. I like the little island
the gold graph,
but the damage.
But also the damage as well. I mean, you know, some of these numbers are like the numbers we see from, like, the main carries, the high deep damage carries in a normal game, but the fact that, like, everyone apart from the supports is above 20k, Rich almost 60,000, but Shadow as well, this Talia. This is kind of why you've seen this pick be so relevant, because you do have the early skirmishing powers, you can burst people out, the control from your E, your ability to pick, but also just the DPS in those later fights is massive. Wasn't I quite able to finish off the void stuff, but this is kind of why a lot of times when you look at LGD, you're looking at Shadow.
Yeah, and I do want to go back to the point I was talking about a little bit, though, because LGD were kind of caught unstable there in that last little bit. We had that crazy fight in front of the dragon, but the Elder Dragon was up. Both teams realized, like, the fight needs to continue here. LGD got stuck a little bit in front of the pit there, while the rest of V5 were positioning behind, right? They had that huge TP flank all the way in the LGD blue side or red side jungle. And I think LGD, right, if they had set up in a different way, that fight goes a lot differently, but they were caught. I mean, Jin Jiao, I said, had like a third of his health left before that fight even kicked off, and that's huge heads-up play from V5 to realize they've got them reeling. Let's go ahead and punch down one more time and end the game. It was a huge game one. I know that's exactly how I want to start off. We got bangers on bangers through the LPL. We got more of this series to come as well. We'll see if LGD can bounce back and force us to 3 games on the other side of this break.
Yeah, today's series was better, but AL did put up a fight. I do think AL looks like a respectable team now, but, you know, Rob, since you were on that game, how did it feel? How did it feel casting? How did it feel watching it? What do you think of LNG?
Rough. Rough. Like, watching it, it's just like, you know what? I'm kind of like, oh, you know, LNG, they're doing the right things. They've got, like, Doom Beyond Clear, he's roaming all over the place. It kind of looks all right. And then you just kind of see them collapse in the mid game, where no one really seems to want to be on the same page as to what they're going to do. Like, Ala gets caught out. They had, like, the opportunity to kind of go for some of these team fights. The team fighting has been a bit hit or miss, especially when you're looking at, like, the fact that they used to play split push, now trying to see if they can go for the the team fighting style, it's definitely taken a bit of growing room and teething pains first. So I don't know. I haven't fully convinced, especially when they're going up against relatively weaker opponents. They should have been able to smash these games, but they really didn't.
I do gotta say though, I love
I
the Kled
actually-
Sejuani. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. Kled Sejuani, super
Yeah,
pod.
yeah, yeah. I
was
thought it was really good into Swain because it's so easy to set up ganks on them early. You have the healing reduction from the Kled. I do think because like Swain's best scenario is when you're into a bunch of short range champions. So I feel like that's kind of where things got a bit messy. There was that team fight they lost because like, you know, when everyone's up close to you, Swain really thrives there. You had to like put him behind the lane, which they did. But my favorite moment was the bot lane fight for the inhibitor tower when you saw the Swain ult, like you saw Forge, it was timing out. Because, you know, you get the red bar under the
Yeah.
health bar. I'm like, oh, it's about to go. And he's running up. I'm like, please come back. And then LNG, okay, and they just run into him. And you just see the ult extend. And then he gets like this Zhonya's with the ult on where he like heals to full. And I'm just like, do they know what that bar underneath does? Do they know how... It was so mind-blowing to me. But other than those like moments where they really helped the Swain out, I think game one was pretty good. But again, this is a weaker team. And even if LNG continue to win... The last two splits, they literally went like 7-0.
Yep.
And then just flopped. So, like, even if they keep winning, I still would not hold my breath on this team.
I don't think they'll get to the set. They've got like... Oh, actually, yeah. They got top esports at week 4. So I feel like that's going to be their first one. But even then, if they like somehow... Look, top esports aren't exactly most convincing. Let's be realistic. So, I mean, if they manage to eke it out against top esports, I mean, it's anyone's legend to just be TT, OMG, LGD, IG, and then it's like week 5 before we get them against JDG. So they just seem to keep like getting these really easy roads into LPL where everyone builds up false hope and then it all comes crashing down.
The sunlight we dim shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, and my core there's a war. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong. A traitor don't wish on anyone, but there's life under these roots. Something more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key. You could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The end of the world.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Way waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wait, waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it French fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch.
Welcome back to the beautiful Shanghai as we do get to continue our LPL summer split. It is a super day in week number 2, our first of the summer split, and our first series of this super day is LGD versus V5. I'm SL, joined by Ox yet again, and what a 50-minute game we had.
That was something. That was something.
But it was an absolutely fun one to have. V5 did come out on top themselves, and it is none other than Rich who receives the MVP.
I feel like he was living up to his namesake in this one, living his best life on the GP. The damage was pretty nuts, and some of those barrel combos really stellar, and it kind of felt like LGD realized he was such a pertinent issue, they had to try and focus him down in those later fights, but even then, still able to get so much value on this pick. Yeah, late game GP is something else.
Just a little bit. I highlighted it when we first saw it in the draft. I was like, Rich got the GP. That's going to be fun to watch. And was it fun? Like I said, he was playing like an arcade, like a retro arcade game in this one, just watching the numbers hit thousands as he's just bopping people. But it was a pretty contested match itself, and it was not an easy affair to come out with a win for V5.
And there's moments like this, that the timing to come get him as soon as he comes out of GA leaves no counterplay. I feel like as well, one of the things is that LGD were actually doing a pretty good job of respecting the barrels and trying to shoot them down as soon as they were placed, which meant Rich had to work harder to try and find the windows to get those combos, but he really showed proficiency on this champion. Just a stellar game from him. Photic as well, when he hit the scaling, was obviously a beast. And I do want to give an honorable mention to Assam on this Callista. If LGD had won that game for sure, I feel like he would have been MVP, because he was really so effective in those team fights, finding those windows, finding those opportunities to kite, create space, and cause issues for V5. Unfortunately, late game Callista just doesn't hit the same.
I thought he was going to have a triple kill there in that little exchange where he was kiting with like 200 health left and he was somehow surviving forever. But that's what I was saying when we were coming into the draft, wanting to see comfort for this guy, wanting to see something that Asif can really perform on. And I think we saw that, at least in the beginning of the game for LGD. But that's where it comes into question. How do you even approach this next game, right? Like V5 are going to be on blue side for this one. And really LGD felt like they got a lot of things they were searching for, reaching for in that first game, but they've got to come back to the drawing board here. They've got to go with something that can put up with the late game potential that V5 is obviously so comfortable with rocking.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. You know, I feel like the Talia worked well, obviously, for them, but, you know, they're quite committed to this early aggressive composition, and they did make it work, don't get me wrong, but perhaps had like it's so difficult. So you don't plan to go 50 minutes in the game. I have to
That's
say
not
though,
in the
points in
game plan,
mid-game-
Ox. Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Like,
I feel like the draft wasn't necessarily the major thing though. It's kind of those mid to late decisions that kind of cost them that allowed V5 to get to that point in the game. The soul was unlucky, but you can't really do anything about that. And if you go to the next game, just like, well, let's hope we get a better soul. It's not really a response. Ultimately, on red side here, they should have more for window to pick up some more power picks, especially if V5 bans similarly. Wukong first pick has been a pretty pertinent thing. And I have to say, XLB had a really good game, but it didn't feel like that was like too much of a major issue for LGD to deal with. It definitely felt
I don't know about that
so-
one. Those flanks were kind of dirty. I know he
You know,
he
like
started off with a 3-0, and I think that was super important for him to have some say in the game. But it was more so the brain I saw behind XLB. I think that stood out to me the most, right? It was always being there to respond to Shadow, even if it didn't go positively for V5. Like always there to respond, looking for those flanks. They were getting double pincer maneuver flanks going every single time with Dream almost, and I think that is super important to keep an eye out as we continue to watch this player grow, right? And as we get into the draft.
But I'll say like the Wukong was definitely like a solid pick, and XLB had a good game, right? And it was very hard to pin down, very hard to kill. I'm not going to discredit any of that, but the Wukong's not the reason they lost. And I feel like if it goes over, I'm not going to be concerned about it. The question really for LGD is like, well, how are they going to approach this next game? Are they going to try and index into an early aggressive comp once again? Are they going to try and lean into the later stage of the game? V5 end up going for, similarly, very much targeted bans. The Fiora and the Jax once again, the Azir to deny away from Yeji, who did swap it up to deal with the Gangplank. And in response, LGD are going to ban the Lucian and the Gwen once again, but go for the Talia instead. Not comfortable leaving that one open. That means we will get the Wukong once more for XLB, really powerful pick. And the question is going to be, what will LGD take? Will they deny the Senna? Or will they look in a different direction? There is the Draven for Asum as a potential option. There is still the Kalista open. There is the Ari if they want to pursue that, although I feel like probably better on a third pick so it can't be countered.
Yeah.
But they are going to match in the jungle with Viego first and foremost.
So I do like this for Shadow himself. I think the Talia, obviously he showed out on it to some extent last game, but this feels much more down the alley of the Shadow composition, especially how he wants to approach the game. The Viego also itself has a lot of power in the team fights, especially off the resets. We will see the Nautilus, though, taken again from LGD this time. Again.
Yeah. So there's two sides to this. I'm not really a fan of the Nautilus here. There's Blind Naut coming out. But I kind of feel like they're in a position where they don't really want to commit more to their composition, so they'll just take it. But then V5 are like, well, sure, we'll just take the same first three picks we did last game. Picking the Nautilus means that they're comfortable to go for the Tahm Kench Senna, because Tahm Kench is so effective against Nautilus. If you ult in the late game, can just gobble up. And now this is why I kind of expected the AD carry pick to fall to 3, so you know what you're dealing with. They're going for an aggressive pick with this Draven, so kind of similar in that regard to the bot lane they had last game, but Asum on that signature pick of his that he's going to be able to try and find some headway. Now LGD I feel like are in a, they have the counter pick potentially that they can use in the top lane, and they also have the potential mid lane on 4 picks. So V5 might be like troubled for bans, because obviously Kale is something they could want to eliminate, but Ari as well is open and available. And if LGD ban Lissandra, I feel like Ari will definitely have to be banned by V5.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Draven aspect though here. I will say, that is still something I've always looked out for, especially coming into this series for Asum, is getting the comfort. I do love to see the Draven coming through for him, but we've had some Dravens, Ox, and, sometimes it doesn't go the greatest, but we'll see if this one can actually pull it out against the Senna Tahm Kench that we saw V5 pilot to such greatness last game as well. We'll see what were you saying?
We've had 2 Draven games so far with the Winged Draven. Well, I remember the Winged Draven where he got a ton of stacks then died, and the Jackie Love game where he never got enough stacks, so he just perma kept dying. Bear in mind, stacks, they changed this on patch 12.10b. They hot fixed it, so Draven stacks are worth 2.5 gold each. So even more, so it's even more important that you get those stacks in. Now, can be super volatile as a result. LGD do end up banning the Sander, which forces the Ari ban for V5. And now looking towards the Swain, which is a pretty strong pick and was banned second rotation by V5.
I was hoping. I'm still hoping for it. Okay,
Really?
we're getting the Vygar here. I was really hoping. We saw the Swain ban in that first game by V5, leaving it open this time. I was like, oh, yeah, Yaji's going to pick that one up. But is the Vygar? I think that's another interesting conundrum here coming into LGD's composition game 2.
Yeah, I will agree that it's a conundrum. Blind Veigar. Well, one of the negative aspects of it is that you're not going to be really easily able to contest mid prior into most matchups. Dream undoubtedly is going to be able to find a favorable mid jungle 2v2, so bit of an interesting one there.
Oh my
we do
God.
see the Kale blind come out for Rich. A lot of top laners banned away, makes him feel comfortable to go for that, but I'm hoping Fairness has a response. And Dream, I wouldn't go for the Silas. You're playing into a Veigar. Playing a melee champion to that does not sound like the best idea. But
Why
let's see
does
what he
it
ends
feel-
up going for.
Why does it feel like,
Oriana's
again,
fine.
V5 are just getting everything they wanted? It felt that way in game number 1 as well, even on the red side over there, that they got a lot of the pieces that they, had originally wanted in their draft setups. And this time around on the blue side, feels a lot of the same. Or we get a lot of the same, because we have 3 of the same picks from last game, but the other picks fit right into the wheelhouse that V5 are looking to pilot.
Yeah, I feel like V5 are pretty comfortable here. They're like mid jungle, they're gonna have Prio in. Wukong Oriana is so threatening in team fights, especially if you have the Kale on top. Imagine an invincible Wukong with an Oriana shockwave on top, and also the Kale AoE damage as well. Pretty threatening. There's a lot of safety tools for the backline of V5, and obviously the dive potential of Wukong. And then for LGD, they're not going to have mid prio. They have the Jason to Kale matchup, which obviously gives prio early and should be able to find pressure. But my big concern is that Jace is so far away from the bot lane. I would have liked them to go for a more scaling element top, which is I guess hard into Kale, but then have a mid laner who can contest prio and move down to play for your Draven. Because at the end of the day, V5's composition is going to outscale, but also if Draven falls behind, I think the game's just over for LGD. I think if Draven gets shut down or loses all his stacks, it is doomed. So, let's see what happens. Definitely can see some enemy team walk into a Veigar cage, though. There's always a window for that to happen.
There's always a window, man. That's the beautiful thing about it. But I want to go ahead and nitpick some of these compositions. I know we were talking for LGD, wanting to see something to contend with the late game possibilities that V5 have been going for in this series itself. And, they get the Vygar. And that's something you can work towards itself. I find it, you already said that it was an interesting pick coming into this one. But I still think that, they're definitely opting into a little bit of that skirmishing early. They're definitely looking to get out ahead, kind of like what they did in last game as well. And that's going to be a tough test against V5, who we've already seen can take the pressure early on, come into the late game fights, not even really need all those lead up objectives, and still come out on top with it because of their execution, because of their mechanics. And as we come onto the rip for the second time of the day, V5 one step away from starting their summer split 2-0. LGD, they want to just try to find purchase in summer. They want to try to get this to 3 games here against V5.
Yeah, and I think going back to that point with the Veigar, if you're playing a 50-minute game, pretty nice to be on a Veigar, I'll be honest. But, Botic is here.
The
Doesn't have a root,
slows,
though.
the slows are pretty good as Fearness getting chunked down. We'll just have to back off. Did give a one soul
Look
over
at
to
that.
Photic. No big.
60 gold thanks to the stacks and the support iron, but PP
Wait.
got in trouble now.
Wait, no, Assam with the Draven. Oh my God, they're gonna catch out PP God. First blood for Assam for LGD in game 2.
That's a good start. That is a good start. We see the invade top, 60 gold for Photic, and the soul, not nearly as impactful as getting that first blood onto the Draven. He won't have time to reset, importantly enough, so won't be able to end up getting himself a longsword to go into lane. But it's just overzealousness. If you're making that play on the top side, enemy team know you're weaker there. You should be backing away. You shouldn't be trying to contest, and it ends up being a pretty punishing mistake. So your first take for LGD, Draven's ahead. Let's see what they can do and see if they can keep the momentum. Obviously, didn't really have any stacks to cash in at that point.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a lead here for LGD. We did see them get a lead early on, though, last game and find a lot of pressure for themselves last game. So we'll keep an eye on that one and see how this bot lane kind of pans out. But I love that, Asam's getting the first blood, getting a little bit of credit down here, because I do think that if LGD are going to be successful, we saw last game, Assam is a huge part to that. His mechanics are nutty. You got to keep a lookout for those as we get into the team fights and get into the skirmishes here. But they do trade down pretty heavily in the bot lane.
Yeah, hard to trade against Senator with all the sustain coming through from them. We'll see who hits level 2 first, so it could be a critical point in this. And Shadow's actually gone for his red raptors into this blue side, so trying to be on the bot side and covering them, which is important. Remember, Asum Jinjao actually had shove early in the last game, and it was, I know this seems like so long ago, it was literally a 50-minute game, but that early gank from XLB given the double really set them behind, and you do not want that to happen here. So Shadow going to be moving up towards mid,
Oh,
will
he
be
got
spotted on that
spotted.
ward, but get some information himself. Dream should just be able to walk this one out.
Yeah, he's just going to take the long path, the scenic route through the bushes there, as they did spot out there for Shadow. Bot lane, though, Jin Zhao goes back in for the engage. The Nautilus been looking really good for the LGD bot lane. They trade down. They do need to get an advantage down here, and Shadow knows that to be true. They've got to get Asim ahead on this Draven. We do not want to see the Dravens we've seen in Summer Split thus far come out again for a third time.
And Shadow is really sacrificing his own jungle for the rest of his team. Look at XLB. He's now 2 camps ahead, 3 camps ahead because he just destroyed that scuttle. 24 CS to 12. Shadow will take the boss scuttle and be able to clear his camp, but it's very clear Shadow's done so much to try and make sure this Draven is safe at his own cost. But the problem is, you have this Jace who's pushing in the top lane. Fortunately, the ward will keep Fairness safe for now, but the wave is still in an uncomfortable position.
Do like the willingness for XLB to go up there, though, and I want to dive into XLB a little bit more here, because going into this one, we saw some good turnarounds last game itself, but XLB coming in here replacing Karsa for this series. I think that's a huge thing. That is showing something with V5, that they're willing to commit to XLB, to give stage time, to try to bring this roster together with Dream as well. And I find that always so fun to keep an eye on when teams are willing to kind of try things out together. We'll keep an eye on XLB and Dream, as on the opposite side of the jungle, Shadow's back down to this bottom side and looking again to try to get something onto Photic. Photic flashes from the dredge line and gets out.
Yeah, you can see the wave was pushing away from V5, so in an uncomfortable spot. XLB was heading over, but honestly, Photic, you didn't need to step up there and go for the ward. He clearly expected the enemy jungler might be there. That's where he went, but now flash down, a bit more of a vulnerability. The correct play, in my opinion, would have just been wait for your jungler. Yes, you might miss a little bit of CS, but at least you keep your summoners up. And now there's a position where, you know, an all-in from LGD before level 6, before that Tom Kench gobble for safety, could lead to that kill for Asim. He already has a Dirk in his inventory, so this Draven damage is going to be pretty big.
It is going to be pretty big. That kill helping out a little bit to get that.
Okay, that he just
going,
auto
but-
Photic and did like no damage. I think his axe might have timed out there.
Maybe, yeah. I think
I was like, wow, that
Yeah,
really was
perfect caster curve.
anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's perfect caster curves every single time. It is Shadow, though, himself on the top side of the map. Not going to be back down towards this bottom side with those resets coming out, but it's still going to be a lot calmer, I feel like, of an early game than we got last time around.
No
Not
way.
speaking of, Rich
Okay,
almost takes
okay.
a trade on a Fearless at the top side, but level 6
Yeah,
is coming across the board now soon, Ox.
The knockaway and the phase rush enough to get him out, but I saw the low mana on Finesse. I was like, there's no way you get solo killed by Kale pre-6. And he doesn't, so it's okay. But ultimately, Rich has had a fine time in the top lane. Go with the Ninja Tabi to mitigate some of that damage from the Jace. But like, if Finesse isn't winning this lane, you're just going to get outscaled. We've seen countless times how relevant this Kale can be in the later stages of the game. Particularly in a game like this, I feel like, oh, so you've seen Engage come in.
Oh, man, the cage comes out. Yeah, G has the flash. The thing I love about Kale is, as a play-by-play, it's really easy to know the power spike, because all I got to do is remember a few numbers, like the number 11 and then the number 16. See, as a play-by-play,
Yeah.
I can do that.
It ain't level 15. It ain't level 17.
It's right in the middle. It's like
There's
the
that one
holy
clear
hand
number.
grenade from Monty Python's Holy Grail. It's not 1, not 2, but 3. But it is really interesting to see coming into this one, as we do see a dragon going over to LGD, as has been, as they are the ones that have been getting the early objective focuses in this series so far.
Okay, second will be Ocean. We'll see what they end up getting in this one. Obviously, I said last game the Soul really did not do them any favors. They want a powerful dragon coming out here. They'd ideally want it to be Mountain or Infernal. I feel like Mountains... Oh, you see a bit of a hook come in, but no, it's going to be a heavy trade. Yeah, so Mountain Infernal, I think, would go a long way for LGD. I feel like Cloud is marginally better this game than the last one, but really not by much. And Shadow once more leaning down towards the boss side. XLB will find out his red is missing. But they are looking for a play, but the tower is there to keep them safe. And the big thing to note is flash being down for Photic was a relevant window to punish.
Abyssal Dive down there. They actually are continuing that fight, but topside got another trade going down. The Abyssal Dive not going to be enough to continue on to Shadow, so nothing else on the bottom side or the top side.
Shadow ends up flashing away, so that is burn in that situation. I like the punish for V5. But the big thing is they wanted to make something happen with the flash being down from Photic. Yeah, I mean, we'll see the flash.
Okay, yeah, so it was fun.
But ultimately, the ult is going to be available to PP God pretty shortly, and at that point, it becomes very hard to punish this lane. That's why LGD have been so focused on trying to punish this lack of summoner, but it hasn't come to fruition. And this is where things get a little bit tenuous, because Asim's going to continue stacking, and then it becomes a waiting game. When will he get that first cash in? As I said before, because of the durability changes, Draven was feeling a bit weaker, so they bumped up the stacks from 25 base to 40 base, which isn't that much, but also the stacks are gone from being worth 2 gold each to 2.5 gold each. So when you get them up to higher numbers, you can definitely get a lot more money out of a cash in.
Fearness and Shadow combining to take the first Rift Herald of the game. XLB here, though, with Rich as well. Not exactly the power spike you want. Bot lane, though, we're talking about power spikes and some damage back and forth between the supports. Both ADCs pumping them out, but nothing else going to come to it. We do have a bunch of bodies conjoining in the top side of the map, though. As Rift Herald does go down to V5, he will not get the eye here. He flashes for it with the Cyclone. XLB is on one, and Shadow takes it to the face.
No,
Yeji is dead to right, and that's a big double pickup for V5.
Oh, I mean, they get everything they want and more. They get the Herald, they get the kills. Shadow goes in way too deep, and then, you know, you have to be looking for the reset when you're playing this out on the Viego. Ideally, you want someone to get stunned by Yeji, you want them to get bursted by the Veigar, and then you get the reset out of that for the ult usage. That just wasn't going to work out. And bear in mind, Rich still had his ultimate available in that passage of play, so just very doomed for LGD. You can see Shadow has fallen behind in the jungle matchup thanks to all that time he spent below, and yeah, we'll get a bit of a replay of that heavy trading that came in bot. Jinzhao flashing over the
Early
root to try and
heal.
secure this.
A very preemptive heal there as well, but still not able to pull it out. This is huge, though. The fact that XLB gets it, also flashes over the baby cage onto the Cyclone and forces the hand of LGD there with the shockwave on top of it. That's the combo that you were alluding to a little bit of in the draft talks.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. And, you know, there's two sides to it. The good side is Aston got to cash in his stacks. I didn't get to see quite how many he did cash in, but a big influx of gold for this Draven. So bot lane, without really much intervention, is going pretty good for LGD. Problem is, mid-jungle, obviously, is falling behind off the back of that. But ultimately, the main thing I was concerned about was this Draven either being ahead, as he is now, or getting stomped into the ground. And so far, LGD's hope's still alive.
Still kicking here, as we'll see a trade between both junglers. XLB feeling very confident to continue this trading, as he does have priority in mid lane from Dream. Will not come to fruition here, though, as we have about a minute for another dragon fight here. Rich actually has been putting out some work on a Fearless on this matchup in topside, leading to now more than likely a 4v4 that we're going to have around this dragon pit.
Yeah, no TPs. Well, Rich's TP might actually be available for it, but no TP for Fairness. But you do see that, like, the sustained trading power off the Kale once she's past that level 6 is obviously a window Rich can use against the Jace. Jace is looking for those bursty trades, but struggling a bit in this 1v1 matchup, and it's only going to get worse as the game goes on. LGD being forced away, and this Veigar pick so far hasn't really been able to shine. V5 looking to get control over the Dragon area and try and deny LGD from stacking those Drakes at once more.
Shadow coming back down towards bot lane, though. That will be a re-engage by Jinzhao. Here comes Shadow as well. Can't connect the stun there. XLB is here to respond in kind. It will be a failed attempt there from LGD to find something on bot lane.
Yeah, trying to make something happen, but PP God does bin the flash, so there is that positive aspect. But the control is still there. The prio is still available in mid and bot, and V5 will just be able to pick up that dragon. Slow down the soul stacking from LGD and essentially buying them more time, which
Look at
is
this.
super
Predator.
favorable. Now there's the Predator gank.
Rich, you're doomed. You're doomed. He does die in the end. It'll be a pickup for LGD.
Yeah, and TP coming back in mid to try and defend the tower here.
Rift Herald spawned here by
Harold
XLB
coming
as
down,
well.
yeah.
Shadow is here too, so it's a 2v2 scuffle, but the Rift Herald get a couple plates here. As Fodic also comes up this way, they'll get the other plate. Not going to get the tower just yet, but a lot of gold given to the pockets of V5.
Super scary. That's the thing. Veigar leaves mid once, instantly punished. The plate had already been taken off the mid lane tower, but with the Herald, it's now so low, and losing mid tower early, definitely a painful one if that ends up going down. Don't even think they'll need a second Herald for that. Just a window where Veigar's not in lane. Luden's picked up for Dream, already got that mythic completed, and we do see Asum as well with the Kraken Slayer, so pretty solid in terms of the gold on that Draven.
Looking pretty good for Asum in this one, but I do want to zoom out a little bit. Since we have some time, talk about expectations for both these two teams, right? We gotta set
Expectations
the
within
table,
this game,
right?
or within the league?
Within the league, yes, we get the actually. Okay, we gotta let the director go a little bit more here because this is a pretty fun little iteration. Poor Rich is just doomed from the get-go. Didn't even need the baby cage from G there, but. In all actuality, right, you look at the spring performances of both these two teams. V5 themselves ending up at the top of the table, but not being able to secure anything really meaningful for themselves in the spring playoffs. LGD always looking for the growth, the development, trying to build up to something. And talking about building up to something, Fearness needs to build up to an escape as he does get away with the flash burn. But it's differing thought processes coming in for both these organizations coming into summer split as well, Ox.
I'm not sure what that ultimate was from Rich, is all I'm going to say on the subject. Yeah, I think for V5, they exceeded expectations in spring prior to the split. But then considering how dominant they were in the regular season, playoffs, not being able to beat out top esports, not even making the finals, a bit of a disappointment. Expectation is they'll go Worlds and maybe be a contender for the title, but XLB is looking for a fight here and now.
They can't get
We'll
him.
just ward Fairness off. And yeah, that is my expectation for V5. For LGD, you know, the only way is up. Realistically, and Asum has seemed to be a good addition. He will be rewarded with that first tower gold, so is Draven going to get even further ahead?
And I love to see the performances coming out from the likes of Asum, but as well as the rest of LGD. We're seeing that early prowess, at least in game number 1 of this series from Shadow as well, making sure that there's stuff happening for LGD, where a lot of the past it has felt like, you know, if one thing goes wrong early for LGD, nothing else goes right for them. Whereas in these, it feels like they're able to fight back, and no matter what, even in the deficits. Where in this second game of the series, it's a much different iteration of gameplay than we saw in the first game, where LGD were clear and ahead of, in the lead to dictate the pace of the game early on, especially the pre-20-minute mark. But here, it's very much tied down, and it's very much still in favor of V5, I feel like, because of the scaling aspect coming through.
Yeah, and we see Dream looking to get that tier 1 in the mid lane, not quite able to find it though, as we see Jinja trade flashes to try and punish. Look at the payer gold on the side. Draven is so far ahead. There will be a bit of an influx in return thanks to this tower being taken. Draven is in a really powerful position and should have built up a good amount of stacks again. That's the thing, you can just keep cashing in every time you find these opportunities to get kills. The more kills you get, the stronger you are. That kind of a recurring theme, and they will be secured in the second Herald.
The number, it's 11. Rich is at 11. I did it. It's 1 and 1.
I've been in Twitch chat a lot for Kale games in the LPL.
Oh no, I caster cursed him though. He hit level 11 and he dies to Asum all the way across.
From Asum. Oh, what a win. Now, they will lose that mid-tier 1. But going back to my point, there's always people in chat. They'll be doing the Pepe pointing at the clock, and they'll be like, 11 out of 16 right now. That's what we're on, 11 out of 16. And we're waiting for that 16 point. 11's whatever. I'm not really bothered. Level 16, that's what we're looking towards. But what I will say is Asum getting that cash in again has just recalled, finished the collector, and a cloak of agility.
There's 2 items.
Draven is going to be mighty problematic, and kind of see why it was banned in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the snipe down is what's huge across the map as well. Perfect timing from the team. But it is about the resource allocation. And for LGD, that is where exactly the goal needs to go. Now, we have a dragon spawning on to the Rift here, but we have a Rift Herald in the pocket of Shadow, and mid lane is looking to be the case for this one to be played. It will be dragon started up, though, by V5.
Yeah, and they kind of just zoned LGD away. That commitment to the top side play means LGD aren't able to approach now because LGD got that Fierce Dragon. It's a while away from Soul, and they're gonna look to focus instead of that stacking, instead of the focus on the late game. They're going for gold here and now, trying to get this tier 2.
And try to bring Asum over here, get this tower down. Don't think they'll be able to though, as V5 respond in kind with Dream and PP God. Got some pings towards mid lane though, as LGD now collapsing over this way. Rich gets away from the baby cage and the Everfrost, moves too quick, but the tower is now under some trouble against LGD. They realize they're not in a position. Feels like they're just taking a walk around the Rift here, Ox, just seeing what's available. It's like playing Jenga. It's like, oh, let's tap this block. Does this come out? No, not that one. All right, let's try this one. And just walking around the map.
They're not really getting too much, right? The play was to try and get that tier 2 top. Didn't really happen. And so as a result, slowed down a fair bit. Something I do want to note is Dream has been farming up a storm in this Orianna. 203 CS. Past that 10 CS per minute and a pretty big gap on anyone in the game. So this Orianna will be very relevant. And now Shadow potentially caught out.
He got the crop. At least. A decent amount of damage from Rich on the back end of it, though. Oh, XLB in some trouble, as the spinning axe is not going to be there into the fight because Asum took it away by PP God and Fodic coming to the fight. He did have an interesting position for Fearness way down in the enemy jungle, but not going to pull the trigger on a flank.
Yeah, ultimately pressure applied. Not able to find more though. And I'm just gonna be honest, I feel like Jace not the ideal flank target ultimately. Not exactly too threatening coming on the back line in this situation. And we see Rich going for the Lost Chapter. So people tend to go for Rift Maker on the Kale. We did have the Shy going for Crown of the Shattered Queen, and that was specifically into Jace as well. It was a heavy poke game, I remember. So people were like, it's just gonna get procced by the enemy team. Maybe the thought process is if it blocks the damage from one shock blast, then that's worth it. I'm not really sure I agree necessarily. You do also get some movement speed, I believe, in the mythic passive, so maybe that's a contributing factor. By the way, we'll see if it does end up being that Crown of the Shattered Queen, as we saw from the Shy. For now though, Jinja caught out.
He's in some trouble here, a decent amount of damage, but now Asum is right here. XLB goes over the wall, gets the kill into Jin Zhao, and V5 back away.
Yeah, easy pickup, but it feels like V5 in this mid game have really ramped up on the control of the map, trying to find these windows, make these opportunities happen, and just keep control of the area, stop anyone from coming close.
Ooh.
Do you see Rich chunked out though in this situation?
Decent amount of damage coming out from Fearness there. No big deal, right? But it is a nice little trade back, and LGD keeping the guard up. But Fearness in some trouble here. Fodic and Rich are chasing down XLB. Try to help out against Fearness, but they won't find anything just yet.
Feels like XLB is fearless, honestly, in this game. Just constantly fishing for these windows. Do you see Iggy moving down with the Predator, trying to make a pick, but it's a Wukong. Not really going to find too much there.
They're still chasing for it. Heartbreaker was used and the flash to chase down XLB. PP God's on the side over here. Big accelerated shock blast. Fearness goes in, but the Righteous Judgment immediately pulled. There we go with the damage he's going to follow. It's going to be from LGD. The Devour comes out. XLB, he flashes away. The depth charge, it's not enough. Can they get it? They can't. Oh my God, XLB. He gets out. He just broke the entirety of LGD's ankles.
Man, Wukong is so slippery, and you see on Prime display. In the meantime, while this is all going on, Dream is just farming the sides, and again, V5, excellent use of the side lanes. They win out in that extended play as a result. A big influx of gold for the Orianna as well. It will be the Crown of the Shattered Queen for the Kale, something we saw the Shy do, much to the dismay of the community. And yeah, I think ultimately Wukong's super slippery. They try to go for Rich, the ult thrown down. They look for Yeji here, but although XLB ends up overextending, the invisibility buying some time, the flash as well, and then it's the ult shield from the center that keeps him alive at the end. So really nice from Photic to bail out his jungler there.
First team All-Pro in spring for a reason. We will see PP God dragged out though, and Yaji gets his second kill of the game for LGD.
But it's not Asum, so there's stacks still available. I'm wondering how many we're sitting on now, but it has been a while since the last cash-in. I feel like that's been a recurring theme. You know, the other Dravens we're seeing, Jackie Love just permanently died, so we never had any stacks. We saw Wink die on a big chunk of stacks. Asum's been regularly cashing in, so a lot more reliable. but no doubt will have built up a decent amount. But now, posturing for the Dragon, second for LGD, third for V5 to secure it. LGD have control of the area, and face checking into this Jace poke into the cage. Very difficult to do, very hard to push into this area. So maybe V5 just opt to give this one up.
Like we got a lot of pings from V5 going towards this mid tower as the Dragon just disappears in front of our eyes from LGD. They'll need to get back and defend against this, though, as the cage comes out. No need for the CC just yet. Hex Flash over the wall, though. Jin Jiao wants it. He's getting chunked out here. Abyssal Dive comes out. PP God is going to devour Photic, and now they're turning around the fight, though, and it's still going in favor of V5. I don't think Awesome can get out of here. Flashes, but where's he flashing to?
No, he's trapped.
There's no way out. You're dead, son. And that's a kill going over to Rich. It's more going into the hands of V5.
And honestly, they can head to the Baron potentially. Feels like no flash, no ult from Shadow. Very hard for him to get into the pit. Just big mistakes coming out from LGD. They commit onto Photic. But remember, this team, this V5, has so many defensive tools. The Kale ult and the Gobble from the Tom Kench actually overlapped. So not ideal in that regard. But it still does not matter. They're able to do so. And now, this isn't Shadow. This is Fairness. Fairness is the only one with the possibility to steal. The Shock Blast a bit too early. Didn't have vision. And that will be Baron secured for V5. 5,000 gold lead when, as we said earlier, they are going to outscale. And we'll see that replay. And yeah, so they go for Photic. Squishy member. Good target. They know that Tom Kench isn't near, but aren't able to finish him out. The Kale keeps him alive with the flash and the Gobble. And then they start to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, Rich is like untouched to the top side. Like, that's the thing, is in these kinds of predicaments, it's really hard for LGD to call targets because there's so many difficult targets. Yeah, that was a little bit rough. We weren't gonna highlight that, all right, Hog? We're gonna walk over
I'm
away
there
from
to
that.
bring it up, but it's fine. You know, he's hyper fed. 283 CS right now. Dream is monster fed. Assam loses his stacks, and I think a big thing to note, thanks to Baron and the extra experience, Photic even in levels with Assam right now. Dream level 15 right now, so strong. I mean, we talk about the Senna, the Kale as these very late game spiking champions. Orianna really holds up well, so gonna be painful if a shockwave does connect onto any critical targets.
It is indeed. We've already seen some iterations of that here as Dream caught out. I don't know why he didn't go back under tower. Has to go golden now. Is going to be in the baby cage as well. Dodges out for the Everfrost. The shockwave back. LGD just can't find a break. Jin Jiao gets broken, and Righteous Judgment comes out just for the flare from Rich and V5.
Yeah, that's a combo, right? It's so hard to deal with, and LGD just don't have a response, running away. Photic's looking for Yeji. He has the range to play with here.
He walked straight into the baby cage there as well. Appreciate that one. We did get Fearness getting an objective bounty on the side lane here, but what's it going to matter when you're losing your entire base? As now V5 are onto the inhib towers here in both mid and bot against LGD.
And it's just a goal of defending at this point, but with PP God with a Gobble, it makes it so hard for him to try and find a pick opportunity. Tower taking heavy damage here.
Trying to take down the tower here. Shadow getting very low as well. They go for the engage, the Devour on to Rich, and now Dawning Shadow to signal the flares going forward. They are wiping the floor with LGD. They've already gotten 2 kills for Rich himself on the Kale. Assam can't do anything here, no matter how strong the Draven is, no matter how close you are to 3 items. V5 are looking to make a statement early on into the split. They're TPing into the fight, and they're looking to end the game right now, Ox.
And I'm not sure what LGD can do.
There's not much left. The tower will fall. There's nothing left for LGD to say as V5 take out a dominant 2-0 victory against LGD. Doesn't matter if they don't have Karsa. Doesn't matter if they don't have Rookie. It is about showing up in the moment, and XLB and Dream do just that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid game 2 after a game 1 that really felt like LGD had more of a fighting chance, but ultimately in this one, the mid-jungle working better, and they're able to close out this game. Rich again having a fantastic one on the Kale, really not challenged in lane, and then scaling to be that monster. But I'm just going to say, I feel like for LGD, they're drafting game 1. I think the fact that they went for the human swap made a big difference. But in this game, the Veigar mid just didn't make sense to me. You're going to get outranged by the Senna. The Tom Kench can gobble anyone caught up by your cage. You don't have mid prio, so your team is going to be less effective on the map. And it's just not what I wanted to see from this team. I feel like you want to have that mid prow. You want to be able to play for Shadow to make things happen on the map and then to find favor. And they lost that topside skirmish. And even though the Draven was getting strong, Draven is not going to hold up to the enemy composition.
Well, I will say I did like the fact that they were opting into, we got to get Asim ahead, right? We know this guy can carry if he's put in the right position. We saw what he could do even in a losing position on the Callista last game. But I agree with you that even if you're getting some bright spots here, it's not enough to pull them across the finish line.
I'm going to say, I don't even feel like they did commit to Asim. I feel like
even
Asim
Shadow going bot lane like all the time.
No, he didn't go bot. He went bot to shadow them on the wave, and that was about it. You know, I feel like a lot of the gold lead for Asim was off the 2v2. There was definitely some moments where some attention was given, but like the Herald fight, if your focal point is the Draven, bring the Draven up for the Herald fight. If your focal point isn't the Draven, I don't know what you're doing, because it should be. But either way, it was just a really bad fight to take, went horrifically, gave over the gold to the enemy team and the Herald, and that's what allowed V5 to just storm ahead in the game. And something that's been very true for V5 in spring is when this team is ahead, they are so hard to deal with. This is part of the reason why Top Esports was a good matchup for them in playoffs, because Top Esports had a fantastic early game, so it put V5 behind. But if V5 are ahead, then, you know, good luck is all I can say. And we kind of saw that in this one. They found that momentum, they found that lead, maybe not on the boss side of the map, but on the top side, and then it was just a clean, controlled game from them.
I will say, though, in the league of the LPL, I love being able to see some of these new players rise to the top in the moments. And even if LGD didn't come away with a win here, they did come away with Asim getting more experience and getting more time on the Rift against these legendary players. So I want to definitely a player to keep your eye out on for the rest of the split. But I got to turn the attention back over to V5 and talk about this, because we talked about XLB coming in, talked about Dream and some of the things that he's been able to accomplish in the short competitive spree, but you also got to talk about the other pieces. And we did mention the bot lane a lot when we were talking about Photic and PP God being such strengths for the team, Rich himself as well being so strong. But when you're down and out, when you're in these moments like in game number 1 where it's not going the best, these are the pieces that you rely on, and it comes out beautifully. Even both games, seeing Rich perform on the GP incredibly well in the first one, and then here on the KO still able to put out a lot of work.
And I feel like the meta as well, speaking of the bot lane, is good for V5, because Senna Tom, I remember Photic and PP God playing that last split. They 2v3'd. It was them against the enemy bot lane and the enemy jungle. They got ganked and they managed to 2v3 it and kill all three. The same play happened again later and they did the same thing. These two are super comfortable. And as much as you got to credit Aspen and Jinchao for challenging them in lane, finding those kills, it clearly felt like it hit a point where there was critical mass and everyone was performing across the board. Dream, you know, not the best game 1 performance, I feel like, on LeBlanc. There was definitely moments he shined, but also moments where, you know, like he got caught out. Here in the Orianna, he was unwavering. Massive farm advantage in this game, able just to be so far ahead in terms of goals, so that the stacking AP of Veigar just wasn't really a factor. When it came to those team fights, Shockwave's connecting and doing so much damage.
Yeah, not too bad to get an 8-0 KDA on the on the Orianna in mid lane. I feel like it's not too bad of a showing, but it's also the continuation. Much like the conversation for Asim, the conversation for Dream continues to be, right, rookie on his way at some point, but Dream has these short moments to really perform in the way he wants to. And I think even if you say, right, it's not the greatest performance coming from game number 1, it's still about taking the win, being able to be a crucial part to why they take the win. And even on the LeBlanc, that's what I felt like helped win a lot of those late game team fights, was that crazy like double pincer maneuver that they were attempting because of the flanks they were able to attempt with that composition. So V5 definitely feeling good after starting off 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the question, is how much will it affect them not having rookie? How will they start dropping games early in the split and fall behind? The fact that 2-0 is a super positive, and I think part of it is also the schedule, because I feel like the early schedule is a bit easier. Like next week, they're going to play against FPX, who is 0-3, should win that. After that, they play RNG, which will be a hard matchup, even if they had rookies, so no guarantees there. But then after that, it's WE, who obviously finished super low in the standings last split. Then AL, who also was one of the teams that didn't make playoffs. So I think as far as things go, you're missing your star mid laner. Dream has had solid performances. There's only one really difficult team in your upcoming schedule. I think V5 are in a comfortable spot right now. And I think the fact that clearly Dream and XLB are working quite well together. And that's the question. It's like you may have played scrims, and it may be that XLB and Dream are working together better compared to Castle and Rookie being maybe that duo. It could be that thought process. I don't know the details, but either way, V5 really showing up. And I want to credit Rich as well, because people were quite critical of his playoffs performance. But for the regular season, there was a lot of question marks, especially people who'd seen him in the LCK. They were like, whoa, is the top pool in LPL just so low that Rich is looking great? But this guy is like improved drastically. Yeah, and that GP game absolutely showing that how he went from being, you know, a middle of the pack player, potentially even lower end in the LCK, to being such a solid top laner in the LPL.
And I love that you bring up Rich and being able to see his growth over just the last split and coming into this one, already starting off by firing on a lot of cylinders. I don't know if it's all of them, but I do want to highlight back to XL.
Barrels are cylindrical.
They are
so,
cylindrical.
You know.
If he gets 6 of them, then I don't even know what he's going to do. Unfortunately, I was talking, so I didn't get to hear production say who the MVP was. But we have an MVP, and we're going to bring up the graphic right now. I'm going to be as surprised as everyone else. Hopefully, we get a good one, as it is Dream! Yes! It's the Oriana, gets the MVP, and Dream himself making a stamp on the LPL by picking up his MVP.
Yeah, I mean, solid performance when it came to the fights, but also just farming up a Storm, having the pressure mid, permanently having Prio against LG, which is expected in the matchup, but even so, the CS numbers kind of crazy there.
This one
and this
right
combo,
here.
I just feel the Wukong Oriana just makes so much sense, right? It's just, you have the engage, you have the dive potential, the knock up into the follow up, and it was so effective. And on top of that, it meant you had that extra safety net for your backliners, for your kill, for your center. You have that shielding, that movement speed that can come in to really make it impossible for LGD in the late stages of the game.
And I feel like V5, when they came into the compositions for this, they had like an amazing structure to it, because it felt like every time you were in these team fights, there were so many things that LGD had to watch out for in both games. But in this one particular, right, nobody even touched Dream in a lot of those fights we just saw, because they're worried about Photic on the Senate. They're worried about XLB on the Wukong. Like, it is terrifying to approach this kind of composition, because in both games it just felt like there were so many things that LGD had to deal with that they didn't really have answers to. And that's a huge boon to V5 to be able to pull that out and have an advantage like that, Ox. And as we wrap up our first series today, just want your general thoughts on it and V5's victories.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like LGD have to re-examine the drafting and how they prioritize things. I think V5 got what they were comfortable on and made it work. Like game one, definitely some issues in terms of the early game, falling behind there. But I think when they had that mid-prio, that mid-jungle strength, it made all the difference for them.
It absolutely did. Well, the difference has been made. V5 did take a 2-0 victory over LGD in our first series of the day. That's going to be it for me and Ox. But we told you at the beginning, it is not a quiet night. It is a super summer day, and we got more games coming right after this. We got 2 more best of 3 series brought to you by the Hysterics and the Mr. Lyric, and it's going to be TES versus IG, followed by Team WE taking on Weibo Gaming. Do not miss any of the action, and we'll see you in chat.
One thing that I do want to talk about, because we talked about supports, is Ultra Prime. Because I feel like all of us are so stoked for Ultra Prime. Seeing them stomp OMG the way they did was like, my God. And everyone looked good. Everyone on the roster looked insane. Like, Zoom was popping off. Elk, of course, was having good performances. But the big surprise to me was Cryan. Cryan coming in, gapped Cream in the first game when Cream was on the Talia, and he was playing the Lissandra, and then game 2, he played the Talia himself, and overall just like, I don't know. Like, this was the Cryan that we saw on E-Stars when it started out, a player who could be a carry, but also help the team. And you know what? I'm going to all in right now. I'm going to double down after their first game that I think this will be a top 8 team. I'm not going to go too far, but I'll say this will be a top 8 team. They'll
Top 8 regular season or playoff?
I'll even go playoffs. Screw it. We'll go further.
Damn. I will say, I still have some reservations about
Have
Haka.
knee-jerk reactions,
I think
man.
Zoom
Have
was
knee-jerk reactions.
I think Zoom was a great addition, and I feel like conceptually, like this team did did pretty okay in spring, and I feel like it makes sense in my mind, right? When you have, I think, like, to me always, I mean, especially if Cryan is playing like he has in this series so far, which remains to be seen. But like crying out Xiaoxi just makes sense to me as like a bot side of the map. Like you have Elk you can invest resources into, you have Xiaoxi who's really good at setting up plays, and you have Cryan who will play these mids where he's not necessarily the primary carry. You can lean towards other members of the team. And you gotta remember, like, this team, before they even had Zoom, like last split in spring, they still came 12th, right, in the league in regular season. So to go up to where Jordan's has to main the 8th, that's not even far off. And when you think of Weibo at the moment, I could see a couple of teams in the top 10 who maybe drop a couple of places, right? FX not looking too hot at the moment
like
either.
RA is a team that can fall down.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's the thing. I don't know if I could say top 8 because it's like, okay, Weibo is definitely in there, but like V5, Orangey, JDG, LNG, Top Esports, EDG, and maybe BLG they could beat, and then you got Weibo in there as well.
There's
like,
one team. I feel like there's always one team that disappoints. There will be one team that disappoints, and Ultra Prime will steal their. Okay, multiple teams will disappoint. I'm trying to be nice. You're coming in here and choosing violence, but
yeah. I honestly feel like, I don't think I'd go as far as 8th, but I feel like Ultra Prime, I think it's realistic, and I would actually say I think they could make top 10 and make it into playoffs. I don't know if they go further in the first round,
statement.
but I definitely think there's some teams so far.
Big statements.
Okay, you're saying top 8, dude. Right, okay. Lyric just makes these bold statements and then hopes no one calls them out on this later.
Ultra Prime are top
it's like,
4.
oh.
That's it. Top 4.
Ultra
They're
Prime
going to
are gonna win
Worlds.
the league.
Ultra Prime are
how
going to
cool
Worlds,
would it be
you
if
know?
that happened?
Yeah.
Oh, look out. What a wacky take. Well, look at me. I'm Lyric. Oh. Honestly, man, just stop talking.
I will bring it back though to Hacker because
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Asterix. You're hearing yourself going into another series. Not hearing yourself, but rather envisioning yourself. I'm joined by Lyric now. We've done a bit of a caster swap over. Thank you so much to Mazel and to Orcs. We're running into Top Esports versus IG to kick off the second series. Lyric, you and I, as I move my camera a little bit this way, haven't casted for a heck of a long time.
yeah, it's been since summer playoffs.
Together.
We did our 2 series back to back 2 days in a row, and it feels fitting that me and you are back together.
It does,
for
doesn't it?
TES and IG.
I mean, you and Orcs, big deal. Oh, I mean, actually, all 3 of you color casters, super big deals now. We don't talk anymore because you guys do MSI and Worlds and no time for hysterics. Sits here in LPL. But nevertheless, I'll still cast with you today because I feel like it's a good day to cast, especially since I know in the past you and I have missed out on this doozy. And the reason we should all be excited for Top Esports IG is because, Lyric, if I can take the wheel a little bit further, the Great Ninja War is back. Now, bear with me because as we all know, Ning has left, Jackie Love's left, the Shire's left, Rookie's left. We're with a very different team. Now, Jackie Love might be on another team, but 2 very different rosters. However, it does feel like it has that amplification to it because these teams are so exciting to watch at the moment and because these teams have this, I guess, similar play pattern that we will be talking over the course of the day, Jordan. I think that's where we should start.
Yeah, and I think especially going back to their series in spring, it was super close, it was super bloody, but IG actually managed to take it, right? Very, actually the exact same IG roster that they are running now were able to take down Top Esports.
True.
And I feel like a lot of it in spring came from the fact that IG are a team who like to play through the top side. It's where Top Esports were leaning very heavily early on in the split with Wayward playing so aggressively, Tien wanting to look for those invades. And sure, TS were able to find a game against IG, but coming in, seeing the names on paper, Top Esports should be a heavy favorite. But I have a bit of an inkling that IG have the chance to do it once again today.
It was the spunk that came out of the last series. I cast it myself, and IG impressed. I have to put it out there that, this team has already done more than we expected. Lyric, you and I were having a chat in rehearsal, or rather a day ago, that IG, even in their first series, you were quite impressed with how they dealt with Weibo Gaming, despite it being a loss.
Yeah, I think this IG squad overall just looks better. It looks like mid jungle are playing more together. And again, they're an extremely aggressive team, which is something that's fun to see, especially once you watch other regions and see that the rate of play, the gameplay is slowing down quite a bit.
And we could say the
But
same
not here
again
in the LPL.
against Obvious, but that's right. It's not slowing down in the LPL. But coming closer towards matchup, I rarely get to do anything weeby. I know Ashin is the other weeb here. So I'm going to take a quote out of one of my favorite anime. And it is so relevant, it's not even funny. As Madara Uchiha says, power is not will. It is the phenomenon of physically making things happen. And Lyric, Invictus Gaming and Top Esports make things happen, at least in their first 2 series that we've seen.
Yeah, both of them almost averaging a champion kill per minute, so you know you're going to get a lot of action. Where it differs is where they bring that attention, right? For IG, it's all about the first Rift Herald, 80%. They're sitting second in terms of being able to pick up that objective. For TS, leaning more towards bringing that aggression to just take turrets, overload one lane, and start breaking those down. TS have actually been one of the teams in their series so far that have also consistently still looked for tower dives, for better or for worse.
Yeah, screw the meta. Who cares? It's working out. And honestly, it comes back to that LPL point you said about 15 seconds ago. Like, we are seeing that LPL is quite different from other regions. That LPL is still tending on towards the aggression side. And looking at these two teams going head-to-head, that's why it is exciting running into this, because we look at how these teams have reacted at the start of the split. And IG series versus FPX, Lyric, I casted this, and this was such a joy to watch them come out of their shell further.
Yeah, it was beautiful. We get to see Shun get onto one of his great pocket picks in the Kindred, something that's been banned out every game except that one where he got to play it, and then also bringing out the Set Diana combo. This goes back to where I feel like IG have improved so much, is playing with their mid jungle. Uakai kind of understanding his role, supporting Shun in his jungle role, and it sets up for these beautiful skirmishes where Uakai can bring the CC, Shun's all about the damage, Zika coming off on flanks, and it kind of allows IG's bot lane to just do whatever they please when they are one of the weaker performing parts of the map.
It's hilarious because you see the driving lane, you're like, IG are going to put all their eggs in that basket, but no. Further to your point, Uakai and Shun partnering up really nicely. The set mid was a huge left turn. But on to the other side, let's quickly talk about Top Esports because, yeah, we've talked a lot about IG because of how well they're performing already. But for Top Esports, we're right back at that point. They were top 4 in spring. And remember, folks, that they have the most champion kills per minute for a reason starting off the summer split.
Yeah, we saw in their series up against WE, they were able to bring it together and bounce back from their loss up against JDG. And a lot of it was coming down to their soul laners. Knight still looking phenomenal, still being,
Amazing.
I'd say, the lifeblood of this team. And obviously, one of the most amazing players, gorgeous as well to come in. And Wayward, I think, also having a spectacular series, especially here, this pivotal moment where WE are going for this engage, and you see Knight coming in on a flank, Wayward TPing in. And I'd say it's Top Esports just kind of thriving in the chaos.
That's right. That individuality shining through. Chaos is something they've always lived and breathed in. I love this play, Lyric. I watched this again this morning because, for me, it feels like Knight really won them this first game when it was so choppy, so back and forth. Knight standing strong kind of feels like we're talking about him in spring or even the previous split or every domestic split, really.
Literally every time he touches the game.
That's true.
I guess except at that Worlds where not only he underperformed, it's just like mid laners overall at the 2020 World Championship weren't able to really find an impact. But other than that, Knight has been the go-to man who, again, when this team is so volatile, you need someone who can consistently perform at a high level.
That's true. And honestly, that's what we've always kind of known about Top Esports, which is why it's exciting that once again the narrative stays true. We're not getting Knight at Worlds. We are getting the domestic Knight as per usual. And going up against the fresher face in Invictus Gaming, the name that's starting to sink in a little bit, but has very big shoes to fill in the likes of Rookie from the past. Knight versus Uakai, Lyric, I know this interests you the most as well, but I think for fans, they're going to be pretty ecstatic to watch these two play out.
Yeah, and I think it's just really cool because they're coming in with completely different styles. You can see it from their champion pools. Knight indexing a bit more into some damage, into lots of playmaking. For Uakai, you have the same level of playmaking, right? But when you see Galleon set, it's definitely not about bringing the damage. It's all about enabling his jungler, and that's why you can see, like, the laning stats for Knight much better. It's what you'd expect. Knight always one of the premier laners in the league, and even getting a lot of jungle attention himself. So I think overall we're looking at Knight to be more of a carry. We're looking Uakai more to set up for Shun.
I really hope that we, get to focus a little bit on these styles coming through because we go into pick and ban for this second series of the night. Remember that Top Esports and IG have that long rivalry, but of course in recent history, IG have sunken back outside of playoffs quite consistently, whereas for Top Esports, top 4 in spring, it might seem outweighed if you're coming into summer with that spring aspect, but remember, in terms of the first 2 series, IG have been a lot better. Now, Lyric, we're already into pick a ban. Wukong's banned away. That's a must-do. We have things like the Lucian open for a first pick of Top Esports. Want to set up Jackie Love.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Lucian or Viego coming into this one.
Cool.
This being the TN pick, I think it makes a lot of sense for them, especially considering that Top Esports are willing to play the Draven. Also, the Kalista was another thing that was open. If you do take, let's say, the Lucianami, right? We've seen the Kalista Renata go head-to-head against that pretty consistently, but IG don't even care that can be counterpicked. They're just setting up to blind this bot lane so far. Also curious to see where Shun will go in terms of the jungle, considering he's had 3 jungle bans levied against him.
Yeah.
IG abandoned jungle themselves. Wayward has picked up the Viego. I mean, Shun's really going to be going down in his pool.
Isn't it great, though? Like, he had a great Kindred game, but there's the Nidalee that's still always leveraged against him. It feels like there's a few junglers in the league that deserve that respect. So, Shun definitely sitting high and mighty. And your question of where he'll go in the jungle pool hopefully will be answered in the next rotation. But for now, Wink versus Jackie Love, both Draven players, Lyric. And we saw in the last series, it was leveraged by Wink a couple of times. But this time, it looks like Jackie Love will be playing safe back to one of his old favorites.
Yeah, Jackie Love going to disappoint us a little bit and not bring out that
There's always next
pristine Draven. There is. Maybe he's having flashbacks from the first series against JDG where he just died over and over and over again. But like you said, we'll have more like survivability, has self-peel coming in with his E, and then just setting up for a very strong 2v2, considering you're putting it alongside that Karma. And here we go, Lilia coming in. Actually, the first Lilia game of this split, which is a little bit surprising. This was one of the picks that I heard kind of rearing its head in scrims early on in the split. It's something where we do have more diversity able to come on soul lanes. You can bring out 80 soul laners like we've seen not only here, but across the world. It's also a pick that does extremely well into the Wukong, so obviously not that matchup now, but that's just another reason why I would have expected it to be able to come through in the meta, and IG now just going to pull this one out.
Never a dull moment with Shun at his jungle champion pool, just when you thought you banned off the core carries. He pulls out something left wing. So we get the AP jungler, but now it is about the solo laners. And when we were talking about Uakai versus Knight, Lyric, we've started looking towards Knight bans. The Ari that was in his highlight clips before. Another solo ban here with the Fiora top against Zuka.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense, right? Banning out some of those strong AD soul laners where you can bring that mixed damage to the top side and really enable this Lilia to full force. Though IG mostly setting up to play these big team fights, right? Having, big strong ultimates like the Kallistas, having, hopefully Shun being able to set up for a 5-man sleep. So I'm curious to see where TS go with this. We know that IG can still play things like the set mid, so that's something I think you always have to be a bit wary of as TS, as another champion that could just set up for what their draft so far wants to do so well.
I'm just really curious, though, about this last ban coming here from Top Esports. If we're looking at Teamfight for IG, if we're looking for what they're banning against, right now with the GP gone away, remember that Zika has already played things like the Jaxi Lyric. What else have we got out of him? We've got the Riven, we've got the Gnar. The Fear already banned away. The Gwen in there as well, which is also banned. So a lot of top laners taken off the board. Now to see if Zika shows his hand or once again gets that counter pick with another team fighter to add by Uakai.
Yeah, IG definitely want more lockdown, right? Considering they're going up against Poke and that they have a lot of damage, like close range damage that they want to be able to layer down. I was going to say you either go a tank in topside, so again, the Ornn, the Sign, we've already seen those flashed, or you go back towards the set in the mid lane. With the bans coming out in top, I think the Camille ban was especially good because it puts Zika on a carry, but also gives him the lockdown and forces him to play this, weak side frontline role, which is not something we know Zika for. Let's remember that this was the Tryndamere one trick in Spring Split.
Yeah, a player that likes to play carries. Again, already seen Riven, Gnar, We've got Jax, Fiora, like the list goes on. He's played a unique champion every single game, and this game won't be an exception. Do we just get a wet noodle fight in the top lane? No, I believe the answer is going to be yes here. With Wayward going into the Sejuani. I mean, Ord versus Sejuani. Lyric, what an exciting top lane matchup. How fresh.
Hey, when we had Zoom bringing out the Sejuani, we got a lot of jungle attention put up towards that top side. So wouldn't be surprised to see the same, at least early on, right? Having value out of the Viego, helping you stack up that passive and be able to get that CC down. And then Knight just going to link everything together. Having another champion that can deal damage from a distance, but also have some proactive tools at that level 6 mark and really enable this bot lane to do what they do so well, which is poking you out, chunking down those turret plates, and getting ahead. Now, to see where IG are going. So far, hovering top laners. I don't know if that's their play coming in against this Talia.
Oh,
but
it is.
Oh, wow.
So, Kayle mid or Ornn mid is what you have to quickly elaborate on.
I have to elaborate on what's going on here.
Yeah, you do. It's really IG style, is that like, it doesn't matter that the players have changed. You could be looking at someone like, Rookie in the Shire from the past and just seeing these strange champions come through. It still has that buzz to it, and with Uekai looking at the Ord right now, IG have again taken another left turn, and Lyric, you're talking about team fighting. This is still a great team fighting comp.
This is absolutely crazy. So this is, I'd say, maybe the better setup of the two, because Kayle will do well into the Sejuani, right? You'll get a free farming lane. You're up against a tank. It's like, sure, the Ornn will be bullied. You will just be farming under your turret, but it's like, hey, at least you're a tank. You get some resistances. You are just chilling. But my God, are IG coming out of left field. They've doubled down on the 5v5s. They've brought themselves some engage with Uekai on this Ord pick. And I love just how far Uekai is going to embrace his role. That was our story coming into this, right? Like, okay, Uekai's taking a backseat, the set, the Galio, all about enabling jungler, and he has tripled down, my dude. And now time to see what this draft can do, because it could quickly go the reverse of where Talia constantly pushes you in mid, Knights roaming all around the map, and this could just snowball out of control for the side of TES.
I feel like Uekai is just getting into a path of playing really jack champions, like Galio and Absolute Monsters, Set, a guy that works out 24/7. Ornn literally invented the barbell. So
you're saying he's projecting. He's projecting what he wants for himself in the champions he's
or
playing.
Maybe he's modest and this is his way of sharing it with us without being, I guess the opposite of humble. So I like it
Not
here.
being that guy.
Yeah, that's right. No one wants that guy. For Uekai, he was our highlight coming through. If you missed out on the last series against FPX, Invictus Gaming looked great and filled me with a lot of hope. I cast that last series and I was so excited to see IG again, and it is my pleasure to see them back on the Rift, and especially against Top Esports, when Top Esports also 1-1, but Lyric, they were top 4 in spring. They've got a huge lineup, so this will be a big matchup for IG if they can state it, especially with this first game draft.
Yeah, for IG, again, I think it's going to be a little bit interesting to see where Shun goes with his aggression. I wouldn't expect too many opportunities to be presented in top or mid early on. I feel like bot lane might be your only avenue, considering that Jackie Love and Mark, again, should be looking to harass the lane, should be looking to get push, and then potentially you can come in from behind and find a gank there for Shun. Okay. I think top esports, though, are the ones who have a lot more options. Being able to get that priority down in bot, having the priority in mid, and even though we said the Kayle will do fine up in top side, I mean, it goes the same way for Sejuani, right? Kayle not ranged early on. You will just be able to farm up. At level 6, you have CC to set up for TN. So I think top esports definitely have more early game options, but we're looking at Knight for when he can start roaming, considering he will be able to, again, has the range into melee matchup in mid lane.
So talking early game options, that's good. I'll be looking for Knight's level 6 and what TN can get done. But is it fair to just say straight out that for IG, as we get a trade in the bottom lane with Ignite going down, that's a cleanse from Jacula, by the way. A rend that returns through, and Mark, with his Mantra Q, gets a bit of damage back on. Jacula with a Q through the minions as well. That'll do it too. I was going to ask you, Lyric, late game does feel like we have an Ord, we have a Kayle. Easy to say that IG should have the brunt of the 5v5.
I think IG will definitely come out with more reliable damage later on, considering that they have the Kayle. Okay. They also, you have the Lilia. Renata, of course, extremely strong late game with the setup of your ultimate. You're going to have the ornaments. But for Top Esports, the thing they have going for their comp is the formation. At the very least, the only real engage you have to worry about, right, is the big Ult ultimate coming out later, which is pretty good against long-range champions since your ult range is so massive. But still, if Top Esports can dodge out on that one, it's going to be rough for IG to find a way into the fight. So IG will have more damage, but it's about if they can get the engage from Uakai to be able to get on their targets.
All right, be looking at that formation as well then. Tien passing towards bottom side. Look at Shun on the other end. Both towards this bottom lane, especially with Jackie Love and Mark having the shove right now. And Shun should be the one who's getting towards this Gromp, as you see on your screen. Scuttle should be fought over, and I'm looking towards what happens in the bottom lane, because we did talk a lot about diving and champion kills coming through, even despite the meta.
Yeah, and for the side of TS, I think things like dives can be quite hard.
Okay.
I mean, in the first few levels, right, like, you don't have too much survivability on the side of IG, but especially with Shun hovering around this way. Now you have TP on both your solo laners, it's almost impossible. Then post 6, it's even harder. But here, I like what Top Esports are doing. You have 3 lanes with Prio. Again, it is harder to set up dives. It is harder to look for action in lanes. So I believe playing out through jungle is something we should be seeing more of on patch 12.10.
As Tien gets the blue buff and walks away, so for Top Esports, that pressure utilized quite nicely, and a bit of a CS lead for Tien in the jungle as well. As he transitions to the top side, it will be double Scuttle for Top Esports, and where they're the composition who can be so proactive in the early game with Knight on this Talia mid. Really looking forward to the next 4 or 5 minutes here, Lyric, with already a bit of a lead brewing.
Yeah, and now for TS, I mean, it looks like they were angling to try and go contest the topside Scuttle Crab. Tien waiting in the area, waiting for Knight to come off his reset, but sadly not going to be able to go for that. I'm curious to see what Tien will do now, because Wayward was able to get the wave into turret, so theoretically he can force a bounce back and you can try and find a gank. But no, keeping up with the heavy trading. Really nice stuff coming out from Wayward.
Yeah, nice early damage coming through. It's a grass Sejuani in that top lane too, so trading's great as what you expect and what you told me about this Ornn in the mid lane continues to be true. Knight with the full HP bar and Uakai at half. So he's just taking this range volley over and over and over again. And kind of excited to see what his level 6 brings as well. So, you know, Lyric, it's been a while. However, I'm not even going to ask the question I was going to ask because Uakai has to run for his life. Knight continues to be very slappy in the middle lane. But Uakai has TP, so it won't be the end of the world.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah, that's a mistake. That's a flash forward from Wink. Hang on. First blood. Mark just ran into the brush and the Top Esports support kind of threw that one away.
Yeah, I wonder if Mark was maybe looking for them and then like they were looking for a recall window or something and just trying to stop them, keep them in lane even longer, but giving an advantage completely over to the side of IG's bot lane. Tien even in the area not able to do anything because, I mean, yeah, it was just pretty egregious coming out from Mark, or nice cheese coming out from the side of IG. They catch him out face checking that brush.
A quick little replay look because, yeah, you said Mark was trying to stop the back here. They moved just out of the cusp of vision.
Yeah, ooh, sees it. Oh, it was just a second too late coming out. I mean, again, like clever from IG to do the wraparound into the brush to find the handshake coming out from Shinlu. And now, I mean, for TS, going to try and find advantage mid.
Want a bit of revenge. Searing Charge gets him out. The flash has to be burned as the Bellows Breath was already used. So Uakai down a summoner here, but remember it is this unsealed spellbook Ornn. And in front of Dragon as well, he has the ulti while everyone just decides it's time to group up in the bottom side of the map anyway.
IG now trying to establish some vision control for themselves, considering that they did move their members mid to try and answer on that play. And try and catch out Tien.
Well, Tien is not going to die for now. Uakai, remember that ult is coming through. He's got an Ignite in his back pocket as well. And in front of Dragon, everyone grouping up. Lyric, what does this look like right now? Because there's no teleport available on the top side. It would be a pure 4v4. I don't even have to ask you because, look, Top Esports aren't contesting.
Yeah, and this is what it comes down to in terms of being on the objective first with the way the comps work, right? Because Top Esports don't have a great way of just forcing their way into River. You don't have any, like, tanky frontline member. You'd be walking into Uakai, who does have his Ornn ult available, and it just feels like IG would have much too easy of a setup considering that they were able to get that River control first. So now for TS, they're trying to pivot to the opposite side of the map. Maybe Tien can try and set up Thorn and invade here, considering that Knight will have push in mid, and try and bully out Shun on the receiving end.
He's got his ult as well, so with that Weaver's Wall up and available, he gets there in an instant, but do note that Uakai's E, the Searing Charge, can break a hole in the wall. Lyric, I'm starting to think maybe the orb was on purpose as we're looking at bottom again. Mark just died to this Callisto as Wink sends all spears into the back of that Karma. And once again, the 2v2 flourishing for IG without any jungle attention.
Yeah, they're consistently able to find their way onto Mark. Again, we're not really seeing too much of how it's happening until after the fact, but now IG going to look to set up a dive.
And we talked about dives, we talked about the bloodiness. It finally begins. Call the Forge God layers down, and Mark, watch out, but it's too late. Jackulov sent into the sky, and Invictus Gaming, they bring it home for 3 kills in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, good by IG. Didn't even have to be much of a dive, considering they kill Mark first. He's not even under turret, and then easily able to follow it up. Link now going to get a bunch of plates. For Top Esports to respond, they are pushing it mid. It looks like Knight did get a plate there, and we can see now TN counter jungling on the top side. He is going to start up the Rift Herald. So Top Esports having a bit of a response, but IG with the beautiful play. And again, when we come into the replay, their bot lane's already done their job. You go for heavy trading to chunk them out low. And then with Mark running so far away, again, it's not even much of a dive. You take him down, then 4v1.
Oh, but meanwhile, we come on back, and Shun's in a bit of trouble. He's going to take himself the bailout, but no reset for the kill. Jackulov finally on the board as IG's bottom lane. Deep, but not deep enough to die. So, bit of a trade as it looks like IG came back from the replay and decided to go deep.
And that's great for Top Esports, considering that IG had a man advantage on that side of the map.
Yep.
Uakai was in mid, which is why it did just end up being a 3v3 with Knight moving over with the Top Esports bottom lane. But yeah, just overextension coming out from IG, not on the same page as your mid laner who was trying to catch a wave and not fall too far behind. Right now, only sitting about 10 CS, which, considering how impactful his roam down to bot lane was, for Uakai, that is completely fine.
And it feels like the perfect time to bring up as we look at the replay. I am curious about how this happened. As Wayward was spotted on the bottom. Sorry, that's not Wayward. That's the other mounted beast. Wait, Lilia is like Mr. Tomness from Narnia, right? She's all in one? Yeah. Yeah, she is. Okay, anyway. I'm glad we clarified that lyric. So that's what happened. I was going to bring up something a little bit more serious rather than myth. I was sitting there, I was watching, a bit of I will dominate today. Oh, guilty, guilty fan. And bit of a name drop. And I was sitting there drinking...
Bit of a clout chaser.
Well, you know me. And while I was sitting there watching LCS, we'll talk. He's talking about proactivity, and I do truly feel after watching the other regions, LPL still has that kind of that very proactive edge in the early game. It doesn't feel like we've really changed metas that much, in the sense that it isn't as slow as other regions. I still feel like turret dives are happening, and we are still seeing the first 15 minutes be bloody.
We look at our series earlier today, right, where, the first game of the V5 series got up to like 45 kills or something along those lines. But yeah, I've been glancing across the other regions. LCK, LEC was obviously on yesterday as well, CS. And yeah, it feels like the first 15 to 20 minutes, definitely a lot slower than we see here from our teams, who, again, are still willing to go for those aggressive plays. Not too many kills in this game, but we have seen a lot of, let's say, like, posturing for like aggression. We obviously saw Top Esports go for the early invade into the enemy jungle. We've actually seen TN invade the enemy jungle a few times. Sure. Just IG actually respecting when they know, hey, we have to catch our waves, like we can't have numbers here. But now with Dragon coming up, whoever gets control of this river will be so massive. The fact that Jackulov isn't here means Top Esports are just going to be forced out. We might be put in another situation where IG can just pick themselves up a free Drake.
It'd be second Dragon, right? We start rolling the dice for that soul, but more importantly for Invictus Gaming, into that condition with an Orm, with a Kale. I know you talked about formation, but later on still a lot of possibilities for this team fighting team, as Herald does get a charge in the mid lane. And, coming back to reality, Top Esports are even in gold. It's not like IG are in this perfect position. I remember that Knight's still been ahead in CS. Jackulov was able to pick up a kill finally as well. Top Esports do have quite a bit of power, Lyric, and in 15 seconds, you're right, IG might just have control of this objective, and Top Esports might have to find another way to get the ball rolling a little bit with their mobility.
Yeah, and it looks like they might try and set up a play towards the top side of the map. Except the fact that IG have already got set up on Drake. They have full control of vision and bot side and just set up a dive on this Kale. But Zika, reading the play perfectly. It's like, hey, I know my team is getting Drake. We don't see the enemy anywhere on the bottom half of the map. They must be coming to my lane. It's going to lose a bit of CS over it. But the second Knight shows in mid, it means Zika is fine to walk back up to his wave.
As IG is just going to make the response play on the other side of the map. It is Dragon for the potential dive. Now, Zika came back in, Lyric, all that praise. We have to see how he survives, and survives he does. The Divine Judgment down, but Knight's coming through. Remember that Uakai can bust the wall, but it won't even be needed. He wants to be the massive army in front of this Kale, who flashes away. Zika survives, but now Uakai must do the same. Slow down, dodging the side, big shove the flash forward. from Tien. A big move is called. The Forge Gold for the re-engage and the health bar getting low. Shun wants in with the Dream Dust, and ooh, that's a bit of an eep actually. As Shun rolls in, wanting yet another. The Dream Dust not settling those. Knight goes golden. It's messy. It's close. The health bars make it so Knight stays a while. It's a top esports win, but they made him work for it.
And what shenanigans are going on our screen. So many missed abilities there. A lot of nice sidestepping to come through. TS still ultimately end up the victors. And Wayward on this Sejuani has taken 4 plates pretty much by himself. We're going to go straight into the replay. Already missing the first part of the dive, but TS now able to commit Knight up. Nice read by Yukai to start roaming up here first. Tries to get in way, but actually blocks almost none of the rocks coming out from Knight, which allows Zika to get low. Makes it so Tien can just ult in to be able to get that kill. And now with Shun able to show up, I mean, I thought IG had potential to turn it around, throws down the ultimate, and again, does sidestep some rocks quite nicely, but since he isn't able to get on top of Knight before he goes golden, that's actually what ultimately leads the skirmish to go over to the side of top esports.
That hitbox from Wayward, I'm not sure how the flail hit, but it did, and it spelled the doom of Shun. But at the very least, you know, taking that risk, top esports going beyond the limit. That was under an inner turret before the 14-minute mark, when that turret in the top side, the outer turret, is still standing. But top esports all the better for it. Lyric, it's a 2k gold lead. They might not have the dragons, but now we can kind of see how top esports can operate when Knight has ulti and they start moving fast.
And it seems like IG trying to respond to what you're saying about Knight having his, like, soon to have his ultimate and having that pressure, moving their bottom lane up in preparation for Rift Herald to come through, sending Yukai down to the bot lane because Yukai is the one with TP, so they need to keep Zika close to the lane that has the objective. And TS kind of playing it a bit slower, keeping more members around mid first so they can get control of topside river like we're seeing now with all this vision. You can now send Wayward to bot, but IG are the ones with the TP advantage for the objective. As
Wayward's on top of Yukai, we're going to have to look at this little tank battle that should have been. I remember that Yukai took Ord into the mid lane as Wayward continues chasing up. The Arctic Assault on a bit of a cooldown, but the flail hits once again. And look at this, Wayward actually doing a lot of damage against his take brethren as they flash it out and drop up the emotes. It's good to see Wayward back in action with his T button, which I can only assume is where he puts his emotes.
Yeah.
Like a normal person. T.
A normal person's T button?
What do you put it on?
I have it on one of my mouse buttons.
Well,
you need to have emotes on lock at all points in time. And maybe Wayward does have it on T, and that's why he didn't emote at all in his first series.
True.
But I do want to highlight, I'm actually really surprised that we saw IG pivot to giving up Herald and playing towards the bottom half of the map. When, again, you look at Wayward, no TP, Yukai is the one with it. They could have overloaded the top side of the map and just tried to force a 5v4 on top side. Instead, having the read that we're not strong enough, we just want to give it up, cross map, go to the opposite side. But you've now given the top lane turret over to the side of TS. They've also picked up the Herald. Mid lane turret is extremely low for the side of IG. So TS should have quite an easy time breaking down the rest of these outer turrets.
And I want to put a point up. You know, the only smart point I'll have at this cast is that Knight, as a Talia mid, when these side lanes, Lyric, are broken open, it feels so dangerous when top esports are able to get some of that deep vision, as we can see, towards the top side of the map. Knight can abuse that and start finding these picks when Zika, like he is now, starts pushing up heavily past his window of defense.
Yeah, and you know, this will be their opportunity to try to find those picks on sides. I also want to highlight, even like the build that Knight's gone, this is one of the builds you see in solo queue. We've seen once or twice in the LPL of like Leandri's. He knows he's going to be hitting a lot of frontline, especially the Ornn in this game, kind of trying to body block those shots, as well as having the Archangel, so going to get a lot of ability haste and a lot of mana out of it. And Talia now being a bit of a hyper scaling champion. Well, yeah, Jackie Love also always being hyper on whatever he's playing. But yeah, Knight going to be in position to be able to live up to the late game giant boulder damage that Talia is able to deliver.
And that bounty showing how big he is. Almost 2 items fully completed as Knight starts whopping away. Yukai is a tank, folks, but now at half HP. Even less Souls Wayward comes in with the Glacial Prison, slows them all down. The AoE heaven here, but Renata's ulti slows them as well. Shinryo's zoning and adding pressure with a good handshake, but now Winks by himself and gives Tien the range of movement. The bailout there, the reset, not in the nick of time. But the ultimate from Shun did so much return work for Invictus Gaming. Now in the backlines, Yuekai's running forward. Jackie Love is poking him down, building that range. Shinryo saving his mid lane, and Zika now jumps on in. This is what we expected between Top Esports and Invictus Gaming, as the Weaver's Wall is not followed by Knight, but we're still fighting. And this is why the Great Ninja War will be such a good series.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if IG have had a bunch of roster swaps from that rivalry existed before. This IG team still extremely competitive, as we see Jackie Love try and find the damage, but he isn't able to. Now both teams going to come back on the map. IG will be on the map first, and you expect to see them both setting up for this dragon.
Yeah, the dragon's coming. Okay, let's do it. Round number 2. I'm watching that ulti from Uekai and Lyric. It does feel like we are ramping up and we are getting to that point where we're consistently going to have more and more fights. Top Esports got the lead yet again from this one as we look, because Wayward comes in and blows them to pieces.
Yeah, and he actually just baits out so many ultis, right? Both Zika and Shin Liu wasting theirs. They're able to force the retreat, and then Tien able to find a beautiful way onto Wing.
Oh.
But the return damage is so nice, especially because
That's a
IG have a lot of AoE coming through. Shun with the huge damage, and then able to get off his stopwatch. And yeah, made it extremely close and competitive. But the longer the fight went on, you saw, hey, once especially the Ornhorn comes out and there's no Renata ultimate, you don't really have a way of locking them down, and Top Esports were able to just kite out the rest of the fight.
And now look at what the response is. You can see that there's 2 items onto Jackie Love. The Mana Immune will be fully stacked. Knight has his Muramana now there as well. Excuse me, Archangel Staff. Seraph's Embrace. We got there. So we have 2 items strong on Knight, on Jackie Love. Wayward is becoming kind of like the Fujitsu brand of fridge that you buy when you get away from the bar fridge. You know, Lyric, it has the freezer on the bottom, fridge on top, because it's how normal people buy fridges and freezers in one. And it has all that extra storage room that you're starting to think, okay, we can really work with this.
Have you ever seen those fridges that are like, you open it and it is just the fridge, but like the freezer is like a back door at the back of your fridge?
No.
Those are crazy.
Oh,
They're like
God.
secret doors. You can hide anything in those things.
Wow, we should get sponsored by a fridge. I tell you what, we'd make
No,
bank.
you should. I have no idea why you bring up fridges so consistently.
Honestly,
but
when you have a clean fridge and when you have a fridge stocked with like fresh ingredients, guys, I'm not talking about pizzas and garbage, okay? Get fit, get healthy. I will actually make a gamer's book, a cookbook one day, Lyric. That is definitely on the agenda for League of Legends players. However, at this point, you know, I love a clean fridge, and when you live out of home and when you start stockpiling your fridge with fresh meat and groceries, you get really excited. That's why it's integrated into cast, because I see that Wayward is 2.5 items strong, and I'm like, man, that guy's got a lot going on.
yeah, yes he does. He's going towards the AD build as well. I think almost all of us colors have hit on this, that like preferring the AP build over it. Obviously, just kind of giving you more to your kit, right? Like things like your W, not just completely falling off. Even I believe it is your E damage. The active also scales off of AP as compared to just the passive, which scales off of both. But I feel like he's going to try and enable Shun to be able to do as much damage as he can, dissuade the enemy team from being able to build out, you know, any MR to come through. And then, I mean, right, he'll still be attacking extremely fast, able to try to whittle down the front line that Top Esports have. So, interesting to see that come out from IG. Speaking of items, we're starting to have the ornaments come out, so that's scaling all coming through. And IG kind of just fine to wait out for the next dragon. Top Esports, so again, they have like strong late game damage as well coming out from Talia and Ezreal. It's just about if they get caught by the engage. So vision and setups around objective are going to be the most pivotal things going forward.
Again, I'm going to rinse and repeat what you said at the start of the game. Formation for Top Esports makes it very manageable to verse IG. For the audience members out there, you see Kale, you see Ornn, and you think, okay, there's an infinite late game for IG, or rather, an impassable one. But you're right, great late game damage. We have Ezreal. We also have ourselves a Viego, who, once he gets space in a fight, can take over. So it is really exciting to see that this late game fight, this 5v5, has so many minimal, not minimal, but so many micro decisions that can change the face of it. So many individual plays, I should say.
I mean, right? I mean, you see, like we saw in the last fight, once the Renata ultimate and the Ornn ultimate are just gone, it's really hard for IG to be able to find a way to follow up, because as weak, you're not just going to throw Shin Liu into the fight to try to get in range and start something off, right? So for IG, they have enough tools, but you cannot be wasteful with, you know, the limited number that you have. So
Yeah.
that's why we're seeing top esports still the ones who are in control. They have the pushing lanes, and they're constantly trying to stay grouped up because they know Sejuani cannot match the split push of Zika in the side lane. That's also why they have Knight, the one being able to match him right now. And I like it by Zika not overextending, not setting him up for any ganks when he knows the top esports have full control over that bot side jungle.
And when that vision is completely empty by IG, you see one ward in mid, you see one on the Baron pit. But top esports have control everywhere else. The river lit up blue. And that's not just the water speaking as well. A couple of control wards up there. And you notice that Wayward now starting to push in the top side. Zika, as you said, Lyric, playing it very safe here, especially with Knight MIA. And for IG, just hoping this KO gets closer towards level 16, stays exalted, has that AD item you're also briefly touching on, and that Zika can be a bit of a menace and a massive threat to be concerned about from top esports perspective.
Yeah, he will give them a decent way of being able to shred Wayward in the front line, because you look at him now, right? Having his Mythic, having his Fimbulwinter as well, making his way towards another item will be so hard to shred down. And TS continually trying to find these fights. And I like how liberally Wayward's playing. He's consistently far forward because he knows he has the abilities to be able to get out. Has Mantra E as well to escape. We have the Shirelias now picked up for Mark. So if he can do what he did before, where it's like, hey, I throw out my ultimate, look for a pick, and you waste some of your crucial abilities, that feels like it'll make all the difference for TS, who might punish Yuakai.
Just so mobile. Zika is
Zika, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. We've got a couple of new IG members for this year, and you notice that Zika played time there in the middle brush, backs away, but at the very least for top esports, that control netting them yet another dragon. It is a Cloud Soul, but look, even if we get towards Soul, that's at least 2 dragons time for either of these teams, Lyric. It's 3k gold lead for top esports in this mid-game at 24 minutes, and things have become a little bit slower with, I guess, these teams taking a step back and not really giving an edge with how close it's been.
Yeah, the reason we've ended up in this position is because top esports are the team who have control, but again, top esports don't really have a way of how they want to force on you. They want to push you into your turret, throw out the Mystic shots, throw out some mantra Qs coming out from Mark, whittle you down, and then find the fight.
Or
but
maybe just,
they might find a pick right now.
Yeah, they were pretty edgy here with Yuakai going in, and he's actually taking no damage as well. They're onto Tien in the back line, but look, that's just the jungle as a 2-man knockup. Will it mean anything? IG are heavily affected with their health bars as Yuakai has absorbed every single piece of damage, but the ulti's great from Zika. Keeps his mid laner alive as Shun can't kite it out. The poke, the snipe, the absolute calamity that top esports have now inflicted.
Yeah, and we saw top esports actually taking a different approach. Ignore side lanes and just force 5 members in mid to force numbers advantage. Knight's still waiting to find a pick.
I think IG want to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks at this point. I mean, there's 5 members alive, all in front of the Baron. IG aren't getting anywhere near the thing, and even though it's been a bit back and forth, it's been close, it's been at that 3k gold mark, that stops now with top esports in game 1 getting the Baron, managing the 5k themselves, and just showing how in control they've been in the last 5 to 10 minutes.
And it just comes from an understanding of top esports, knowing where IG are strong, avoiding that KO on the bottom side, because we can see here, he's split pushing, but Wayward's already making his way over. Top esports trying to force his play while they have numbers. IG very aggressively fighting for vision against them as well. Seems like they don't expect it. Knight, a little bit awkward, ends up on the wrong side of his wall. And a lot of top esports initial abilities end up missing out, but Knight able to get good amounts of damage onto the Renata. And then we said, as Wink, you do not want to throw the Renata back in, but he doesn't agree with that. That is exactly what he does. Sends Shinryu to his doom, and then just the poke able to come out from Jackie Love and Mark to be able to finish off Shin at the end of the fight.
There's something else we didn't talk about as well that was kind of apparent in that last fight, Lyric. Jackie Love and Knight, range a bit of a factor here as well. When you have a Kalista 80 carry and, you know, Kale is the one who you're kind of relying on. Lyric, he's still not 16, and it feels like Jackie Love and Knight are just sniping out IG and getting the health bars before they can even get the engage.
Well, that's why we said the formation's what matters, right? Because again, I think objectively, IG do have like a tankier team. They do have some more damage that could come out if we were at an even state at like 35 minutes. But the fact that top esports have that range advantage, the fact that it's so hard for IG to be able to lock them down is why they've been able to just manhandle this advantage forward. And now able to force down another turret in the bot lane. Looking rough for IG is... Man, this game is just a compilation of Wayward missing these ults.
It is. But look, it's Sejuani at this point of the game, level 16. That ult doesn't have much of a cooldown, so It'll be coming up back shortly, and I'm going to ask you, Lyric, for IG and their base defense here against the Baron buff as the Weaver's Wall tries to zone out. What do you do as Invictus Gaming to slow this pace, to make this somewhat of a winnable fight to stay in game 1?
Honestly, you have to do what you said they were trying to do before. You have to throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks. Call of the Forge God goes in. Well, they're not going to do that.
He's
Zika's
stuck.
gonna get caught out.
I guess, yeah, he took it quite literally here as Weak now free firing, but this is a Callista into a Sejuani. Jaculov hits the target as Rain comes through. The bailout giving attack speed. Hang on, IG. They fumbled losing Zika early on, but Wink almost getting a second one here. Invictus Gaming, it turns back around. Never mind me getting excited as Shun is running for his life, but he won't have to run far. This is a bailout stolen and Knight's kill incoming. The Seismic jump just out of range, but all they need to do is make sure IG stay out of the base while Top Esports go in to break it fair.
Yeah, gonna get an inhibitor. They honestly should be able to secure both inhibitors off of this play. You still have a bit of death timers on the other members. I don't expect Top Esports to look for the end, but Top Esports have been known to do crazier things. Dragon will be up in 35 seconds, so reset's gonna come out from them. Start making your way into that bot side river, get some vision control down. You could pick that Dragon up and then just start playing around that top inhibitor. And you just have so much pressure coming out with the super minions in 2 lanes now. It feels almost impossible for IG to be able to find an avenue back.
As we look at this replay again, I mean, this started with, imagine if the fight didn't start with Zika having to burn the ulti and almost dying.
When we said throw everything at the wall, that was definitely not how we meant it. If you can open up with Call of the Forge God like Yuikai had to do there, and then again, kind of lay your members in, just throw Shun and try and, hit multiple members, land a 5-man ultimate, right? You need to get in close range. That's why this fight went so well, because Top Esports stay in range to dish out this damage, because they've already found some kills. IG able to find some in return, but still not enough with the fact that the 5-0-6 Talia, who now has a Rabadons, is still in that fight.
Yeah, Knight's been so consistent this game. Again, we talked about the play in the top side that did so much. Shinryu, that's a flash ulti, but it only gets wayward. And the boar starts beating down on some smaller animals. Top Esports didn't even get hurt by that, and IG again still throwing whatever they could find.
I just want to see Knight's Q on worked ground against a full HP target now.
Yeah.
I feel like against someone like Wink, it must do a sizable chunk of his health bar, and it would be pretty cool to see the burst come out, equivalent to like quirky bursts that we had in spring. Seeing people just get chunked out of nowhere.
Does Yuikai know he can key the wall? I wonder. I wonder at the very least. Not going to be broken anyway. Maybe he doesn't want to because IG know how far behind they are. But Ghost Prison comes through. We're going to do it all again. Ulti from Zika launched onto Yuikai, and the Call the Forge God is onto Wayward mainly. Invictus Gaming, they're just trying to defend. They're just trying to find that miracle fight. The Top Esports aren't letting them, as Wayward is unkillable. And those poke targets, Knight in Jaculov, are firing away relentlessly.
And now you're just going to have so many supers coming out with all 3 inhibitors broken down. Top Esports can just sit in this space and wait for the cavalry to come. And now for IG, I mean, heck, you're missing 3 ultimates. Shinryu's will be up soon to try to dissuade anything. But again, this game feels done and dusted. 9,000 gold lead for the side of TES. And the Great Ninja War remade off to a bit of a banger.
Now, I remember last time, Top Esports were the Akatsuki. For any Naruto fans out there, you're probably not happy right now as launched again is Shinryu, but to his death, the bailout won't save him. That's the second time Wink's done that, and they'll be hell to pay. As a closer prison at least gets the slow, while Zika is hitting his prime, but it might just be way too late. Shun's here by himself, and that literally has already put everyone into a lullaby. Knight with the Weaver's Wall follows it through, and he's got a kill to take. Shun golden, but I ain't saying anything about the time he's got because it's back to 0. Knight takes that one, and it is just a slow burn for Top Esports to get their kills up while this game eventually ends.
Yeah, I mean, right, with Zika being level 17, they're able to clear out these waves decently fast, so they're going to back off. But now for TS, they're finally going to pick up the Baron since that did just spawn. I'm curious to see if they'll move down towards the Dragon as well. You can maybe look for resets first and then come out of base and look for that one. And then it should be a very easy push to try to land the poke, whittle down these turrets, and finally end the game for the side of TES. We're going to get a replay of something
Shinryu getting
coming
thrown
on
in.
through. Oh, yeah. We've seen this a few times now. And again, very explicitly stated that this is not how this should work against what Top Esports have pulled out. And, that's all she wrote. That's all she
I
wrote.
would say at this point in the game, maybe rebind to Uekai. If the game goes on. Feels like the honor kind of made for being thrown in, especially with how big he is, the biggest honor in Invictus Gaming, but never mind me. It doesn't matter because Top Esports are dismantling IG. It's an 11k gold lead there. The Dragon was taken, Lyric, at 32 minutes. You kind of expect this one to come to its end. The Top Esports finally, with all waves pushing towards the north, look to end.
Yeah, and I mean, even having these waves kind of stacked up now because of that wall, preventing them from being able to enter one at a time. And now for TS, right, it's just simple. Just layer down this poke, let the minions do their job. But IG now, I mean,
Still doing
Uekai
it.
is just so incredibly
Doesn't get the
tanky.
searing charge, though, and that's a big one. The Seismic Jump puts him back at half HP. Divine Judgment there as the ultimate doesn't connect from Shinryu, but IG still going forward. But is it enough, guys? You know the answer's going to be no. Tien will find a reset, find the kill, and now charges up to be the winged machine. He has the range, and he's got the power to do so. But for Top Esports, this game was close at one point until it wasn't even there. Invictus Gaming gets slaughtered, and in 33 minutes, Top Esports again showing us why they were top 4 in the spring split.
Yeah, Top Esports honestly coming out, I think, with one of their better games so far. Even in their last series against WE, where they did have that pretty decisive game to stomp, I felt like watching this game, it just looked like Top Esports understood their composition and the enemy composition so well. I really like the Ezreal Karma coming out as an answer to the Kalista and Renata. Two champions who want you to be in close range with them, right? Renata excelling against champions who need to come in, and then Kalista being a champion who herself wants to go in, but you're picking two champions who outrange the Kalista and never need to go into the Renata. So overall, I think some nice drafting coming out from TS. They had pushing lanes across the board. They had Knight who was able to consistently roam. And yeah, they just tethered in those team fights quite perfectly. And IG were almost never able to be able to get on top of a key target of Top Esports.
And look, we saw a couple of early game plays. It was a 3-0 start from from IG. Wink and Shinryu in the 2v2 got first blood, and then we, got that double kill. I'm not sure if it was the top side. I'm not sure if it was the dive. My brain deceives me. But Uekai...
It was the dive. It was the dive.
What's the dive? Good to hear. But at the very least, and it was in the bottom lane. Uekai with that supporting role did come through in the early game, but we never got to see it accelerate. We never got to see, Shun really double down. It went stagnant for quite a while. Gold was even. And then Top Esports just finding these small advantages with Knight on this Talia, as you mentioned, that kind of took it away from there. So a decisive game, but yeah, you're right. A clean one where Top Esports obviously had a very good read on what their comp could do, moving as the time went on.
Yeah, I do got to give credit to IG, though. I love the fun that these guys are willing to come out with in terms of their drafts. And again, the consistency, right? Things like the Set Diana, things like the Galio Kindred, now things like Ornn plus Lilia. They are really keeping it on theme with how they play the game. I think a little bit of an issue for IG this game was the top lane, because we pretty much saw Zika lose out by himself, right? Yep. A lot of those plates, Wayward got solo, just completely ignoring the damage that Zika was putting on through. And then once the dive top lane finally was able to come through, it's like, well, there's only one plate left on this turret. And that really started to be a problem for the side of IG. As then TS just stayed stacked as a 5-man almost the whole game, ignoring sides for a lot of it and forcing numbers advantage.
I just love on this graphic that we have ourselves a Sejuani who did more damage than Tien. Tien in that game, farming it away, still being a part of the team. But Wayward, we saw the trading against Uekai, wasn't really scared at any point in that game. And it's nice to see when, the Wayward who can have these really big carry performances, but can also sit on a Sejuani and have, I guess, somewhat of a similar impact.
Yeah, and I mean, right, Wayward played his role, actually better than expected. I mean, winning out in the lane where IG made the flex. You're like, hey, we're going to swap our tank to mid and bring this kill counter pick, and just completely abusing him in topside. The IG damage numbers were a little bit unfortunate, as Shun really being the only one to do anything. But hopefully we can see more from IG in the next game.
We still got a game one that was quite explosive and daring, I'd say, as well. A little hints of mojo here and there from Top Esports and IG, but with the Top Esports game number 1 win, we have to see if IG have what they had against FPX, that little bit of fire themselves, to take it all the way. Right after this.
About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now We're going to see a hook coming out. Beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides of some disrespect here. There's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry, and that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Bazooka is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. They can try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the charm comes through onto Hung. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. His Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's Drake taken by Weibo. IG want to fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also onto one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh! Ho, ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has to flash away. What plays coming out for JDG? They have woken up.
World to explore, walk the track, free to wander.
Find a path, search your soul, take the lead.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
We got the flair of skill in game number 1 we're hoping for with the great Ninja War between IG and Top Esports. It's a weep kind of night, and that's exactly where I sit in. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric, and coming through into what has been already a pretty impressive series. It's nice that both IG and Top Esports had their game face on today, and especially Top Esports, who I believe Knight was MVP there, Lyric, and it's not really a surprise with how he played this Talia.
No, he was phenomenal, right? Again, kept up the pressure in the early game, was constantly chunking out Uakai on the Ornn. We saw beautiful roam timings come out, and I'm just looking at that. Almost 100% kill participation on top of 36.5% of his team's damage. And heck, that's with having an Ezreal alongside you, right? So you'd kind of expect those numbers to be more similarly tapered off, but Knight dealing such a huge amount. And that was what we built coming into today, right? Is that no matter how volatile Top Esports as a team could be in terms of their decision-making, maybe Wayward or Jackulov getting caught out, Knight is the one constant that keeps these guys always in the conversation of being a top team, and they showed it in Game 1.
We were literally having a discussion in game number 1 about, Top Esports identity. And it's always kind of been like, well, Knight has been the strong member. Knight's always been the consistent one domestically. You can say what you want about his world's performance, but Knight's just been one of the top 3 mids, it feels like now, since 2019, alongside Xiaohu, alongside Rookie. So it is nice to see, once again, performing to a limit, and that it doesn't matter on what champion it is, Knight's still going to have a massive impact.
And he's always been a player who's, I think, had more of a champion ocean, right?
Yeah.
Like, both him and Rookie have champion oceans, but I think Knight has been the one who, like, pulls out more weird picks where, like, Rookie keeps it controlled, and then Xiaohu, our other top mid laner, I think, is the most, like, I'm going to play TF, I'm going to play these champions my team needs. So it's kind of nice that at the top of our, like, mid lane standings in LPL, we have some, like, diversity in terms of how they play.
Yeah.
For IG, that is not what we have for Uakai thus far just yet. Again, it is all about enabling his team. The IG draft in game 1 might not have worked out, but it was super fun, showed a lot of their character, and Shun probably going to get 3 bans thrown at him once again.
Yeah, the Dino, the exact same 3 at that as well. Shun pulled out the Lilia in that first game, and, it was another unique jungler. And what I was saying before, Lyric, is that, you would talk about Uakai champion diversity also in his nature. He's played 6 unique champions now with the Ornn mid. And I heard you oohing, it's because we get the Wukong through, is that correct, with the Talia ban?
Yeah, we got the Wukong and the Senna, so 2 different bans for the side of IG. So they were angling for a trade, which is what they're going to go for now, TS. Of course, taking away the Wukong, we've just seen how oppressive this champion is in pretty much every sense of the game. Strong ganks, creative angles, strong team fighting, engage, you're able to get away, you have everything. But IG now going to bring out the Senna Tom Kench that we saw work super well for the side of V5 earlier on. I expect to see some types of champions who want to go in, who can be enabled by the Senna healing, able to come through. Or I guess you could even opt into the reverse and just try to outrange, but I don't really think that fits IG's style too much. So we might get 2 drafts that just want to go toe-to-toe with IG definitely definitely signaling they want to go in.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, on the other side for IG, though, we are just signaling that IG want these power picks. We have 3 picks on either side that have just been all the time, if not banned, in 12.10. And Lyric, I put a tweet out earlier on. Wukong's 76%. He's 14-3. He has an insane win rate right now in the LPL, and
even higher now, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be even higher after
nuts
today's games. So, yeah, coming in. I mean, we saw V5 get it both games and win on it. So, yeah, making its way up. And now for IG, they don't want to deal with Wayward Sejuani again. They felt like he was way too proficient on that champion. Maybe a little bit too proficient, a little bit sus. For IG, I'm kind of curious to see where they want to go next. I would expect blind pick mid being in the cards for the side of IG. You have champions like Swain who are still open, who do very well against champions like Kalista, like Wukong, because you're going to be able to consistently keep them in your ult and keep that drain going pretty much throughout a team fight. So we're going to be looking at that one. And yeah, I kind of think that's just the next obvious step for the side of IG, unless they have more shenanigans.
Yeah, because does Silas ban give you anything? Normally we see Silas ban when teams are willing to pick up things like Galio or especially Twisted Fate to match that global pressure.
I think it could be done, but that would be very dependent in my mind on your top lane pick. Top esports are going to ban that one out. Because if you're going TF here with your 4 picks, right, you're not really going to play too heavily down towards Senatom. I guess you could if Jackie and Mark are overextending, which they could all lane, but this was the other pick that I highlighted, right? The Swain able to come out and at least doing quite well into the first 3 picks that top esports have locked in, as well as having the Senna healing on top of the innate healing that you already have in your kit as a Swain.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a hell of a lot. So for the first time, Uakai is actually going to play a champion a second time. It's 6 unique champions picked up. We're kind of a bit of a surprise with how this guy's been going.
First time for a second time. You love to hear it.
You love to see it, especially with the way he's been going. We'll be questioning that top side pick because Zika will have the counter pick, but Lyric into Wayward, who looks like he's going to be going a little bit on the safer side with the GP that was banned last time around.
Yeah, so TS now going to kind of a bit of a mixed composition, right? Because GP, Renata, champions who like when you're coming into them. Now the Viego, now the Swain kind of setting up for that. But having some follow-up engage in the Wukong or some pick potential able to come out. And now for Knight, I'm really questioning what he will go for. Haven't seen too many answers into the Swain. We've seen things picked like the Ari come out. I believe we've seen Lysandra into it, but a lot of things that are taken off the board. Does he go for this?
Oh my god.
He does. Brand, such an oppressive laner. You're gonna have the burn able to come through as well. And my god, am I excited to see Knight piloting this pick.
Dude, everyone.
Man, when's the last time that this has been picked? Holy.
We're going to get it. I tell you what. We get a Riven on the other side as well. Like every other region, playing the meta's slow and nothing's happening. LPL, meanwhile, Nasus, Riven, Brand. We're getting things like Lilia. We're getting Shun's Kindred. Dude. This meta is so good for our region, and running into Game 2, I have one thing to say to you, Lyric, and one thing only about top esports. This composition loves circles. Wayward's ulti, massive circle. Barrels, circular. Wukong's ulti, circular. Knight, Brand's W, it's a massive circle. A ball, a fancy word for a circle. Jackie, his ult sends out someone in the shape of, you guessed it, a circle. This team is circular. Well, Renata's ulti's flat. I'm not getting into that. However, handshake makes kind of like a ball, which is also a circle. Tell me otherwise.
No, you're right. Okay, we have the circles coming here through Mr. Geometry Teacher Hysterics. But my God, again, this was gonna be so fun. I'm like, the Riven's cool, but we've seen some Riven, right? We've had some Riven in the split. We had some Riven in MSI, but the brand really is something new coming out. Again, you have the burn coming out with your Ablaze passive, some max HP damage there. Brand is a very cheap champion to come online, because once you have Leandries typically into the Rylai's, you are just incredibly strong. You throw an Oblivion Orb on top of that for even more Grievous Wounds and more burn. It's going to be so fun to be able to see what Knight is able to do on this champion. And for the side of IG, I'm kind of interested to see how they bring this one together, because you don't have any guaranteed lockdown, right? Sure, once you're Uakai and you start getting your mandate on top of your Rylai's, you'll have the slow in there as well, but you're kind of dependent on Zika or Shun coming off on flanks to get fights started. And wow, Mr. Dade himself.
Dade, wow, that long ago. We had the Nasus the other day, Lyric, which I had the pleasure of casting from Cube, but 2015, the last time it was played mid. Now, we know that Brand has been played support over the years as well, but, mid lane is something quite unique. So Knight bringing it out, what is that, 7 years later? Almost 8 years later, I guess?
Yeah.
7 is the math there, as I struggled. So, since 2015, when Masters 3 were in LPL.
We're halfway through the year. Almost 8 was a good call, but you're right. Masters 3. I wonder what M3 looks like upside down. Okay, moving on is we get the Sad Mummy, and we get some trades coming out from Wayward already. And yeah, I mean, right, for Zika, we know he's going to be playing really aggressive. Riven is one of these types of champions who wants to constantly look for the short all-in trades, get your burst off back off, whittle the enemy down low enough so you can just look for that giant all-in. So I'm not too surprised to see Shun pathing up towards that top side right now when you have a champion like this whose trade patterns innately make her a very fragile champion who can be vulnerable to ganks.
On the note of top side, there's 2 corrupting potions that have been used. So only 1 left here for Wayward, but when he gets to level 3 and has the oranges, maybe we'll be talking about that a little bit less, or at least paying less attention. You were mentioning junglers before. Opposite side starts. Note the ward on the red buff here. So Shun will be spotted if he gets up to that lane, giving a bit of extra safety to Wayward here in the early game. But Lyric, who cares about top? It might be a Riven, and people are like, oh my god, Riven. But the brand is literally the hotter news. Walk me through a little bit about how this matchup goes again. You talked about the healing that can be reduced against Uekai. I want a little bit more of a touch of the laning phase if you could.
Yeah, I think once Knight starts getting some abilities under his belt, he should be heavily favored in terms of being able to just constantly harass Uekai down. He has the range advantage. If he can hit a pillar of fire into the seer, right, you're going to get the stun off. You're going to get a huge damage combo able to come out. So should be able to try and potentially find himself some priority. And then in team fights is where he'll definitely come online with his ultimate, right? The numerous bounces coming through and being able to win out. So top esports guaranteeing themselves not only a counter matchup slash prio in the mid lane, but also something that just does incredibly well in the 5v5. And just a perfect pivot when we were hitting on Knight's champion Ocean before this game started.
I mean, always a unique pick coming through. Knight impressing us here in the second game. And, you know, importantly enough, when you talk about compositions, we're just watching Jackie Love and Mark wail on Wink and Shinleo in this bottom lane. Like, Shinleo walking up to the wave as the Tahm Kench melee. He's not getting too much luck with Lyric, and I guess we have to start talking about this because Jackie Love and Mark are not giving them a second to breathe. There's almost a turret plate taken at 3 minutes, 25 seconds. You are joking.
No, and right, I mean, we have a range support into a Tahm Kench matchup. These matchups have become a little bit better now that, you know, your dive is on your W, so you have some all-in threat, but with the Senna alongside you as compared to maybe something that does have more early game damage, it isn't going to do much. So ultimately, it's still just going to be you constantly taking autos, constantly taking trades from the Renata and the Callista, and having to back off. You know, you're the one who farms, so you're the one consistently walking up to the wave, taking a lot of that punishment as well. So nice by Top Esports to just abuse their 2 winning lanes so far. They've had Tien hovering around that side of the map as they picked up that bot side scuttle. And now the ball's going to be in Shun's court for what he can get done. We've kind of already hit on that. For IG, they don't really have too many early options. The good thing is Top Esports bot lane, considering it is double ranged, means that they are very squishy. So Shun right now heading down towards this side of the map. If the lane state stays like this, potential gank angle for Shun to come in.
And if it doesn't work out, let me just point out that top is double the CS of Wayward. Like, Wayward's at 15. Zika with his early trade hurt so much as Uekai is getting burnt to a crisp. Knight, great conflagration. Uekai without any mana to stay in the lane and the HP bar. He'll have TP, folks, so he won't be too far out. As Shun might be spotted out, but Mark has to flash away, and I'm not sure how far he can get. IG pouncing once again. Mark caught out, and there's no bailout for you. The bounty way too much. You're going to have to sleep in prison tonight.
Just overall great game to come out from Shun. Coming straight through the lane. They have the W from Shinliu to try and set it all up. They get his summoners, and now going to be able to force this one in. So IG taking advantage of that squishy 2v2 dynamic that top esports have picked up for themselves.
It's a great start. Once again, we get ourselves an IG first blood here in game number 2. A 500 gold lead, and Shun having the momentum enough where he already picked up the pickaxe, but now sitting on quite a bit of gold. So going to clear out the rest of his jungle. And Lyric, walk me through it from here, because when we know that this game can be quite volatile with the new picks we're seeing on our screen, I'm kind of curious as to how Shun can keep the momentum going.
Yeah, Shun now going to just keep trying to play around the fact that, you know, he was able to blow some sums on bot lane. This is going to work out because IG's bot lane needing to go for a bit of a reset right now. So I think he should just be looking to pivot back up and taking his topside camps, right? He has both Raptors and Krug still up. Looks like there's no positioning on top wave for you to be able to take any type of trade there. So for Shun, I wouldn't be surprised if he just consistently looks to punish the lack of flash on Mark down in the bottom side.
Okay, well, they tried to do that last game, and it turned into a dive, and not even try. They successfully did it in the first game, so feels like IG going back to what worked. Lyric, I want to ask you a little bit about what he can do the top side, though, because even though Wayward's level 6, Zika's still in control, and he's having a pretty good early phase on this Riven.
Yeah, and especially right now, right? Because we can see Wayward's wave is pushing in. Zika, of course, got his wave into turret, so the bounce back is coming on through. And right now you can see on the minimap, Zika's actually just zoning him out from the wave. So if he'd overstay there, if he tried to look to trade back and, you know, maybe get that one in, that's where IG were posturing to bring multiple members up. We even saw Uekai head up towards River just in case anything did happen. That won't work. And now Wayward being put in that position, having to use the cannon barrage to try and get this wave into turret.
And Zika won't really care. It's a Riven, so he's going to be able to match this one as well. Attempting to stop it back, that's not even there. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Mark with a good little handshake. Abyssal dive to get out, though, and Tien now spotted on a ward. Shinliu and Wink back right off. Now that they know the jungler's bottom side, I feel confident if you should, knowing that top side, if presented, will be an easy play.
Yeah, and this is honestly so bad for Wayward because what Zika's doing is actually pulling the wave to keep the freeze, so he has to walk forward. Wayward was just spamming, like, assist me ping. So the only way this will get better is if Tien comes up. Luckily, it looks like he's heading up now, and Shun can't just spend all of his time on the top side, right? His bot side camps are coming up. There's other things that he needs to do so he doesn't fall far behind. So potentially bringing up Tien could be enough to just break this freeze with the fact that our IG are playing down towards that bottom side.
Because surely you put a bit more emphasis considering that Herald's up in 30 seconds, right? Or 20 seconds as of now. And with Zika, you know, having so much control on the top side, with the ultimate being down for Wayward as well, does it influence what's going to happen next to IG start getting a little bit more, ascertain, I should say, control?
They might be able to. I'm curious to see what IG does off of this wave, right? Because Zika now building it up so much, he's able to push it in. If he was willing to look for an angle to maybe like roam down or hover down towards mid, you know, just walk into river and set yourself up for Herald, that would have been nice. But the fact that Shun had to go clear his bot camps means that it's not possible. He will TP in and be extremely strong now, picking up some extra long swords. So for IG, you expect him to posture up for this Herald.
Not trying to get caught out, though. IG already starting and coming back in. Knight walks back in confidently. The Heartbreaker onto the brand, and Knight goes down. One of the weaknesses here as Cyclone returns, and Tien actually taking the brunt of the damage, but Jacula brings in Mark. The handshake onto Uekai puts him in trouble, and he's got no mana, so he'll drop to the dirt as well. Both mid laners now dead, and Lyric, Brand, very immobile champion.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that was just some miscoordination coming out from TES, right? Because Knight had that ward. Knight had vision around topside river. I think it was Tien.
This is brewing. Tien's still sticking by, you're right. Doesn't have the Cyclone, but still a lot of damage. Shun returning to the scene of the crime. And much like Horatio Kane, the sunglasses now on with Herald started.
Yeah, now Tien gonna be forced out. So IG should just be able to give this one. But yeah, I mean, Knight knew they were there, right? He just saw them walk into the brush right in front of his face. Was banking on Tien being there because Tien was wrapping around for a flank, as we can see here. They walk up, you get some damage down, you spot out Shun, you still walk in because you can see the Wukong coming from the other angle. Completely mistimed though, just gets deleted and it evens out to a 1-for-1. Feels like this could have been a lot better for Top Esports if Knight didn't make that mistake.
It's been massive. Knight goes down and Uekai might be the trade-off, but remember that IG picked up the kill and got the Herald afterwards as well, so despite Jackie having an impact as Blade of the Exile on the top lane. Circles begin for Top Esports, but Zika's out and Shun to the rescue. This is the lifeblood of Invictus Gaming, and Shun once again making sure his team gets through the early game.
And finally taking advantage of what Zika's been doing in topside, right? Pulling the waves, forcing them in, getting the bounce back, making Wayward's life a living hell, having to always question if he can walk forward. You even look at the vision towards the top side of the map. I mean, you have a control ward there in top lane brush. You have a control ward in enemy jungle. They have complete knowledge of what's going on, knowing that they're able to make that play. So for IG so far, they are doing well to just take advantage of the top lane matchup, right?
Yep.
Not really anything too tricky or intricate to come through. We talked about how they didn't have too much lane set up to come in, but Zika is making sure that IG have that all for themselves.
And they've got a gold lead as well, right? Not 1,000, but about to be shortly. For Invictus Gaming, there's a Herald to drop down, and that'll push it over the line. But Shun, who is going for the Kraken build on the Viego again, which has become more increasingly popular here in the LPL, is in a very big place. Wink has to be devoured. That's the ult from Xinliu as he steps too far up to the mark. No pun intended, even though maybe I did intend it. Lyric, we've got a Herald to drop down, and you need to start talking to me about how Shun could push this advantage further with it.
Yeah, for Shun, looks like already heading over towards the mid lane, but I like his plan so far of staying towards the top side of the map because, look, I'm sorry to keep doing it, but look at top wave again. It's just always in such a bad spot for Wayward.
Ping.
So IG, just keep doubling down on it. Keep hammering home on this GP. It is going to end up giving a dragon over to the side of TES, but it seems like the battle lines have been drawn, right? For TES, they're stronger in the bot lane. They're consistently winning out in those trades in the 2v2. And for IG, they're much stronger on the top half of the map.
Right, seeing the brand in game. It's all scripted, isn't it? Infernal Soul welcomes you to the Rift, and that's going to be fire added with fire for Knight. I want to talk about the brand once again, Lyric. I have fun things to say here because, honestly, the last time we saw brand, as we saw before, was 2015. Doesn't matter. Heartbreaker over the wall. Forget me. It's all about Wayward up at the top side as Zika and Shun are on fire. Forget this brand. The real burning sensation is coming from this top 2v2.
Yeah, Shun out for Inventions, and Zika's the one setting it all up. They're going to be able to take some plates. Shun also having the Rift Herald there as well. Top Esports trying to match. Tien coming around because Jackie Love and Mark have recalled and are coming through lane.
Knight as well. Knight is on the chase. TM wants a Cyclone to buy time, get that Pyroclasm in. Into the clone first. Cyclone number one. Knight is here. The Pillar of Flame. The Clasm out. It returns to himself. Zika explodes, and Knight on this very unique pick is finally on the board.
Yeah, so punishing IG, hoping to get some plate gold for themselves, maybe not expecting for the lane swap to come through in the bottom half, from the bottom half of the map. With no objectives up on the map, this actually, like, it doesn't mean too much, right? It's not too bad to come through. It also gives them a tempo advantage. They can take some plates, push in this lane, and then if they did want to swap back to bot side, they could, right? You go for your recall, GP pushes this one wave, you swap back, and then you also have tempo in the bottom half of the map. So a tactic we see quite often, as we see how Shun goes for it. Doesn't care about his ultimate. Just gets over the wall to layer down the CC. And with the damage between both of these guys, very easy for them to finish off the kill.
So, Luke, before we saw that little play, I was going to talk to you a little bit about Brand because, you know, being a new pick, it is always fun to bring up. He's gone for Rylai's first, but that is not what I wanted to bring to your attention. More so, I wanted to chat about neutral objectives with Top Esports. Having a Callista, having Smite, of course, because you're a jungler and it's 2022. But also, Blaze the passive, 2.5% health damage as well, max HP damage. So it's huge when you think about how quickly they can shred through objectives. And for Top Esports, you know, they're such a ruthless team. I would not put it past them to have these cheeky little sneak peeks at things like the Baron.
Oh, of course, and even with the rest of your build coming out, right, because we expect the Leandries to be what comes out next. For Knight, I'm expecting maybe just going for that Rylai's first because it is a bit of a cheaper power spike, right? And the item still gives an absolute ton of AP with the 75. So gonna have some slow, gonna be able to chase people down. When the Leandris comes online is when he'll definitely be at his strongest point, though. Luckily for IG, they have good tools at bursting down squishy members. If Shun and Zika get on top of Knight, he is just absolutely dead, especially with how they've excelled, right?
Yeah.
We see 4 mythics already picked up on the board for IG, and Wink sitting on the Emerald Glaive as well.
And Shin Liu coming into the mid lane to save the day. Wink has been caught out a couple of times here, but props to man used to be known as Lucas, now Shin Liu. He's been pretty good on this time, Kenches. Bit of a trade here onto Tien. He wants a 1v1, but Shun is not going to get it into the double cyclone. Tien, that was him laughing in the face of Shun as he just decided to take that play, Lyric.
And it's just so weird how, again, we're seeing teams be so uncoordinated, so not on the same page.
Yeah.
He goes for that 1v1. His bot lane's in mid. You can tell he feels comfortable, but just a lot easier for top esports to be able to roam over multiple members first. And a 1v1 that he was winning, right? He's incredibly strong right now, considering he's already sitting on the plated steel caps, but... that was not it, IG. That was not it.
It's, does Wukong have counterplay? I guess it's the question that hopefully Shun now knows the answer to. So Tien gets himself a free Herald. And Shun, remember that IG, because of his efforts, because of what happened on the top side, IG were ahead by about 1,000 gold, held control outside of the Dragons, but nevertheless held control. Things turn a little bit here, Lyric, and we're zooming in the mid lane because for top esports, they've got a Dragon coming up, and they could use the Herald to put pressure mid, put pressure anywhere, and continue controlling the map.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, right? Go mid, push the wave back. You have Herald to threaten to force your way down to the bottom side and get yourself on soul point. And I think that's very necessary because IG's comp does scale incredibly well, having that Senna in it. You have very squishy members on the side of TS, so it'll be very easy for Shun to be able to set himself up for resets later on. So top esports want to snowball now. You have the Callista. We've hit on the brand to, again, cheap build. You come online very early and have a power spike mismatch with the enemy team. So IG already having control of River is going to be rough, but there's the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it is. Okay, IG have to make some kind of response. Shun not jumping in onto Tien. Is it because he doesn't have his ult or because he's learned his lesson? We will find out shortly as Herald finally gets the shard. Teleport comes in and Zika, who's now joined the fray. With Dragon now spawning as well. There's damage coming on the side as Uekai gets a never move, and Shun with a root down is only onto the clone. IG compact into this river. Remember that Wayward has his ulti, Tien does too. If top esports would have changed their mind at Lyric, I guess they won't this time around. So IG getting the first Dragon is a nice win.
Yeah, so TS not wanting to force too much with the fact that IG are able to bring themselves back into River. I mean, they did blow Zika's TP to do it, right? To where Wayward still has this, so you have a TP advantage up in top side.
True.
So you could put a lot of pressure up in side lanes where IG are going to be the ones having to make tough choices of, hey, do I actually answer this split push pressure coming through, or do I have to stay grouped up mid just in case Wayward goes for any type of play for the side of TS. The lucky thing for IG is both Zika and Shun are very strong, so if Wayward ever overextends, he is just easy picking for the side of IG.
So I want to go back into comps a little bit and how it all works. I got very carried away in pick ban. I talked a lot about circles for top esports. And I'll be honest, I'm lost in the trail of how this progresses. They're getting deeper vision and they're finding themselves, holes in the side lanes like we saw on the top side with Wayward breaching top lane outer turret. I want you to talk to me about what happens when these items do come through and top esports are in a team fighting environment, because it does feel like it all comes together nicely.
Yeah, for top esports, it's just straight up front to back. I think they have a very easy to understand composition.
Yep.
You bring Tien in, finds the Cyclone. You have tons of AoE damage able to come through with Wayward's Cannon Barrage on top of Knight's ultimate as well. But Knight maybe getting dove.
Yeah, he's going to pop the Ghost, though. Gives him a bit of mobility as Zika now spotted out. Remember that Knight has Wave Clear 2 with the Pillar of Flame. Conflagration out with the Seer just narrowly missing. IG unable to bridge and burst open the mid lane turret, so they'll go elsewhere.
Yeah, they were able to, get a little bit of tempo advantage, just pushing in top wave slightly, everyone moving over to mid, but now it's going to be top esports window. Since they're bringing 4-man members stacked to mid as a unit, you can start going into River and getting that vision control down. Again, no objectives up for a few minutes. Baron will come up before Dragon, but neither team really setting their sights up towards the top side as of yet.
But IG is still hungry for it in the LPL. Sometimes we fight anyway. And it doesn't matter about those objectives. Minute 10 to a Baron. And just keep your eyes on as well as we still do these objectives, looking at 20, 25 minutes. Wayward being cautious here. That's worth mentioning because as IG was spotted out moving down, Wayward wasn't going to overstay. Zika just returns to this side wave and continues pushing. And so, Lyric, let's come back to it as well. IG, what do they do from here? We've got a Riven that's in a very good place, and Shun was playing a lot towards Zika, actually still is. And it feels like they're still hitting on this condition, hoping to fan out as Shun's going to target him down. Wayward now eats an orange, but the Heartbreaker means they're fully committing until Zika says, nope, no ulti. I guess they're going to keep rinse and repeating this play.
Yeah, for IG, you kind of have two options, which is one, just keep that formation. You're kind of running like a 1-2-2. You have Swain to answer weak side. If your bot lane just catch waves, and you make that play down towards bot. Or you can even just have Shun hover over, allow for Zika to get prio, and then just overload mid and try and get to mid before top esports do. The rough thing about that is that Wayward does still have his TP, so it can be a 5v5 very quickly. So would have to be some nice coordination in terms of pulling the trigger on that play, which is probably why IG just feel more comfortable constantly trying to attack the side lane with the Riven.
I mean, it's getting harder and harder, though, right? At this point, you know, Wayward is level 13 on the GP, instant clearing waves with the barrel, and the barrel chain's coming up.
2 items.
Yeah, like, it's going to get harder and harder, and the dive capabilities are going to get worse. So here I'm kind of wondering, do top esports just keep the pace going, Lyric? Like, are you just comfortable knowing that, as you said, an easy front to back, but you have some really decent scaling as well that for IG should be able to be dealt with?
I think for top esports, it's a lot harder to force a fight because you need IG to come out of their safe space. You need them to come out of their base. Typically, right, that's why you need a neutral objective to come up to force them out so you can start layering all those AoE abilities together. So I think top esports are much more playing on the clock in terms of you're kind of waiting for that dragon to come up. You're waiting for Baron to push out, get deep vision, and let IG come out of their base so you can find that big 5v5.
Come out of your shells here. Knight with a good dodge from the never move onto Uekai. The steer lands as well. Jackie Love's in. Handshake at the ready, but no cigar here as Wayward finally joins the fray as well onto Uekai. The bar low. Pyroclasm's already come through as, excuse me, onto Knight. No, it hasn't, but finally follows in as IG are beaten up, but top esports are the members with a man down with Knight through. You can see that ulti changes the pace. Mark does so much work here. Bailout comes in, and so does the ulti from Mark, but what else is going to hit? Top esports still defending nicely. Ends up being a trade as Wink goes down as Jackie Love still heading on forward. Shun jumps in again as well. Mark flashes Bailout onto Jackie Love, and he burns his own. Wayward TP's into the middle, but the barrel chain, maybe it was all a ruse, as going golden is Shun, who survives by the nick of his teeth. Tien trying to fly through. The clone doesn't do the work. It's shenanigans once again as IG top esports like to burn the midnight oil. And as Peter Garrett would say, our beds are burning.
All I know is top esports have no right to walk away from that fight as the team that gets the dragon. IG trying to layer the damage down. They force out a bunch of summoners, but just the one cheeky flank from Tien, enough to force members low and force them out. We're going to come into the replay, and I mean, the team's going in different directions, right? All of them trying to all in on this 3-man core. Then quickly, Jackie Love and Mark making their way down, leaving Knight exposed by himself. Has to pop the Zanyas or the stopwatch, gets popped immediately, and then yeah, overall huge win for IG for again just lack of coordination coming out from top esports, leaving Knight in that position, and then able to get some decent damage down.
Yeah.
Granada ultimate does a good bit to make sure that Wink goes down as well, but I mean, huge by TS to be able to force IG away and get themselves onto Soul Point.
But my biggest takeaway from that is that these two teams, you know, although there's not as much blood as we saw in Game 1 or maybe in any of their other games, IG and top esports are happy to brawl. Like, that individual skills there, and it's surprising when we look at IG, and a lot of fans tuning in for the first time will be like, who are these players? Who's anyone on IG?
These two teams are soulmates.
are.
A lot like me and you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jake's partner.
I thought you were going to say sorry to Orcs or Dagda, but that's okay. Don't worry about them.
You think I...
You're not worried.
You think I say sorry to those guys?
True. They're nothing in comparison to you. Absolutely nothing.
Dude, Dagda has Munch. They did those cute tweets together. Like those guys are vibing. And you know what? Ox has me as well. So.
Well, hang on.
He's also doing vibes.
Dude, I'm not sharing you. I don't think you know what this is. I am sharing
You had that stint with Goldberg. I'm never letting that go.
Hey, he told me to shut up on broadcast, and then he left.
He did.
So I don't care. I actually don't care.
actually
Goldberg
did.
can stay over there. He's not coming back.
He actually did, dude. That was such chat energy. Came in, told you to be quiet, peace
And
out.
now he's not on the LPL. Oh,
What a lad, dude.
oh man.
So you're the secret shadow boss?
Well, I'm not-
That's why.
I'm not saying
That's
anything.
why.
Hey, Zika. Okay, here we go. Blade of the Exile used. We bring you back to the game because this Riven wants a 1v1 on the Wayward. Center ulti flies through. Bit of shielding. I think Zika thought he'd do a bit more damage, but Wayward now with 2 and a bit items, able to keep up.
Yeah, able to do. I mean, right. Wayward now is actually starting to get massive with the fact that he is 2.5 items right now sitting on this Executioner's Calling and is only going to get stronger. IG, though, trying to hard force in mid lane.
Yeah.
You'd expect this to be the time it's going to pivot up towards top side again. Get some vision down on top. You can just make TS nervous about what you're doing on the top side of the map. And then once it gets closer to Dragon, you can start pivoting down towards spot side while TS might still be left reacting to the vision you have on the top half of the map. So I think IG overall going through their steps quite well. And for TS, again, we're kind of back at that waiting game in terms of something coming up, allowing them to find the kind of 5v5 that they want to take.
I mean, that would be the 4th Dragon. They're on Soul Point. It's 2 minutes until the Infernal Soul has the opportunity to go to our first brand mid in 7 years. So right now, in a comfortable position as they buy their time. And you notice that down towards the bottom of the map, it's completely empty of vision, which seems to be good as Wink might be caught out, flashes into Xin Liu's mouth. After the spit falls off, you have to think that that's not the first time that Wink's been caught out this game.
No, Wink. Walking up a few times, right? We saw earlier in lane where Xin Liu had to blow that ult extremely early on just because Wink walks too far forward for a bad trade. But at least luckily is able to get away. The cooldown should be up before the Dragon is available as well, and that's where IG are looking to take their next stand, so shouldn't be too punishing. We can see if top esports are able to force an opportunity where they're able to exploit the fact that is on cooldown, but doesn't look like it with the fact that IG spot lane just goes for the reset.
I want to talk to you super quick. You know, there's a new champion coming out from Bilgewater, which is kind of insane. And
the waterbender
yeah,
thing.
looks like Legend of Korra with a water whip.
It does.
Oh god, it's quick.
It's pretty cool. It looks awesome. Though it does look like another champion where you're like,
That's a
should
lot
this
of dashes.
champion have this? Yeah, should this champion have this many like dashes? Or I think in the video it had where it was able to like put on some kind of shield and not get CC'd is what it looked like.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There's questions, but hey, it's not out yet. We'll find out.
Yeah, we will. Hey, I'll bring you back though because there are actually more important things to talk about. For once, 35 seconds until Infernal Soul. Top esports have the setup here, and you see that IG aren't bridging that gap towards the river as they burn the TP and trying to get into position. Lyric, you got to help me look out for what I need to see in this fight.
Yeah, for the side of TS, we're looking at Tien, right? Tien needs to set up, go in, cycle, and come out, and you want the enemy right in front of you. A front-to-back formation, no flanks coming through. For IG, it's the opposite. You kind of want a bit of a crazier fight. You want Shun and Zika jumping onto a squishy backline target while Yuakai's up front drain-taking and distracting. So we're looking at Zika and Shun on one side. We're looking at Tien on the other.
That Riven and Viego. Well, I'm also going to put in that Knight here in the perfect team fight. That Pyroclasm plays dividends. Zika has already flashed away, but the re-engage is here on top of Mark. He got thrown in by Jaculov, and the Beast of Burden soiled is Yuekai. He's by himself. Meanwhile, Top Esports winning the fight by themselves with a numbers disadvantage to kick off. IG with 3 left on the board. Shun was the strongest, but now he's dead.
Yeah, I didn't even see how Wayward was able to find the 2 because I was too distracted by Jaculov once again throwing Mark to his death.
Yeah.
We've seen this so many times in the series. Ultimately, it ends up meaning nothing because Wayward was able to clean up, and I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that one. And Top Esports now going to push in mid and make their way up towards the Baron.
I mean, Knight as well. His damage in that last fight did quite a bit. We'll have a look at the replay, as you said, but Baron, I now get to see the burn that comes through from Knight with the Leandries, with the Blaze passive. This Baron's going to go quick, and remember that Invictus Gaming have no jungler and no hope of stealing this one away. Secured by Top Esports, they run away safely, and that looks like that could be the big moment we reflect on for game number 2.
Yeah, I like that you continuously hit on the Baron able to come over from TS, right? Because Brand being one of the only mages whose Baron DPS is very similar just to an 80 carry, just to an outright marksman. So great by TS to be able to burn that one down. IG get a bit of a consolation prize with the mid lane turret, but now we're going to get to see what happened in this fight. Again, I want to see how Wayward killed the 2 members. We know what happened up in topside. He throws Mark in, multiple members go in, but Shun here on the opposite side, walking into numerous members by himself. I guess just not expecting an ult comes out from Knight.
Yeah.
We see Wayward able to walk forward as well with the barrels and the cannon barrage. And I don't know. It feels like from both teams this game, we're just seeing so many of these small moments where they're going in at such disconnected times.
True. Shun led the charge in this game. There was that crazy moment on top of Tien where we thought, Shun, what are you doing? You know, a bit sus. This time around,
There was Knight in mid lane when he walked into the brush. We're like, what's going on here?
Disjointed, as you
Doesn't
said.
stop.
It's rough because, you know, top esports, a top 4 team from Spring. Yes, they're looking like they're going to take a 2-0 here, but a couple of moments in this game. Granted, though, IG have made those moments more, and especially that one feels like it could have thrown away so much with the Infernal Soul picked up. With Baron now here as well. Lyric, this front-to-back composition from top esports are able to step up to the turrets and start pummeling away with already a 2.2k Baron power play.
Yeah, I mean, and they're just massive at this point in time, right? Knight is going to be dealing so much damage. If Wayward can connect the barrel chain, it'll be huge. Especially against IG's composition that is shorter range and walks into this damage like we saw there.
Well, Wink throws out the ulti, but it won't be much in response. You can see that once again an IG member caught out here. We had high hopes for this series, but top esports seems to be too much. This powerful trident team with Wayward, Knight, and Jackulove are punching a hole in the defenses of Invictus game.
Yeah, so far, top esports just looking indomitable in this series. I do want to give some credit to IG, and people might be like, IG's losing, IG's going to go down 0-2, but IG, if this would be their second loss, right, they lost their first series coming into the split, I think have just looked a lot more compelling, convincing than they did in Spring.
Yeah.
So overall, my takeaways from Spring to now for IG are still positive. Not able to be up to snuff against top esports in game 1, and not looking good so far going up against the Infernal Soul. But again, overall, IG definitely improved from Spring, which overall feels like a win if they can keep up that trajectory going forward in summer, right? Because heck, we got 10 weeks of games. This ain't the end-all be-all for IG.
I mean, you know, 17 teams in the league, you play 16 series. You might not versus top esports again, but IG going to have the chance to prove themselves throughout the split, as you were saying. It's only week 2. I'm really excited for Zika. I'm really excited for Uekai. These new players into the league as of Spring are twirling heads as now they want this game to be a little bit more competitive. And IG kind of making their last stand in the jungle as they hope to shut down top esports and find that crucial pick. And it might be onto Tien, but he's got a Cyclone at the ready. Zephyros comes through in the back line. Wink trying to stay safe, but look at Wayward at the top side. He's dealing with Shun as Renato ulti comes through once again. And Mark has done all he needs to in a choke. Did I say choke, Lyric? Because I think IG are being choked by top esports in what seems to be a 2-0 series.
Yeah, great team fight to come out from TES. Mark hitting a gorgeous ultimate. IG just trying to make their last stand, but the damage with the Infernal Soul on top of top esports is too much.
And I've just noticed that Wayward, sensing the end of the game, decides to buy 6 Cloak of Agility.
He bought everything back. He bought it back. He
sells it back. It's got to have that competitive integrity. But for top esports, this team looking fired up, ready to go. We see a brand mid for the first time in 7 years, and Knight doesn't disappoint, but neither do this insane squad at the top of the standings.
I'm just glad. I'm sure someone on TS was like, hey, Wayward, don't do that. Don't do that. Get your items back, because I think that's something players have gotten in trouble for in the past. I don't know if it would matter at the end of the game, but yeah, Wayward still flexing his energy, his mojo, as some would call it, and IG sadly not able to come up to snuff today. These teams now are 1-1 this year.
Yep.
IG won in Spring, TES won now. But overall, again, I think this is one of TS's more clean series in terms of how they understood how their comp should be playing. I feel like in both games, it looked like, sure, again, we were hitting on moments where maybe the coordination wasn't there, the timing wasn't there for TS, but in both games, it looked like they always understood how these comps should be able to play out. We got the fun pick of the brand in game 2, this huge 5v5 Cyclone, Renata ultimate, brand ultimate, and they brought the pieces together.
It's nice to see. Like, again, some concerns with top esports. They got to top 4, but there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of I get a lot of promise in this team, and not delivering at the start of the split would be a massive question mark. Against WE, game number 1, I thought, well, I don't know if you call that compelling.
Yeah.
Like, you know, top esports were challenged, and even here in the series, it was a bit more dominant from top esports, but IG did challenge them today, and I think it's a good sign of IG, but also a sign that top esports are still moving into the split and getting the pieces together.
Yeah, I think we saw good things from both sides in terms of, like, IG in the early game can compete.
Yep.
IG in the early game can compete with anyone, right? Their early game, like macro, their early game aggression is good. For top esports, it's like they were still doing good in the early game, but their mid game was where it was much better. And obviously, we think back to spring playoffs. Top Esports mid game was their big kind of Achilles heel, just bringing them down. So sure, it might be against a team that was lower in spring, but still being able to show these consistent moments where you know how to push an advantage forward without trying to flip a Baron or without just over forcing picks was exactly what you want to see from TS for people who think that they can go on to pick up the LPL championship this year. So again, good to see growth come out from both sides. I feel like as someone who loves the LPL, that's kind of all you ask for is like, hey, are each of these teams improving and are we seeing more from their series? And today the answer was yes.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, people like Mark and Jackie Love as well having a pretty good performance. And, you know,
except the Callista, sometimes a little bit questionable.
You know, maybe Jackie Love just didn't care. Maybe he just had to throw it out to let
Maybe
him know who's in
Mark
charge.
did something. Exactly, yeah. Maybe Mark pissed him off somehow and he just show him like, hey, I was here first. I'm the big daddy of the spot lane.
I mean, doesn't the support choose where to be thrown? Like choose to come out at all? So
yeah. So
maybe Mark was the one who's like, you know what? He's the one with the big kahuna. So it's nice to see. Nice to see at the very least, you know, bot lane having fun, but more importantly, being that aggressive. That's what we know about IG and Top Esports. That's why you and I were setting this up as such a big deal, because in our little Great Ninja War, IG and Top Esports not only shed blood, but kind of take risks. They are riskier teams. And that's why, you know, going head to head, it might not be a big kill game, but it was very entertaining throughout.
Yeah, and coming to the damage graph again, should once again 2 games in a row being the highest damage deal on the side of IG. That is honestly absurd. Thinking about your jungler consistently being the highest damage share of your team. That is like literally unheard of for, you know, the past few years of play when we don't have things like, you know, big carry Graveses or Kindreds or these things in the meta. So good by him. But ultimately, the story was still a story of Top Esports. Knight, Wayward, Jackie Love, all kind of spreading the damage quite nicely. I am so happy we got a brand today, even though it wasn't super showy. It was cool to see these more interesting counter picks coming out against new meta picks, right? Swain, very much a new meta pick, and now we see one of the answers coming out in the brand, and Knight as well, 90.9% KB, huge.
And, you know, it wasn't showy, but it also, when we look at the stats chart, I guess it was, right? It was just this hidden damage source that kept ramping up, and, you know, Knight in these fights, he might not have picked up the kills from that little two-man pick-off by him and Wayward, but he sure as hell did all the damage to get him down low for Wayward to knock him over.
And I gotta say, right, I guess you are a brand. When I say not a show, it's like, really, what could you do?
Sure.
You're gonna throw down a W, you're gonna throw down a Q and press your ultimate. So Knight did that exceptionally well. He did use his keyboard and press his buttons, which, you know, thank God Knight always does.
Sure.
And now we're going to be waiting to see who will get MVP. I think this game, a little bit more up in the air in terms of who you are able to give it to, because it just felt like TS were outpacing in team fights. I felt like Wayward and Knight both had good moments, so maybe that's where my head is going towards in terms of that. TN also had some critical flanks, but I felt like there were a few times where maybe Top Esports could have been a bit more decisive on the trigger pull.
As long as it's not like before, you know, I got a bit upset, to admit, in the RA series when Cube on Nasus
the Nasus
didn't get MVP, but the difference there was that Nasus literally took on the army. Like, it was deserved. Here, you're right. It is more up in the air. We get damage numbers, but we also get, you know, Mark's ultis coming through. We get, you know, Tien with his amazing setup. Again, another Wukong win, by the way. So we're past 80% for sure. Like, this champion is now, I think, 17-3, if I've done the math right. 17-3, Lyric, is just
I think you're right.
a nut stat.
17-3.
That's a big
I mean, teams just keep letting it through.
Yeah.
They just don't care about it. They're prioritizing other bans over it. I mean, heck, we're seeing things like the Ari band away over it, the Sennas, these picks that don't seem like they're finding too much success in LPL, or champions like Ari, which of course are good, but a lot more versatile. And like we've seen answers to the Ari, right? We've seen the Lissandra, we've seen things like the LeBlanc and Vex picked into it. For the Wukong, what have we seen? We haven't really seen too much.
Sure.
Obviously, the two big talking points of, I think, the community have been Karthus is one I've heard a lot of.
Yep.
And then one from team side, which I heard a lot about in scrims, was the Lilia coming through, you know, picking these AP junglers into it and maybe just trying to scale up and be a force later on. But seems like LPL team's not too comfortable with that, and Wukong will still be king.
Yeah, well, I'm curious as to how we adapt to that. You know, Shun obviously one of the junglers has a wider champion pool, pulling out the Lily in game 1 regardless. And as we kind of wait for MVP here, just another note that IG now 1 and 2. I want to quickly talk about schedules if I can bring them up, because I feel like it's important when we are hyping up IG to be a potential playoff team. That's what I'm saying, at the very least, right? Like, they can hit
Their
a
next
last spot.
series is rough.
What is it? EDG.
EDG.
Okay.
Yeah.
And even Anyone's Legend, like BLG, LNG. There's some mid-tier teams, if you want to consider Anyone's Legend better than they were last
Ooh.
split.
Actually, the day both these teams play is a bit of a banger. You will be on that day.
Will I?
IG, EDG, and TES versus BLG on the same day.
Ah, okay, that is good. That is actually good. So Top Esports and BLG next as well. I'm going to pull up Top Esports just to see the runner schedule, because LNG, Weibo Gaming, RNG, I noticed this the other day. They are actually coming into that top 8 significantly. Even if you want to look at like FPX as a runner for playoffs, Top Esports don't get a break from playoff teams up until week 6 when they finally verse OMG.
Wow. So, yeah, we're going to know a lot about Top Esports very early on in the
True.
split in terms of where to gauge them power-wise. I feel like we always know where Top Esports are power-wise, though, in terms of, like, right, if Top Esports lost to TT, it would really surprise no one. And then if Top Esports, like, dominantly crushed RNG or EDG in a 2-0,
Yeah.
once again, he'd probably be like, yeah, you know, Top Esports can do that. So they're definitely one of the teams where we don't need to gauge their power as much as maybe, you know, like the likes of a JDG or a V5 or, you know, whoever else. So it is kind of always cool in that regard in terms of knowing what to expect from the side of Top Esports. And hey, each series has looked a bit better, right? They came in against JDG. It was rough. You had the game 3 where Jackie Love got absolutely fisted. No one wanted to see that. We move on to the series against WE. A bit better. Won dominantly today. Again, winning very much. And Hysterics.
Tien.
We have an MVP.
Tien's the MVP. A bit of a surprise here. So we get the jungler here on the Wukong we were just talking about. It ain't the Knight brand. I'm not as upset this time. Because to be fair, Tien was a perfect part of the setup and led the early game charge with 100% kill participation for the first 15 or 20 minutes.
I mean, even having some key moments where he didn't kill members, like the one time in mid where we have the 1-for-1 and he comes around for the flank, forcing members back. So yeah, Tien definitely having a lot of, I'd say, kind of maybe quieter impact, not super flashy, not super in your face, but finding a way to leave his mark on this game. And I'm kind of surprised to give the credit for Tien for this play in terms of like his teammates coming over, CC'ing the enemy down and him picking up the kill. But you know what? It's a team game. We said this MVP was up in the air. Oh, well.
Oh, well. Look, I mean, it feels like Tien was someone who was quite, you know, contended in, like, where does Tien sit? I think it's worth mentioning that this guy had some hot and cold moments in spring. We had Xiaopeng come in. Then it was like, okay, Tien comes back. He's got the fire under him again. And Tien's always been a bit of a mystery for me because I can't tell how he's going to go in a split anymore after 29.
You can't tell if he's the best jungler in the world or the absolute worst.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard with Tien. But hey, a win's a win. Congratulations on the MVP. Top Esports with 2-0 over IG. However, coming up next, we get more of that spark. It's Weibo Gaming versus WE. And honestly, I think this one will surprise people. Stick around.
What are you?
I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not some mindless void spawn. I am much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There ain't a break here. We go straight into the second series, Weibo Gaming versus WE. Remember, we're all in Shanghai. We're all online. So players are sitting by going, when is it my turn? The Shy probably getting upset that he can't pull out his Kale yet. Has to wait another 5-10 minutes. Lyric, welcome to this series, by the way, which is the last series of the night. And you and I wanted to talk about how this series should be a bit closer than people would have first thought.
Yeah, I think, civilly looking at WE, they showed us in their first series, which was a loss, that they were more than meets the eye. They went against top esports. They came out again. It was a loss, but I think especially in their first game, they came through and they were able to show some good things. Bubu kind of stepping up. We had some good plays from Xie, who won't be playing today, but still, there was pieces for them. There was a foundation for them to build on where it felt like there really wasn't last split, especially with the fact that Beishang wasn't starting in the whole split. So nice to see at least a bit of life from WE putting up a fight against TES.
Because you even thought last split, again, that the WE, were more than meets the eye, to use the same phrase. They've got a lot of potential, and I think when you look at WE on paper, the roster doesn't really look that bad. Bubu, who was on a top 4 team back once upon a time on V5, then went to BLG. Beishang, who helped get this team to playoffs many different times. Shanks, who's starting today, who has been on those playoff rosters of WE. SMLZ, who was on the, OMG roster that made playoffs in 2017. I think there's a lot to praise on this roster, and we're kind of hoping that it comes together again, like the WE fans of old would hope.
Yeah, and I like that you're hitting on the people that are starting today, right? Because in their first series, they didn't have SMLZ or Heal in on the roster. Shanks wasn't playing either. And when I look at those three positions, it definitely feels like for mid and AD carry especially, they are working with upgrades. SMLZ's obviously had a more rough last couple of years, especially his last stint on Ultra Prime wasn't anything to write home about. Shanks, though, I think in his playoff run where WE almost made it last year, super surprising. And then Kadaya and Heal, could be a bit of a toss-up. I don't feel like we've ever seen Heal perform to an exceptional level. For people who don't know, Heal is just Re-Heal, the former player who, was on IG and IG Young, also had a short stint with Rogue Warriors. So, yeah, I have a lot more faith that this WE team can do better than they did in spring.
But going up against Weibo Gaming is no easy task. On the other side, Weibo Gaming, they might be a little bit more questionable, but they lost to EDG. That was their last series. Lost a game to Invictus Gaming, but ended up rounding it out. We've had a lot of concerns for people like SOFM, even the Shy, the bottom lane at times, went back to his old ways in the last series. But none other than Angel has been keeping it together, which I think is easy to say the unlikely hero. We never talk about Angel on this roster.
I feel like Angel always does this thing where in spring he is very quiet, and then in summer he kind of starts to pick it up a little bit and play better. Even thinking back to 2020 where he did that exact thing, but for Worlds, right? Kind of slow split, picked it up at Worlds. So this guy starts to step up when it matters. He's been their best performer in my eyes. Great Ahri performances up against IG, having a solid Orianna performance as well in one of their losses against EDG. And overall, this guy does not get a lot of jungle attention, but is still making a lot happen early, as we can see in his kills plus assists plus his kill participation at 15.
And I feel like, Angel's a very talented player. We've seen him on the world stage. He was on the Sooning roster that went to Worlds in 2020. And Angel's someone who, made a bit of a splash there as well, was a nice surprise. And I feel like has been around the LPL long enough now that we have to kind of put him in that old school category, right? Like, it's 3-4 years now running where other mid laners coming in and Angel's becoming part of that old guard.
Yeah, and it's even really cool today that we have the story of like him going up against his former AD carry, right? I mean, heck, actually, three people playing today were on the same team. BuBu, SMLZ, and Angel, all on the 2019 Sooning roster that had Maple and Sword Art on it.
That's right.
So we're going to get to see if Angel can step up like in moments like these where he's a highlight reel player, picks up the quadra kill, and if he can do that against his former AD carry and top laner. I believe he'll do it. I believe he will be the player that should shine the most today, maybe barring what happens in the top lane when we have two crazy people like BuBu and the Shy going against each other, but we'll talk about that later. But Angel at least has been a consistent force so far in their first two matches.
Especially, going up people like, WA's mid lane, and when we talk about Shanks, like, it's a really big deal that, Angel's been having these performances because going head-to-head with, some of the newbies, we just talked about people that are less experienced is going to be quite massive for him. Now, no need to ramble there because Angel is someone we'll focus on running into the game, but I want to go closer into what makes these, what makes these matchups work and where we're going to focus today. And Lyric, this is your credit because we're looking at top lane. Now, I once upon a time said BuBu, he was like a baby the Shy, right? And I said, oh man, he's going to be so good. BuBu let me down. I was brought back to reality. And it feels like BuBu's kind of, for me, always now been in the shadow of the Shy, except the shadow is like 100 foot long. And so you told me it's bring your son to work day. Father Shy now gets to reunite with BuBu and teach him some new tricks.
It's even great because like after you said that statement, right? That was when we were coming off BuBu on V5 playing weak side top, and ever since then it feels like BuBu has wanted to be this like very aggressive, in-your-face top laner. You look at the stats of these two guys. Again, it was only 2 series for Weibo and only 1 series for BuBu. They're first and second across the board, and pretty much all the damage and action stats to come through. The one difference is BuBu getting a lot more jungle attention than the Shy does on the opposite side. Not too surprising. SOFM, again, not the type of jungler who makes too much happen early, but I think both of these top laners are going to want to come in today with making this a knife fight.
Yep.
Who knows what it'll be on, as we can see the Shy has played Anivia in his last series. So, yeah, this one's going to be a fun one. We're going to see if BuBu can outdo his father or, if Maito Shy can continue to bring it forward.
Nice anime reference. Well,
hey, that's your credit. That's what you do.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, we just had the Great Ninja War, so I'm glad you could integrate that somewhere. BuBu's been a lot better, though. When we saw him on V5, felt like the weak point all those years back, and that was when V5 were that top 4 team, top 6 team. I think BuBu now is cementing himself as a top laner who, not only here to stay, which is the natural thing for me to say, but more so a top laner that is starting to get more consistent. I'm just kind of curious how we get champions up at the top lane because the Shy's been spamming Kale whenever he can. BuBu, we know, is a big Camille player. They have their niches that can kind of come out of left field.
I mean, if we can get the Shy versus BB, Kale versus Nasus, I am 100% down for that. Obviously, BB wasn't who picked it up, but that's a pick that if teams are willing to blind pick Kale, I would not be surprised to see more Nasus come through in the LPL. And just sit on it. The Shy loves Kale. The Shy is someone who we've seen blind pick Kale on numerous occasions. So I think we'll definitely be getting a lot of spice up in the top side. And even though we were kind of hitting on for for both teams, right? Like Angel might be the most consistent performer in Weibo's first 2 games. For the side of WE, like Beishang's always a standout. I just feel like with how volatile the top lane matchup could be, that might be the deciding factor in this game. If you see both of them just going headfirst into these trades and one can eke out a massive advantage, then we're suddenly into a game that feels like a 5v4. And I will say coming in, right, Weibo are the clear favorite. Like WE were just a mess in Spring Split. They got 2-0'd by Top Esports, so at least Weibo have a win on the board. But yeah, I definitely don't think it's impossible, especially, again, with some of the issues that Weibo have in terms of, like, the lack of connection between SOFM and his lanes, or even just overall, right? You were hitting on kind of on having a bit of a shaky performance. We saw him and Huanfeng struggling in lane. It was against EDG, to be fair. Viper and Mako, the best laning bot lane we probably have in the LPL, but there's definitely exploitable points on Weibo Gaming for WE to take advantage of.
Yeah, and raising SOFM one more time, the 5-time Viego player of the split has only played 1 champion, by the way, which is kind of a rarity. But I think I've just sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we've just been told that we've got a bit more content for you about SMLZ. As we're kind of talking about jungle, though, and we kind of look at SMLZ, you know, returning back, which is exciting, right? Remember that SMLZ hasn't played the split. It was Xing down in the bottom lane, and SMLZ took last split off.
And I do believe this is total games played, if I heard correctly. So 480 carries sitting at number 1. I mean, this is the guy who's been around forever, right? I mean, heck, he's played on Vici, he's played on, like, heck, even being on WE now, he played on WE Academy in the past, played on Masters 3, played on the Suiting roster. Like, this guy has seriously just been everywhere. He's been around for such a long time. We probably would have done a segment on him today if we don't find rosters out before we actually plan these things out.
Sure.
We did talk about him last week, though, as someone who has been around for a long time. Tons of pentakills. Champion pool, very fun. I'm sure you'll remember this once I mentioned it, but remember Notes of Prime, he'd bring out the Kindred in the AD carry role when he was playing alongside Chelsea. Like, SMLZ just brings a ton of fun, a ton of character and personality onto the Rift. And it'd be nice to see after his break in Spring Split if he can pick it up once again and start showing us some highlight reels alongside Heal.
I just remember going back with SMLZ and looking back at his history, like, you know, 2014 is when he started out. SMLZ 2014, remember that Uzi, his debut year was 2013. He was on RNG and went to, Royal Club that year and went to Worlds. For SMLZ, a bit of a climb for him. And once again on a roster that's kind of pitted outside of playoffs like Ultra Prime was in 2021 summer. Now that he returns, now that we're into pick ban finally, ladies and gentlemen, with you waiting so patiently, we can talk a little bit more about that champion pool. We're focusing on the top side lyric. We're also talking a little bit about junglers. As you can see, that's pretty much the direction we've gone so far.
Yeah, and so far the key picks that we still have up, Lucian on the board, Viego on the board, and Callista on the board. Looks like WE going to take away the Draven, so maybe trying to set themselves up for a bit of an AD carry pick. For Weibo, I'm surprised. I thought maybe you just leave it open and you go for a 1-for-1 trade in terms of being willing to take the Callista Renata, which we've seen brought out so consistently, but now they do just get the AD carry all for themselves since Weibo decided not to just opt into the handshake of AD carries.
Okay, well, simple enough said. Remember that SOFM has not played a single champion outside of Viego. This will be game number 6. SOFM, a very high priority on Viego.
Yeah, now for Weibo, it's going to be about where they go for their AD carry. Ezreal has been something we've seen actually the most played AD carry in the LPL right now. It doesn't feel like it because so many of the other AD carries just get targeted so consistently. It feels like we always have 2 to 3 AD carry bans in that first phase. And now Beishang going to answer with the Trundle himself. I'm kind of interested to see where W go with this composition, right? Because a lot of times Trundle kind of put with compositions that play with more range or playing more, frontline, more appeal. But having the Callisto alongside him, W still have some options in terms of where they can pivot with this composition. Now the Renata locked in as well. For Weibo, do you just go towards the expected Karma pick here and, go for the 2v2 poke lane, which we saw work super well early in the day for TES?
Yeah, we did. So the often pairing is there. I want to continue on because as we just hover over this glance at Weibo Gaming lock-in, which we all expect to be the Karma, let's look at solo lanes. Because for me, coming into this is, hang on a minute, Weibo Gaming, are they on the stream? Are they on the English broadcast? What's the deal, Lyric?
We just got absolutely swerved. I'm surprised they don't go for it. Maybe they feel like it'll be hard for them to pick up any engage in any other role, which theoretically they don't need engage, right? But I think even if you're going to run a comp that does play around range advantage, it's still nice to have some sort of CC coming in to be able to follow up on targets, re-engage, and find kills. They're going to ban out the classic mid lane counter picks that we've seen to the Ari, so Lissandra taken off the board. LeBlanc is another one you could go with, or even the Vex, if they do just want to keep making sure that Shanks has even fewer options to play into this champion.
True. And if I know Shanks, I know that Shanks might be a target towards something like an Orianna as well that we've seen sometimes here. Lyric was playing it a hell of a lot last season, but Weibo Gaming glancing over up towards the top side instead, as we've already seen a Sejuani top tonight.
Yeah, I wonder if it means we're going to see a bit of a tank top come in for Weibo. I mean, you still have the GP open, so you could go towards that. We obviously saw the Sejuani do quite well against that before, even though GP should just be able to farm and chill. Ornn is something we've also seen Sejuani picked into, so I wouldn't be surprised maybe if the Shy just goes back to a tank.
Oh, God, I can't deal with the Shy Ornn, though. We've been through so many shenanigans with that man at the top side, picking that champion. It was a Nivea the last time we saw him, and it got absolutely obliterated. It did not too well, Lyric, as Weibo Gaming are going to leave top for last pick as you'd expect, giving on a support, and they're just conditioning to go through and find out which one that is. And honestly, we've only seen one other Bard, but range, okay. Not Karma this time around as it gets banned away, of course. We get the Bard instead from On.
Yeah, so Weibo kind of pivoting into what could have, again, been like long range, poke, siege down the enemy team, and kite back, into more of like a pick comp, right? Have Bard roam from lane early on, link up with SOFM, set up some tempered fates, and catch enemies off guard. We'll see how they end up rounding it all out in the top lane. For the side of WE, though, now getting to pick their soul lanes themselves. UBU going towards the Gnar pick, so Shy going to have some answers he can go with into it. Now I'm curious to see what you go mid for Shanks. We've already hit on, again, things like Vex and LeBlanc traditionally. You still have the Swain open if you want to opt into close range team fights.
Yep.
I believe we've also seen this matchup picked in the LPL a few times, and they will go for it.
So standard. Feels really standard from the side of WE. We can talk about that comp in a second. What do you run into Gnar? Because a lot of the time people shied away from things like the GP with the range disadvantage, Lyric, but what are your thoughts?
I feel like you have quite a few options, right? Like we've seen things like the Kennen, you already hit on the GP Jace. Like it's really the pick of the litter for the side of Weibo. And when you're running these sort of compositions where, again, it's a lot about kind of mid-jungle support linking up and getting into the enemy jungle, locking people down and finding picks, I really don't feel like your top lane influences it too heavily. But with this, they're at least going to try and generate some pressure in top, accepting the fact that the bot lane 2v2 could be a little bit annoying, and all leaning on the Shy. So for Weibo, again, a lot of movement out of mid-jungle is what we want to see. On being proactive and getting involved as well, using that CC, picking off an isolated member and turning a fight into a numbers advantage. Where for WE, definitely more 5v5 oriented when you have the Swain involved, locking numerous members down, keeping them close. You have the Pillar there as well to try to just catch enemies off. So two very different identities coming out for these teams.
I also want to point out that for Weibo Gaming, there's a lot of range there as well, Lyric. You know, you talk about picking off with the help of the Bard. I see Ezreal, I see Jace. You know, and the ability to keep people at range on WE.
Yeah, I mean, right, they kind of rounded it out to where now they did have more long range coming out with that Jace, so if they get on objectives, could be quite annoying. Even if they're not on objectives first, being able to whittle down the opposing squad, throw down a Tempered Fate, and then be able to follow up with additional damage. Weibo's composition definitely has options in terms of what it is able to do in the mid game and how it is able to play out. But still, all of it starting in the mid lane. Be really cool as well, getting Shanks back on the Rift and seeing how he gets to do against Angel, who we've touted as doing so well in these first few games. But my God, getting SMLZ back on the Rift, I don't know how it's going to go, but just seeing it is going to be exciting. I mean, Kalista Renata coming through up against an Ezreal Bard. This is a lane where it feels like SMLZ and Heal, can do well.
You're right. It's close enough, honestly. He's taken the Re.
I feel like Reheal's cooler. I don't know why he did that.
Well,
I feel like Reheal's just a much sicker name.
Heal is a summoner spell, so he's kept it traditional. He's stayed within the realms of the game, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're not even going into game. It's a huge bait. Game one's already done, folks. And we've obviously got a technical difficulty. We're going to talk up SMLZ, Shanks coming back on the Rift, Bew doing well.
I just got to say, when that break was so short, I felt a technical difficulty coming. I'm like, wait.
that's too
We're,
quick.
we're starting in like 3 minutes? There's no way. But yeah, here we are. SMLZ, you were just saying.
He's
I'll
back.
ask you, how do you feel about SMLZ? You were here in 2019, casting him back in the Sooning days,
That was on
where
the
it
super
didn't work
team.
out really at all.
That was on the super team, dude. I was disappointed. You know, that was the Shao Al, Hacker roster, Maple, Sword Art. And then, yeah, SMLZ was the 80 carry. And I remember I went to the gaming house because back then Clement was doing a show. I can't remember what the show name was, but we were interviewing people. And we interviewed his Sword Art, coming over from the LMS for the first time. Very cheery guy. And it was so exciting because this team was like, oh my God, this team could be going to Worlds, in 2019. But they fell short. It was upsetting. I was kind of sad because, after meeting the players, I was like, man, Sooning could do it. But they did it the year after. So who am I to get upset, Lyric, as I welcome you back and welcome you in after a short pause. Weibo Gaming versus WE. WE looking for their first game, their first series. While I will say that Weibo Gaming have looked a little bit shaky around the edges. The Shy's not on a Nivea top, and I think for now, that might be for the best.
I think it's definitely for the best. I mean, right, the Shy's ability to maneuver the pick isn't something like worth going into the weeds of questioning, but like where the draft they picked it up against was just so questionable. So many dashes, so much range. Your wall really gonna have no value. You're never gonna be able to land a stun. This time around, getting back onto something more comfortable. They even offer him a ward from On. On dropped a ward up in that top lane brush to try to make sure he can win out through those trades. He's gonna sacrifice a bit on bot side, but On now having the sweeper, so try and clear out some vision for themselves. And junglers heading towards opposite sides of the map. A bit expected when we hit on 4 Weibo. They're playing around topside, right? It's about getting On out of lane. It's about moving Angel up to enable the Shy. Square for WE, you have the Clister not on bot side. Definitely going to be a lot about this 2v2 lane. And Bubu just going to have to absorb the pressure, which is a bit different from the head-to-head we set up, where Bubu in their first series got a lot more of the jungle attention than the other sides of the map.
That's true. Almost 32% of his team's damage. I mean, that's why we're talking about Bubu getting better and better each split, but mainly his relation with the Shy, where, remember, he was the V5 top laner, and the Shy has kind of always been seen as this behemoth in the league. Yeah, a bit back and forth in the past couple of years, but overall, if you consider the Shy since 2018, he has been a top 2 top laner, if not the best. So now going up against Bubu, it's father and son meeting up. And on the Jace, let's be real, the Shy's Jace, one of the best as well. It's going to be hard for Bubu Lyric as this matchup continues to be explosive.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be a lot about junglers, as we see now. Beishang trying to make his way over to... Oh, not even to enemy Raptors, looking for the gate mid.
Great pillar. Angel might have to flash, and he does so away from the Never Move. Beishang, quick and easy here on this Trundle.
And this is where we saw this WE team excel in 2021 summer playoffs, right? When they were starting to make that run where we were questioning if they were able to make it. I believe it was them and LNG both kind of starting very early on towards Worlds, and obviously LNG were the ones to make it, but a lot of it was based around the synergy that Beishang and Shanks had.
Good trade in the top side, though, while you're chatting, Lyric. The Shy able to hit down on Bubu. And just coming back to your point, yeah, that synergy was something that made them so unique. It was the League of Beishang, really, at that point as well. Been there since 2019, and WE have always had top-tier junglers. Never mind, let's look at top again. Bubu, hammer, boop, he's away.
I was going to say, the Sun's not having a good time
No.
in this matchup. The Shy showing why we coined him as the father and not the other way around. Still not finding too much of an advantage for himself. Will force a TP to come out from Bubu, but the Shy, once he gets his wave in, might even have to opt into one of his own. Doesn't have any mana, so won't be able to do too much more in lane, even though he is sitting on a biscuit. So still going to zone him out with the wave advantage. With how quickly he's forcing it in, you could tell the Shy just wanting a bit of a recall.
Wave shoving in top side, bottom side, it looks like it'll do the same as well. I learned some big brain stuff from, from streamers once upon a time, with Heal pulling the whole wave Lyric onto himself and then pulling it onto the front minion so that Weibo Gaming's wave unintentionally pushes. How's that for clever?
I was a little bit behind on that one, but every day is a learning experience. There's always things to do better. For Weibo, I mean, I was wrong. The Shy didn't opt for the reset like I thought he would after he got that wave in, waiting for a cannon wave to come through. No, still wanting to aggressively stay and look for these trades.
Good Mega Gnar here from Bubu as well. The Shy running out of mana, as mentioned. So teleport might have to be burned. Bubu's burnt his own. But look in the top side. The Shy's able to do this because vision control right now in favor of Weibo Gaming for a mile. They'll see if Beisheng makes his way up. This cameraman is obviously a Bard player, obsessed with the Caretaker's Shrine that's been set up for Huanfeng while he goes on a journey. Look at On, deep into the enemy jungle. He's ready to take down Shanks.
Yeah, this is what we're hitting on, right? For Weibo, it'd be very much a kind of a three-man joint effort. Though On gonna get forced out.
He's got a journey, and the pillar's already come through, so away he goes. Good stuff from Beisheng. Might even give him tempo on the bottom side here, Lyric, with First Dragon. Now spawning, and it is a Trundle. This will be a nice early objective from WE.
Yeah, Weibo trying to brute force their way into this one. I think this one could be a little bit rough. WE definitely very strong right now.
That's a level 3 Bard as well, so On doesn't have the level, the health bar behind him. Huanfeng still on the wave. Weibo Gaming not going to contest an SOFM, getting not caught out for once as well, which is nice. So WE with the first dragon of the game. Angel didn't move either, but he now has level 6, and they continue to posture around mid, being super defensive of Shanks with his return back to the LPL.
Yeah, WE so far, I think doing quite nicely in terms of how they're playing out this early game. Again, around Shanks and Beisheng, using their pressure in bot lane as well to hover up first, making sure that Weibo don't use their window, because sure, On was able to get away from the last play with his magical journey.
Oh, the sun looking better than the dad. The wallet doesn't come down. The Q misses, he flashes.
Oh.
The Shy turns it back. Sit back in your place. Take your son to work day. Works out perfectly for the Shy.
And this is why we highlighted this matchup, because both of these top laners like to play aggressive. Both of these top laners like to look for those cheeky 1v1 kills. And the Shy, my God, almost was taken down. I'm not sure if it was a W or something at the end that missed from Bubu, but Bubu doing a nice job at finding the ult angle. But in the end, the Shy was able to tether. Gets this nice bit of burst down. The initial stun is what's able to come through. This is where the ult will follow forward. And I think here's where the Shy flashes away, and there it was. That stun not able to connect. Bubu flashing forward, and the Shy just able to re-engage once his cooldowns come back up. Maybe could have been able to finish off if that W landed.
Oh, or the Q, right? It's a weird mix because you're like, well, Bubu didn't hit anything, but the Shy also flashed away. The Shy also stepped up. You know, he went and literally walked upwards. So yeah, a nice little mix there, and props to the Shy, but also unfortunate for Bubu. That solo kill meaning so much with now the Vampiric Scepter. The tier picked up previously before. The Shy well and truly on his way to lane dominance. And, you know, it's like working in an accounting firm. You bring your son to work. What's he going to do, Lyric? What's he going to do there? He has to sit in a chair and watch you crunch the numbers.
No, he's gonna cry, and he's gonna want to go home, and he's gonna complain. And I know, because that's everything I would do if I had to sit in an accounting office.
And he might have 3 more days of this, you know, with the way things go on. So for Bubu, a rough start to the series as Angel now starts moving up as well. Seems like Weibo Gaming want to put pressure towards his top side with how well things are going, especially with the Herald now spawning.
Yeah, and that's why that was the dynamic we talked about, right? WE towards the bot side, Weibo towards top. WE now, though, since Herald is up, are going to be able to commit their bot side first. This should be a guaranteed Herald for them. I just wonder if they'll be able to find a fight, since SOFM is still just sitting in their faces watching them take Herald.
A little true shot barrage here, tagging SMLZ. It continues on and even stops the back of Bubu. And Shy pubbles him one more time. And doesn't stop the Herald at the very least. So WE picking up the objective, moving up to the top side, but SMLZ and Heal are staying around for so long, while bottom lane is just getting hit hard by Huanfeng.
Yeah, so Weibo at least answering, right, that they consciously chose to keep Huanfeng on the bottom side of the map and look for a bit of plates themselves. WE, though, keeping their bot lane up here so far, able to potentially angle to get some good damage down onto the board. But I don't feel like too much should be able to come from this WE. It would be quite hard for Weibo to be able to find and engage on them. They don't have the Tempered Fate available yet either.
But SOFM has a Heartbreaker, and the Shy is a strong level 8 Jace. As SOFM goes in, gets the Eye of the Smite down as well. That's a 2-man Shock Blast, but Weibo Gaming take it no further. Again, Lyric, a really critical information you point out. On doesn't have his ulti, as SMLZ and he'll get the push one more time, but this time seems to want to back away as Angel's actually caught on out. The never move here from Shanks. Quite nice from the mid laner that we highlighted so much on Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, great from Angel to come through. Also surprised that WE's bot lane aren't opting into resetting yet. I assume they probably want to do it after this wave because Dragon get to come up in 55 seconds. You definitely want to get your stronger lane down towards the bottom half of the map, especially considering it's a Callista, so you can get started on that objective. The Ren going to come in very handy, and that's what they're finally going to do now. So lane swap coming out for WE. Can start the posture for that second Dragon. You also have a TP advantage on Bubu, so will always be a threat of that numbers advantage able to come through. Still not post 14 minutes, so we'll just have to TP to a tower if any shenanigans do lay out.
It's just interesting, though, because we haven't really seen a lane swap like this for a while, so early into the game, giving a bit of tranquility to Bubu, and as you said, 20 seconds with the Dragon. Excuse me. We see SMLZ moving back to lane heal, doing the same. Note that he has a hostile takeover available here. So the support of WE going to pack a punch, but so does On. On's got the Tempered Fate, and in 10 seconds, we might see it used for the first time. This would be the first Dragon for Weibo Gaming, second for WE if they get their hands on it.
Yeah, Huanfeng going to TP down to the bottom lane now to be able to follow through if anything does happen, because Weibo doing a nice thing, kind of poking their heads into enemy jungle, then you hover towards mid, allow Angel to keep up his prio, and now it looks like they're looking for a bit of a pick onto Shanks, but Charm doesn't connect.
But remember, the Shanks just burnt the Ghost as well, so he's got to summon it down as they attempted to hit mid. Weibo Gaming slow on this objective. It's going to be a counterpunch here as the Cosmic Binding starts it off. Charm as well into Shanks, but the damage hasn't flown through yet until the Orb of Deception. Tempered Fate is a two-man here, but the Dragon's already gone. Now WE looking for the turn. Health bar shimmering a little bit low with Huanfeng joining in off on the wing, but I think WE happy with this one. They're just trying to get out Lyric, and On is such a threat. With the Cosmic Binding that never reaches, WE eventually move out.
Yeah, and the reason why Weibo were so hesitant is because Bubu actually made his way down to mid lane. So Bubu was showing on mid wave when W were taking the Dragon, so Weibo couldn't really follow up after the Tempered Fate hit on the two members. Would have just been, you know, more people there for the side of WE. So sadly for Weibo, not able to find the fight. Nice movement coming over from Bubu to make sure that is allowed to happen. Does make it so the Shy is able to force in another wave top, and now we can see Angel getting another play in mid. So at least for the side of Weibo Gaming, maintaining their gold lead.
Yeah, that 1K, 1.3K at this point. Dragons might spell a bit of doom later on, though, with the Mountain Soul coming through for WE. They've got a Gnar, they've got a Swain, and they've got a Trundle, more importantly. And Lyric, we talked a lot about the pick potential of Weibo Gaming, how they wanted to operate with this Bard who hasn't had much impact in this early game, at least in the first 12 minutes. But I want to transition back to WE and talk a little bit about how they operate in these fights, because their ultimates, their, I guess, lockdown is quite significant as well.
Yeah, for WE, I mean, even if one member is just slightly too far forward, it turns into a pillar, and then you have the E come out from Swain, and it just snowballs one CC into another where you're able to find that pick and just take that fight, right? And heck, that's not even counting the Renata ultimate that you're able to follow through if other members try and come in and save the fight. So I actually really like WE's setup to be able to find a fight. For Weibo, on the other hand, again, I feel like it's a lot more rough. You do have a lot of mobility, so it can be hard to lock you down, or for Shanks, for example, keep up with an Arid and Ezreal who are able to just weave in and out with their mobility. But still, right, you're relying a lot, in my mind, on that Tempered Fate to be able to come through. You're relying a lot on the resets to come out from SOFM, so I think WE are a little bit more straightforward.
I like having a Trundle or a Gnar, or even, say, the Renata, right? Or I would say Callista counts as that from SMLZ. With the range there, yes, but Weibo Gaming, you bring up some interesting points. So there might be the gold lead, but hard to execute compositions. I think, especially where we're at right now, when we know that games are going, Lyric, a little bit longer, we are a little bit slower despite LPL at least keeping up some pace. It just feels like there's a lot of conditions right now that make me think that WE have a good chance in this game, especially with the two Dragons already picked up in the early game.
Yeah, game's definitely going longer, right? That is, like, undisputable. Today's game, I believe it was game 1 today. It was actually our longest game of the split so far. Might have even ended up our highest kill game of the split so far as well. But that's it, right? That's how these go with the LPL. Sure, our games are longer, but the action, the pace is not slowing down whatsoever. The durability changes coming through, the lack of dives coming through does mean that we're not breaking open the map as early as we did before. Even looking at these drafts, right, when you have like Jace against Gnar in top lane, and you have a mid with Prio, this would have been a great game to try and stack waves onto the Gnar and set up these dives, but just on this patch is very much harder, not allowing for those things to come through.
At the very least, look, it's a 30 CS lead in the top side, so even though it hasn't been constantly SOFM getting up topside over and over, the Shy still doing well in his own 1v1. And I will say, whether it was this patch or previous patch, SOFM doesn't really sit top consistently anyway, as we talked about in our opening segment.
Oh god, I remember the stats from last split. You look at the jungle proximity stats, and SOFM in all of his laners are at the bottom of every
Yeah,
list.
it was like 20th, wasn't he?
Yeah, and right, typically is, maybe I'll pause, is WE kind of pause. Okay, nothing gonna happen. For most teams, right, your jungle procs will be maybe like top 5 in top lane, but bottom 5 on the other side of the map, right?
Yeah.
'Cause it's limited resource. For SOFM, it's low across the board. He's never around anyone.
Oh, Everfrost comes through though. WE getting picked off. Weibo Gaming
Oh,
wanted to do exactly
SMLZ.
this. Angel flashing away from the hostile takeover. Still with the charges. SOFM gets a reset in the Tempered Fate only onto the turret, but Weibo Gaming played that patiently. And it means that SMLZ takes his first death of the split.
Really nice by Angel. We talked about how on Weibo's comp, a lot of it's coming from pick potential, the single target lockdown, the single target damage able to come through. They're able to set up the pick. Very liberal use of the Tempered Fate coming through. Also, this reminds me, the Bard, right? This was the success for Suning in 2020. It was Bard, it was Ezreal, it was like champions with CC potential in the mid lane. So kind of gives me a throwback to what made this a successful team. Sword Art not here though, but we'll see here. Able to land the Everfrost instantly into the charm. All the damage able to follow through from pretty much every member on the side of Weibo Gaming. And, you know, nice accelerated shock blast as a goodbye from the Shy at the end.
Yeah, I want to say hello though because it's third dragon and I want a bit more blood. It's like your wheat fix in the morning. How many do you do? Well, the True Shot Barrage does quite a bit. One Fong again targeting and hitting the majority of WE. He's been on point with his True Shot Barrages. His damage now starts being more significant. Base Young at half HP as SOFM wants to deny it. It's the Shy. Solo kills off the corner of our screen. The Nah. Goodbye again, the Sun. It's day number 2, and he's back in the chair.
Yeah, Bew going back to his room on timeout. Weibo now going to be able to chase this one down. Tempered Fate lands.
It's beautiful as well. The Claw about to spell the doom, and WE are being rinsed in their tomb. It's the Shy who picks up kill number 3. Weibo Gaming with a 5-0 start, and finally building momentum in this game 1.
Look, this is why the Shy is your favorite player, because there you are saying, I want more kills, I want more blood, and instantly the Shy's like, my dude, I got you. We're going to see how it happened here. Looks like BBU's aware that the Shy is potentially in the area, still walks out. I mean, the all-in comes through, the flash into the W seals the deal, and the Shy getting extremely low. WE wanting to chase that one down, reheal using SMLZ's ultimate to go in, just leaves you in this position to be picked off by the other members of Weibo.
It's a really night and day watching the Shy on Jace versus Inhibitor, isn't it, you know? It's a very different vibe coming from the top laner, and you know, right into Bew, who we talked about being such a big carry for WE, the primary damage dealer by far, has had nothing to say in this game, number 1. And WE, yeah, they might be trailing in gold, but all of a sudden since the last play, it's moved to 5,000. They lost the last dragon. They're contesting this second Herald, but Weibo Gaming are like, forget it. We're going to go mid and take ourselves a bit of the bounty. SMLZ getting a hard awakening here, Lyric, as he's welcomed back into the league.
Finding another kill, get a lot of damage down on the mid. We can see Angel taking top lane turret right now, so ultimately, I feel like trading up for the side of Weibo Gaming, you lose the Herald, but what will WE really even be able to answer with? They don't have control of sides, they lose both side lane matchups. They're going to have to just try and hard 5-man mid or, you know, just bring numbers advantage somewhere to force a Herald play on the board, but it's so hard to lock the members of Weibo down.
Magical journey from On. Let's look again. Cosmic Binding that slows him down. On has been a lot better this split. Let's be real. Last series wasn't super amazing, but I think we really highlighted On's entry into the split, and on this Bard has been really, really nice. I will say, you know, Weibo Gaming working together also very, very nice, when being discoordinated has been one of their major root problems.
Yeah, it's coming together this time around. And again, it just took giving On a role that is a lot more like what Sword Art was doing, but Bew's getting dove.
Yeah, once again, what do I say here? Bew dealing with 2 people, and the Shy is now 4-0. I mean, WE are getting clobbered here. If it wasn't for the Dragons, it'd be close to a perfect game. It would be a perfect game, excuse me. no close about it, and especially not with the game state. 7,000 now the lead. Heel has been bailed out by himself, but Juan Fong snipes him down. Goodbye, and now SOFM saying hello to SMLZ. This is hard to watch, and I've watched Eternals, Lyric.
Oh god, this game just turned into this so quickly as well, right? We were having like smooth back and forth early game, Weibo finding some CS advantages, WE picking up the dragons, and then ever since that one solo kill on bot side that Weibo were able to turn into so much, they've just slammed their foot on the gas pedal. The Shy right now is that dad who's like on his 4th beer of the night and he's pissed off. You not in it for a good time.
Oh god.
As, you know, we won't go down that road of that analogy. Angel, though, finding some good charm and good damage onto the bot lane of WE, and then on, just really nice to finish it off and give the kill over to Juan Fong.
And, you know, as well as on being really clean, I think Juan Fong's had a very clean game. Nice on this Ezreal, hasn't had to do much, is the other part of the poke package, but speaking of 6-pack and packages, Lyric, Weibo Gaming right now flexing. It's a 9k gold lead. This one feels like it's gone in the bin, and I'm not talking about the top laner of BLG. Well, I was going to say RNG. And at this point, I'm not going to ask you what WE do to get back in this game. I'm going to ask you how hard Weibo Gaming have to throw to lose this game 1.
You know, I feel like one ace into a Baron and the game is at least back in contention.
Wow. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Just got to pause. That's a Lumao level of Bard ulti there as everyone gets out, but someone is a burn. And Angel, as he ults away, WE just trying to defend mid lane turret. What were you saying? What were you trying to give me? Was it hope?
Yeah, well, no, you asked me, like, how much does Weibo need to int? And, I mean, realistically, I feel like, let's say if a fight happened and WE aced them and turned that into a Baron, they're now back in the game. Weibo would still be up in gold, I think, still favored, especially in terms of, like, how we're seeing the drafts played out, them not really finding ways on top of the key targets of Weibo, but you know, we don't need to explore alternate realities.
We don't.
This ain't a multiverse. We aren't Marvel or anything like that. Weibo just gonna pick up the Baron, make their way towards Dragon, and WE aren't gonna get a thing.
On that note, while we see the Mountain Dragon spawn and WE move to it, I cannot complain enough. Where were the Eternals when the world was burning down? Saves Tony Stark as WE start this one off and Shanks, look, being fearful as he should be. The Shy on the backline, whoa! That hurts. It's a bit of a bounty, but the Shy's about to clobber in. Weibo Gaming making short work of Bei Sheng as he's being caught out, but still not dead. Jumps on in, and this is what you expect. Still without a kill of this game. Bubu's drawn in, and Father says no. Weibo Gaming 14-0 at 22 minutes, and we said games were going longer, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, we just set up how, like, WE, maybe if they find an ace into a Baron, they come back. Weibo, find a Baron, and then find an ace. You know, this game's done and dusted. I'll give the silver lining. Reheal or heal, able to steal away the dragon, get a bounty. Also not a masochist like we saw Mark was in the last game and not throwing himself into harm's way. As we'll get to see here, huge damage coming up from the Shy with that accelerated shot class, but still heal able to pick it up in the end. And then Angel flashing forward to land the CC to hope to get away. And even though Heal does try to ult himself out to safety, still does end up going down in the end. And yeah, this is probably going to be the last time hopefully the last time we see the Sun get punished.
Yeah, hopefully the last time we go into a replay, because Weibo Gaming have this game in the palm of their hand for ages, folks. Like, this is what you expect. There's a lot of Weibo Gaming fans out there. Everyone knows I'm a The Shy fan because I also am very rude to him sometimes as well, you know. With love comes hate. But for WE, also I'm a historic fan. WE were my first LPL, you know, team. First team I got experience to in 2017 Worlds. We all remember 957 Kled. We remember that top lane. It was absolutely massive. As Bubu shows me up a little bit here. On with the Tempered Fate, slows down time. The Shy's in the middle of it all, but still hasn't died. Finally, though, WE get their first kill. Yeah! All right, well, that's one. But what's happening to the rest of the map? 17 kills now. Weibo Gaming, they get 18, and there's a 19th on the fountain. So while WE finally get a kill, I think it might be too late.
It is too late, partners. You said yeehaw, and I'm bringing out my inner Mazel.
Oh, man. Well, we've got Got 2 Americans on the team, 1 country and 1. I don't know America well. What is your place? What?
The desert, lots of sand and cacti.
Okay, like what? The Western. Like you are Lee Van Cleef. You are Clint Eastwood.
I'm Clint.
You're
Okay.
Clint Eastwood. That's an honor.
I don't. Yeah, that's an honor in some ways, not an honor in others. But you know, still not as vibrant as Mazel and his yeehaws is.
That
Yeah,
was quick.
that
was done in an instant. Let's be real. What do you say about a game where the Shy's sitting back like, oh, guess we're having hot pot.
I'm just
20
happy.
minutes.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy that we came in today, and it's like, okay, what should our highlight matchup be? Like, is top lane maybe the most 2 important players on the team? No. But 100% are these 2 players just going to keep running into each other? Of course, hell yes, they are. I'm glad that it panned out. And yeah, sadly, when that happens, it typically does lead to one team finding a swift, decisive stomp.
Yeah.
I mean, Weibo overall, though, you already hit on it, kind of moving around much better together as a unit. Not too much resistance put up by WE. I feel like we saw WE were linking up and moving well around objective timers, but not doing anything else besides that. So it kind of gave Weibo a lot of breathing room to get this Bard out onto the map. We saw Ari moving a lot, SOFM getting involved in these plays, and overall just able to find the picks they needed. And once again, I feel like a lot of it, especially off Angel, we saw in the mid lane, him going forward, flashing into a charm. At the Dragon fight as well, flashes into the Everfrost. So many times, this guy's just being one of the difference makers to actually make sure fights happen for Weibo.
I mean, again, it's been a consistent edge the Weibo game we've been using well. Props are on here on this Bard. Didn't get much going in the first 10 minutes, but it was a couple of really significant plays that pushed it from a bit of a sleeper game to an absolute, powwow that ended up with Weibo Gaming getting a lot of profits by the end of it. The Shy lyric, let's be real, he'll get MVP. We don't need to leave that one out to dry. He's going to get MVP. There's no way. Because at this point, when you see that man body lane and you know how much he carries at the top side, everyone out there's like, well, we have to vote for the Shy again. It's just how it works. Look at his damage. Ooh, maybe one fall. Okay. Damn, no. It'll be the Shy.
Yeah, I think it'll be the Shy as well. I think if you look at, like, in terms of setup, who had the most impact, it was Angel. If you look at the, damage and, just raw power, I think it was definitely the Shy who just came in stronger. Again, Huanfeng doing a ton of damage, hitting a lot with those mystic shots in team fights. But, I mean, across the board, this was just a complete dismantling of WE, right? So, ultimately, however an MVP pans out, I think it's kind of justifiable coming out from the broadcast. As we see here, pretty stock and standard, right? Solid kill participations across the board for every member on the side of Weibo, and also just a nice share of damage coming out from your 2 poke champions.
But WE, props to them, 100% kill participation on everyone because they were all there when it happened. Huge props. And I have to say, Lyric, if the first series was a great Ninja War, we're talking like there's Naruto, there's Madara, like everyone's there. That was like original Naruto filler, where like Naruto goes to the shops, unexpected trouble with some, different ninja in the village, and you're like, oh, here we go, skip.
Send us to break.
That was
Send
rough.
us to break.
That was rough. We are going to a break. Surprise, surprise. WE, let's go. Ramp up into it and give us something for game number 2, please.
I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because in this game, even though I hate V5's draft, if V5 just do nothing, like that game could have been easy. They could have just chilled. Their bot lane won when they shouldn't have. And yeah, TT.
that's the thing, is that when enemy TF is playing scaling and enemy bot lane is playing Lucian Nami so afraid, then it would have been easy just to sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, I definitely think a more proactive thing coming out from mid would have been good. And I don't know. That series was so sad because it didn't feel like TT were really doing much. I will say, to be fair to TT, they're obviously bringing in 2 new members, which is huge. Who knows how much like Beitron's stepping up to try to like call or what impact Xiaosheng's having. So I'll kind of give them the benefit of the doubt since they have more roster changes than most teams. And then obviously we have them coming over with Hoya as well. So I don't know. The only depressing thing about the TT series in my mind was just their bot lane not performing well. In V5, my God, this proved that they really are the rookie show. I didn't want to believe it. I don't think any of us wanted to believe it, but this proved it. This is the rookie show.
Yeah, I feel like you just need Rookie just to tell Carson to stop. You know, like just give up, let me carry, play for me. And like you can kind of even see it from the fact that they were picking these utility mids for Dream, like very much mids, like the Galio game 1, the Lissandra game 2. This is very much like you're playing for your team to have set up with CC and potential roam timings. It just feels like such a different team. I feel like even if you look at like I feel like RNG with our Xiaohu, Ming still, I feel like is such a pivotal piece of the communications. I feel like even if top esports lose Knight, I feel like as much as it might be painful, I feel like Rookie out of this team just feels so weird. Yeah. And you can see it on the Rift.
Yeah, I feel bad for Dream because I actually think Dream played pretty well. It just is that like it is just going to be the Rookie waiting room, and it's I don't want to. I'm trying really hard not to like scathe him. Or at least, like, you know, kind of take digs at him because it's not his fault. Like, he is actually playing all right. But it's just like, you just need Rookie for this team. Otherwise, it's just like...
We won't take no shit from anyone. No. Superhero fighters for the world. We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? We won't sympathize with anyone.
Yeah, I'm unstoppable. Like hip hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you guys to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out Joe's road with these tentacles. Everybody else grows, so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo,
We won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We go just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, the middle of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. A known Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back. Off a 2-foot pier, no tears detached. For your rest to the ref cruise, let's use that as direct news at you and set new stats. Cause 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
If we get a little closer, if they knew what we would.
You're looking out at the buildings thinking, man, how high can Weibo Gaming go? You're looking down at the cars and thinking, man, I really wish WE were a building. Because in this series, to start things off, game one wasn't even close. It wasn't like going to the supermarket and thinking, you know, all the vegetables are in line. Someone's literally put all the... I need to get a real, you know, you guys, you call it cantaloupe. It's a rock melon. You know, you call it peppers. It's called capsicum. It's like,
I also call it capsicum.
oh, I'm very proud of you because you put the cucumbers in with all the grains and everything. You know, what's that doing there? I lost the analogy because I started trying to be very relevant in a global sense.
I know the analogy. What you're saying is you love gherkins. You
Yes.
know who else is like gherkins? On! Because On, surprisingly enough, is our MVP, which kind of came out of left field for me. On kind of lived by the whole, like, I mean, you're not going to hit the skill shot if you don't just continuously throw it out. He did miss quite a few tempered fates, but when you're throwing that off cooldown, he also did hit some crucial ones. So,
He did.
you know, overall, good for On. We kind of said, right, it was a dismantling across the board, so no MVP would be too egregious. I was in your camp, though. You convinced me. I thought it was going to be the Shy, but On's Bard, able to do it.
I don't know. I've been very outraged at a certain Nasus game. Everything else to me isn't as serious as the defenses. Ladies and gentlemen, Weibo Gaming, it was so clean. We've got to get into another one. Like, it was such a quick game. It is 9:50 here in Sydney. It's not my bedtime yet, so I'm hoping the WE has
know.
something to say.
Like, most days, I finish broadcast at 8 a.m. It's 10 minutes away from 5 a.m. for me, and this could be it, as both teams on the same sides, same bans coming out so far. If WE follows the same trend as Game 1, they would ban away the Draven, but they could maybe pivot to a Viego. No, actually finding the Ezreal more worrisome to deal with now. For Weibo, you would expect the Wukong to be the last ban.
And isn't it crazy since spring, since the start of the Shy on Weibo Gaming, like, this team has always had Gwen banned against them. 80% overall so far of all games, Weibo Gaming have had that Gwen banned against them by another team. So, once again, WE keeping that trend going. Well, we see another trend from Weibo. No Lucian first pick, no Wukong first pick. Last time for WE, it was the Kalista.
Yeah, and I wonder if they keep that one going and just say, hey, we're fine dealing with the Draven, or if you take away the Viego, because you've already hit on it. It's the only champion SOFM has played so far. Like, we know SOFM can play other champions. SOFM plays, like, you know, Stridebreaker or Gordrinker Zed, whichever one it was. Like, he'll build a Warmogs. He'll do as he pleases, but he doesn't need to do whatever normal shenanigans he pulls. He will just go back towards the Viego. And now WE hovering a Vi. I'd kind of like to see more Vi in the LPL, not necessarily like yet in this draft because we don't have like too much information. Vi doing really well against like long range comps where we can lock them down, but it's just interesting to me because watching, you know, LCS, LEC, LCK start up, it's a champion we're seeing a lot more of in some of the other regions, which, to be fair, right, some of them are on 12.11. We are still on 12.10, so slightly different metas as things like Xin Zhao and Zeri also popping up on the next patch.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come around here because honestly, Xin Zhao was not a fun meta to be in as well. Got very repetitive. On that Vi note, as we see the standard stuff, I'm not even going to talk about this lyric. It's what you expect with what's available. Arki's played it a couple of times. Jeje, the only one to win on it in the LPL. So we have seen 3 games of the Vi. Of course, OMG's jungler was not successful with it. So kind of hoping for more champion diversity coming through. But to be fair, when we've had a Nasus top, a Nivea top, we've had a Riven today, we've had a Brand, I don't think I can complain.
Yeah. You know, we do get a lot of champion diversity. It's just kind of like a funnel at the top of some roles.
Yeah.
Viego, 31 games played coming into today. Wukong, 17. At least in 11. Then every other champion is less than 5 in the jungle role. But there's a ton, right? We've had Poppy, we've had Kha'Zix, we've had Zed, we've had Talia, we've had Kindred, Diana. It definitely feels like there are a lot of possible champions to pick, but definitely more niche picks that will fit like in a draft. You're not just going to bring out like a full draft of like crazy wacky shenanigans, right? It's like setting up for things like a Diana or a Vi or so on and so forth.
True, it has to make sense. But to be fair, you know, even though Nivea into Vladimir made sense, I'm still a little bit skeptical on it. At the very least, we're not going to see the Shy on the Kale, and we are going to get top lane for the counter pick once more. Now, on the Thresh, Lyric, we don't really see Thresh, but We got an Aphelios in the bottom lane, and I feel like we're getting a blast from the past.
Yeah, he's a champion who I think took a bit of a hit with the durability changes. Thresh doesn't get armor per level. You get armor from your souls. They did readjust the souls with the durability patch to try and make up for it, but doesn't feel like it did too much.
Yeah.
And then, right, even the fact that champions are just tankier now, like landing a death sentence, maybe not meaning a for sure kill like it could have on the previous patch. But like you said, the fact that it has the lantern offers some security for Huanfeng on the Aphelios, so we'll go for it. And now WE gonna kind of switch gears. Last time around, right, it was this like short range comp that wants to be in your face. They had the Swain, now opting to play from a range and try and punish at Aphelios, of course. One of the longtime answers to him is just outranging him, putting damage down, especially with AP threats, considering he does have lower MR than a lot of other AD carries or just champions in general in the game. And BB going to stick to the Aphelios.
So a lot of all-in built up, the Gnar, the Azir, the Kalista ulti as well. I'll have a bit more to ask you about that lyric as we go through. But for Weibo Gaming, I mean, why fix it? If you're going to pick the Gnar, and again, the Shy clobbered him in lane. And it's day 2 at work. And I feel like the kid thinks that, hang on a minute, I know how it works here. I know that I can, I can operate this one. I'm going to be a little bit better on day 2. But in work experience, you have a long way to go before you're at that level.
Look, we just need to look at it as like the Shy teaching BBU a lesson so he could, be better, grow up smarter, and live a more fruitful life with his career. So we're going to see a run back. Weibo's comp, I think, functions very similarly how it did in Game 1, right? We still have like single target CC coming out with the Death Sentence and the Charm from Angel. You have a lot of single target damage able to follow up as well. You can set up nicely for these picks. We're going to want to see On and Angel once again take onus to start up plays and find these picks, with Huanfeng and the Shy falling with damage and SOFM looking for the resets.
And so it's just going to be fun to watch if BBU can get through it. Last time with no influence on the top side, 30 to 40 CS lead the Shy had, and it was a solo kill up top as well that kind of blew our mind, because BBU was close. BBU was in such a good position to get first blood, but a couple of good side steps, and suddenly it all turns around. For WE, trying to find your first win of the split is a big deal, considering that, WE have been down in the dumps for a little bit. It hasn't been that guaranteed playoff team, or WE could be top 4 at their peak. WE last split lyric, I'm trying to look at where they actually finished, but it was not good. And when you have Beishang in the roster, finishing 15th is kind of sad.
Yeah, again, we got to at least give the context of like Beishang didn't start for like half of the split, right?
True.
We did have lockdowns, wasn't able to join up with a team. We did have a lot of games coming in from View, who I think showed some decent performances, but definitely not the same as, again, what we saw from Beishang back in 2020 and in 2021.
Well, as he enters the Rift again, he's got a lot to prove as Weibo Gaming start us off in game number 2 with an invade. Beishang walking up here, ward down. Weibo Gaming are going to get spotted out by this one, but at least they know. The Shy joins up as well, and just like that, it is thwarted. The Shy gets the ward. Of course he does. If you're on Weibo Gaming, you think that, man, this guy, he's the one that's going to take us to the end.
Yeah, believing in him and, again, kind of the volatility of the top side for both of these teams, setting him up for success so far. So for WE, they've kind of opted into more scaling, right?
Yep.
Picking the Azir up over the Swain. Swain's still incredibly potent in the late game, right? But especially with the mandate build, you're very team-reliant, to where Shanks now going to be a damage dealer in his own right. Can step up to be more of a primary carry. We hit on how they have more range coming through, but with the fact that the Shies brought out the Jace, still kind of having more champions with the range advantage on the side of Weibo Gaming. WE definitely going to be a lot about those big 5v5s, still having those huge teamfight ultimates able to come out. And again, I feel like not too much setup in terms of where Beishang can look in the early game. We can see him pathing down towards the bottom side because you do have the Renata coming through once again. You can try and play through the prio that your bot lane's going to guarantee and look for invades like you did last
but
game.
Ignite coming down as well, even better for WE. The 2v2 very cheeky. On already down to a slither of HP. And he's only got one pot left as well, so WE asserting dominance over the 2v2 nice and early, and this feels like a great way to start your second game.
Yeah, phenomenal to come out, guaranteeing themselves some lane pressure. We hit on it, right? SMLZ and Heal, their debut games of this split.
Oh, God.
Not playing in the previous split, taking a bit of a break. So good to see them coming in, at least in lane, being fine, being able to play out these 2v2s. And right, for WE, we've been hitting on how they've been struggling and how like spring was bad. They can build better for summer. But you need to remember that this will take time, right? Integrating new players onto the roster.
Yeah.
They've even been like subbing in and out players. Obviously, last time we had Shie, now we have Shanks. And kind of seeing what WE decide on to be their starting core lineup and their identity going forward.
Because it feels like you've got a lot of big names, right? Shie's a massive name, SMLZ as well. Both have been in the league for so long, so yeah, again, SMLZ with a lot more experience is showing here in the 2v2 as Cleanse comes through. This is all the rage these days. The 2v2 in the bottom lane, still successful for SMLZ, and the CS lead they're building up with the Wave also building just looks really nice for them to kick off the game, especially with Beishang hovering around the area.
Yeah, nice of them playing around this, playing on the fact that their jungle path towards bot lane, Weibo paying respect, knowing SOFM's up towards top side. Also knowing that they're able to out-damage the 2v2 in the early game as long as SMLZ can get in Huanfeng's face. Of course, later on, Aphelios will like that, right? Champions who are dashing within his range should up for a huge Moonlight Vigil to be able to take advantage of that. But in early laning phase, SMLZ and Heal in complete control, and heck, even having to respect Beishang, zoning them off the turret, losing gold. And yeah, rough start. Another early plate picked up for the side of WE.
And losing CS. It's 23-10. On comes back under the turret. The hook doesn't connect. He flashes, relying on the durability as Heal survives, and SMLZ does too. The turret getting choppy here as all three members of WE have taken a hit, but Huanfeng has no health left, and the dive will continue from SMLZ. He gets hit once and a second time, but still survives. But in the top side, Weibo Gaming are angry, but the dive isn't going as well. SOFM can't finish the job, and BuBu must be in hysterics, with no pun intended, as BuBu eventually dies. Weibo Gaming get the trade, but you gotta feel for WE starting it off better.
You just have to appreciate the teams still going for these early dives. I mean, heck, even with the turret changes, right? The first shot in the early game just outright does less damage than it did before, like compared to the amount of like early game stats that you have picked up. It's the ramping damage that feels a lot more right. Since there was more damage added up and the ramping damage is 40%, not like a flat amount, it just feels like it hits so hard. But we see beautiful juggling of aggro coming out on both sides of the map from both teams. They come in here, the Shy, the one to pick it up, SOFM getting in melee range. They both back out. They still have SOFM, who is quite healthy and can start this one off. And then they're able to do it. SOFM tanks one shot, and they get out of dodge.
So we get the Shy back into a condition of a one-kill lead. That's what happened in game number one, except he achieved it through a pretty big outplay. And he's 10 CS up as well. He's got the Serrated Dirk once again. BuBu in a world of hurt like he was before, but look at the lead in the bottom side. SMLZ with Berserker Greaves now on the Callista, which is such a big ramp up. And importantly enough, too, the Vampiric Scepter all in one. I mean, Lyric, this is going to be hard for Huanfeng and On to deal with, already being behind about 14, 15 CS at 5 minutes.
Yeah, especially right when we've been hitting on like one of the raids that Aphelios can maybe like take advantage of Callista, at least in early lane, is like when you're on something like the Calibrum and you have the range to try and poke her out a little bit before she's able to get in your face. But now that won't even matter considering she has the lifesteal, so any sort of short bursty trades will just outright be in SMLZ's favor. He'll be able to re-heal back up and then be able to take even more trades. So for the side of WE, they're going to stick down to the spot side, but Weibo all in on BuBu once again.
Yeah, and the Shock Blast connecting too. He's about to go Mega Gnar though, so this might buy him a little bit of time, but SOFM is dragging the wave. BuBu not level 6, and the Shy is abusing this as Beishang is dealing with a 2v2 in the bottom lane. How did this happen as he flashes away from the death sentence? And now for Shanks to come through with the Emperor's Divide. That might do some work as BuBu ults the Shy back in. The wave gone, the outplay! BuBu sits back up, and SOFM as he runs away, it's had a massive turn as the father is dead.
Yeah, just really nice turn coming out from BuBu. Finds the angle before SOFM's able to get in there, but still, this is going horribly wrong on the bot side. They were able to force out a flash from Beishang, but the fact that WE are playing towards bot, Weibo are up towards top, opens up this turret, losing so much CS, 62 to 25. For in favor of SMLZ right now, and a dragon on the board for Team WE.
This is a massive game lead. WE in charge. SOFM caught out at blue as well, but BuBu will not chase any further. He's already picked up the kill under turret. He's made the Shy fall a little bit further behind than he should have, and as you were just talking about, SMLZ and Heal will have themselves a bottom lane turret at 7 minutes in the game. This Kalista Lyric, 69 CS, and first turret blood. I think it's some of the earliest we've seen across the world.
And I guess we're just seeing the difference in terms of like having these high priority meta champions up against two champions we don't see much at all, right?
Yep.
Thresh or Felios both kind of making their way out of favor in this meta, and then just pairing up Beishong with them, allowing them to keep up this pressure in the bottom side. And I mean, heck, you don't even have one plate so far for the Shy in the top side. Should be able to get it pretty soon with like what we're seeing in the replay now of it being quite low, but we're going to see here still having a bit of a wave. SOFM not here. BuBu just all-inning, lands the ult to guarantee can get that kill. And heck, I mean, the Shy not flashing it, nothing.
No, Flash still up and available. He's still up in CS in this lane, but things have changed. I mean, SMLZ now moving up, the Shy having to drift down to the bottom lane. Weibo Gaming actually moving as a unit, but WE, they're the ones we need to talk about. They're 2K up in lead in the second game. A much better start, to say the very least. Weibo Gaming will finally get some turret plating of their own, but you're still looking at WE controlling the reins in this one, as SMLZ is so close to his mythic, but do I need to talk about that Lyric? I mean, BuBu down the bottom side, they're trying to dive him again, but I'm a bit skeptical.
Yeah, we saw Weibo actually playing with 5 members towards the bottom half of the map. They know they don't have anyone strong enough to match SMLZ and Heal at this point in time, so it looks like they are just opting into giving up top turret outright, which Beishong is Herald now, so they can definitely guarantee that one, and Weibo still just trying to dodge, right? Trying to make, they know they can't match them, so they have to look elsewhere.
Herald will make it an instant charge. SMLZ gaining the gold. He remains 30 CS ahead of Wanfeng. And Wanfeng was able to get some time with the turret plating too, so at least getting something back into the game. But that'll enable SMLZ to have the mythic so early on. And even looking at, Beishong benefiting from some of the gold, starting to invade up here, Lyric, while SMLZ and Heal are going for a tier 2 at 9 minutes in the game. Now, the Shy's here, so he should stop this, but that would be the 3rd turret that this duo's picked up.
Yeah, they just get to keep going, right? They have such a huge lead now. I do think they should be backing off soon, picking up their mythic, because you got to assume SMLZ now going to be on that Immortal Shield bow, and that'll just make a world of difference, right? Especially because a lot of the damage coming out from Weibo early, right, is poke, it's burst, but not burst enough and not strong enough yet to where they should realistically be able to 100-0 him.
Yep.
So now the amount of sustain he has able to come through, it just feels like SMLZ can play as aggressively as he would like, and that Weibo don't really have an answer.
It's going to be fun watching the bailout from Heal. When you have a Renata, when you're a fed Kalista, you feel like the world's at your fingertips. And in a minute 50, WE had the chance to pull in Weibo Gaming for the Dragon, but it feels like Weibo Gaming don't want to be anywhere near it, Lyric, because at this point, WE controlling the map, getting the most out of turret plating. They're now towards mid. They want all 15 plates, and they've got 3 minutes to do so.
And again, just look how confidently SMLZ can walk forward considering he has that amount of sustain. Just right in their faces, doesn't care who's in front of him, gonna push this one in and just keep this punishment going. Sadly, for WE, there's no neutral objectives up on the map where they can turn this mid lane pressure into. They've already taken both side lane turrets, no dragon up just yet. But luckily, Weibo not able to answer out in the mid lane. So for WE now, I think just keep up that vision they have around mid. They have one control ward right now. Then we're going to start seeing them pivot down towards that bot side soon, considering Dragon's only a minute away.
And Shank's able to get the push out as well. So, yeah, with Dragon, as Swift mentioned, SOFM setting himself up as well. Now, Lyric, I can't read Chinese. It's a fact. I can read about 30 characters. There's something on the bottom of our screen that's saying that Kalista has a heckin' lot of gold. That's all we need to know. SMLZ, very, very big boy, and he's about
2.5k gold.
Yeah, he's massive. Dodging away from the hook as well. He's not going to give over any of it. 106 CS at 11 minutes. He's picked up 10 pieces of plates.
He has more gold than Wanfeng and On combined. Just outright, just more.
Wow. Not surprising, though.
Yeah, he is absolutely massive. Oh, my God. 40 CS up at this point in time, so they're just keeping up pressure right now. They're already getting vision control down in bot, as we can see Beishong doing right now. They should be able to pick this one up. Weibo are definitely going to have to trade side and just commit to getting top turret with the Shy, maybe stealing away a blue buff as well for your trouble. At least they can zone BuBu off the tower, but with the fact that they only need to commit Beishong to soloing out that Drake, they can actually start sending resources top like we're seeing now on the minimap.
Yeah, make the correct players.
Oh, it's going to bite them, though.
Well, Angel and On are moving straight to the objective, and as you were saying, Beishang by himself. Now Shanks is next to him. That's going to help out quite a bit, and Wanfeng's not moving, so Dragon is still free. As WE end up bringing SMLZ and Heal back on down, so the Shy is safe for now and continues pushing away. Remember, Lyric, he's 30 CS up over Bubu once again, so even though SMLZ is massive, Weibo Gaming still have this Jace that's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I think we're going to need a lot more time before his impact can be felt onto SMLZ at least. So Weibo's still just going to keep opting into trading objectives for gold. Though the fact that WE's next Dragon will put them on Soul Point feels like it will be the time where Weibo will have to finally fight. But even just looking at items across the board, right? Even Shanks sitting on his Mythic over Angel on the opposing side. You have to assume both junglers probably sitting on their Divine Sunder buys right now.
Yep.
Both are going to go for the recall. So we're going to start getting a huge influx of items coming through. And this is probably where Weibo will be a lot more comfortable to look at a fight. But Wanfeng is just still so far from being relevant in this game.
Oh, man. I mean, as you said, you don't see much of fellas these days. Decimal Z. That was close. Angel was nearby. I wonder if they'd have the damage to kill him with the Immortal Shield Bow. But at the very least, On's been throwing out hooks. And Lyric, we have been watching for the last 3 minutes. 0 connect.
Yeah, I mean, right? It feels like he's just still living by the same motto as game one of like, well, I just have to keep throwing it out and it'll hit eventually. And as long as one hits and it's impactful, that's all that matters. Because, yeah, that is definitely the motto that On lives by. And heck, with the disadvantage route, right? Even if that does something slanted, I actually don't think they could 100 to 0 SMLZ. He even has cleanse up and flash as well. So they're still in a good position. And yeah, this game, a bit rough considering it is so dominant for WE so far.
Speaking of rough, the Shy might be caught out by a pillar. Beishang doesn't do that much damage, even with the Sundera, so he gets out. Especially Shanks is not the one who's fed. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Bubu is trying to take away a red buff, but SOFM is going to come in and claim it. That is his with a cheeky little invade, and Bubu unable to sneak it away, which means Weibo Gaming are once again trying to trade sides of the map, Lyric, while SMLZ sticks mid, but Wanfeng finally gets time with the turret. This dude is getting gold, if only a bit.
Yeah, he's getting something, but still WE just always answering for more.
Yeah.
Weibo needing some kind of huge miracle. I think Wanfeng should finally be able to back and buy his Mythic, so that one will come out. Gale Force just picked up now, but you're still only going to be sitting on a Gale Force. We'll give you at least the ability to try and get in range for a Moonlight Vigil. If someone's chunked really low, you can Gale Force in, throw that one out, and try and get some burst down onto the board.
So we know that Weibo Gaming are about pick, and we know that WE have a very fed member from the Shadow Isles who, if I'm correct on my lore, used to be like the commander of some king's army, went there, got corrupted in green ooze or whatever's happening in that island. You know, it could be Rubbish Island for all I know. That's what
all I know about... Oh,
hang on,
wait,
actually,
he's gonna
yeah,
find
this could
it.
be something because the Hop's already used. Flash needs to be burnt. SOFM with the ulti, and there we go. Hop was down. Now, coming back to what could be Rubbish Island. Lyric, what do you do as WE? Like, how do you push this further? There's a Guinsu's Rage Blade. You talked about dragons and luring in Weibo Gaming. Let's say Weibo Gaming don't even touch this. Do you literally just play around objectives for the rest of the game and just cruise yourself into an easy game for it?
Yeah, and I think it all starts with mid, right? Because they can just do like what they're doing here. You just keep your three-man core grouped mid. You're playing off towards whatever side of the map you know, your objective is on. So, like, obviously not be Dragon, but when Baron's up, push in deep to enemy jungle, get down your deep vision, and then start trying to pull them out. The top side is Angel, not able to connect with the Everfrost.
But at least gets the charm. That's one thing onto Beishang. They flash over on with the flay. It was nice, but now with Beishang in the movement speed and Angel flashing forward, they don't have enough damage.
So close.
Subjugate did so much work there, Lyric. Beishang lives, but 50 seconds till Dragon. I don't think that was enough time with the sneaky play to make that Dragon Weibo Gaming.
Still, props to Angel, right? Because we hit on in draft that Angel and On either the ones starting things off, being proactive, looking for these picks. Angel hard forcing his way into the face of Beishang to try and make something happen. But you're right. Weibo not feeling confident to try and contest this now. At least reset's going to be coming off right now. And with Beishang and Shanks coming back onto the map, it doesn't mean it's their time or it's their window to push out waves, walk into enemy jungle. You can already see pings coming down into Weibo's bottom side jungle. And yeah, I would expect Weibo probably just going to answer waves once again.
You know, if Orcs was here, he'd blame the durability patch for that one. There's no way he wouldn't say, durability patch really hurts there. Beishang survives the sliver of health, and you said it. Weibo Gaming not nearby. SOFM, he's been spotted out, or that's just a spectator bug. The eyes above his head. Might be a spectator bug. So 3 Dragons. WE still 3k gold ahead. They have control. And remember, you guys be like, oh, Callista, doesn't scale. But remember, WE, as Lyric said, can lure in Weibo Gaming. Soul's coming up next, and it's an Ocean Soul against 2 carries that have great DPS. They're even diving at this point. Heal onto one Fong, but had they gone too deep, Angel now coming in, heal, taking up the ramping turret shots, and Angel gets it. A punish as SMLZ is in no man's land, but at least he's got Shanks on the wing, while Beishang might not survive this one. He burnt everything in the kitchen sink at the last play, and On finally hits the hook. Beishang sent to the hills, and Weibo Gaming may have not gotten the last Dragon, Lyric, but they've finally gotten 2 kills.
If this pick would have happened 2 minutes in the future, that would have been a Baron for Weibo Gaming. The tempo would have completely swapped over to the opposing team. Luckily for WE, nothing on the map to be able to take. But we'll see how it happens here. It starts off with WE. They're wanting to go in, heal, aggressively throwing himself in off of SMLZ's ultimate. Gets locked down, turret shots coming through, no one else able to answer. I must say SMLZ incredibly lucky he doesn't go down, right? Because he must be sitting on quite a pretty penny for his head at this point, but still, other members of Weibo able to make their way down with the Shy TP in, Death Sentence connects, and Beishang stood no chance.
And with a good counterpunch, Weibo Gaming have slimmed the gold lead to under 2,000 at this point. It's about 1,600 at 19 minutes in the game. SMLZ is still a very chunky boy, but at 205 CS to 175, the biggest separation of the kills, the items. But look at the Shy. The Shy's 20 CS up. He's got 2 items himself up there. You can see that SOFM has been farming all game long. And this Viego with Divine Sundera feeling pretty big as well. Hell, I even say Angel at a similar point to Shanks Lyric. So I'm going to keep my eye on the timer for the next Dragon at the very least. And for now, I'll keep looking towards that pick potential that you mentioned for Weibo Gaming that they have so readily available.
And now we're starting to see for WE the same thing, right? Because we hit on for WE, it's about bringing yourself. Oh, nice dodge out from Beishang.
Well, the play comes through, the box down. SMLZ at half HP. Angel again. Beautiful flank as SOFM is dealing with Bubu, but Angel's out and the WE health bars are so sickly low. WE get away, but this keeps happening even if On mixes the hook.
Nice read by Weibo, because they know the only play that the WE really are looking to make at this point, right, is, again, control mid. You have Shanks pushing up on top side, forcing your way into the enemy jungle, trying to get that vision control down. Weibo read it, already have members in the area, had no one answering bot wave, which is why they were able to play so confidently to get that damage down and stop WE from getting deep vision in Weibo Gaming's jungle.
They're a bit concerned. WE, this team we're hyping up as like better than we expect. That's the second time now that Weibo Gaming have been able to find something. Now, Grant's not a kill. WE walking into threats. And we're looking at a Baron now live as well. If a mistake is made by, granted, either team as well. You know, WE can close out this game. They've got an Azir, a Callista. Rend will make short work of the Baron. Weibo Gaming, if they get a punish, maybe it turns into the Baron for themselves as well. And we do have the Dragon, which could end up overlapping. A minute 30 until Ocean Soul is a possibility for WE too.
Yeah, it really feels like this game will come down to that next big fight. Both teams have such good ability to burn objectives, right? Aphelios on one side, Callista and Azir on the other. So WE still going to try and gain control over topside vision for now. For Weibo, I think a lot of it's still just starting out with Angel. I like that they're not aggressing too deeply into enemy territory or even pushing into the river, right? Because you don't need to. You're still kind of fine just sitting back right now. Bloodthirster now built for Huanfeng, so is going to have a lot of that sustain. Still a full item behind his counterpart.
Yep.
Now the only thing left, I want to see if Shanks able to get his demonic embrace before the fight starts. Is recalling now.
Okay, we'll see at the very least. I want to know if Angel gets a second item as well, but I think not. At this point, Weibo Gaming have grouped up and the Shy is waiting in the brush by himself. He's got an extra serrated Dirk. That damage here to Sting if it hits SMLZ, but remember, he has heal, he has to bail out, so he might get a second chance, and more importantly, might have himself thrown into the fight in terms of heal. Now, this would be the soul for WE. Their series hangs in the balance. It's been a slow kill game, but for WE, they've held controls on Hit the Hook, but it's on to BuBu. Will he get to Meganar? No! He's bailed out, but there's no kill readily available. BuBu goes down, but it ends up being a trade kill. In fact, 2 against Weibo Gaming as SMLZ stays alive. Weibo left with a Shy with their jungler, but he's quickly dead as well. Running into the last member, WE with some life bursting through their veins.
Shanks able to get off so much damage in that fight. The fight actually split into 2 fronts and allowed for WE just to all in on one side, take advantage. They pick up the dragon, and now pings are coming out for the Baron.
Well, with Ocean Soul, with the Baron buff in hand, you gotta think that maybe this one's gone too far for Weibo Gaming. As we look again, it started with a hook.
Yes, sir, with the hook on a BuBu, SOFM coming off onto a flank, but still huge Renata ultimate to come out from the side of WE, locks multiple members down. We see Shanks all inning on one side of the fight, which allows SMLZ and Heal to go take down Huan Fong on the receiving end. Beautiful stopwatches, maybe more shenanigans.
Yeah, and Teleport coming through as well. There's no smite on Weibo Gaming, but they want it after the Baron plays. BuBu is jumping in with the Meganar. It's a one-man, but On is going to meet his death as the Shy jumps in as well. Weibo Gaming, no, it's time to go to a game 3, I think, because that's the third. Let's go for a fourth. And, you know, for WE, they had an early Callista that was so far ahead of the curve. But now it cements it with the gold lead back on track, I should say. And the base about to get rampaged.
Oh, they're actually going to find him.
Yeah, but will he'll regret this? I don't know. SMLZ's there. Okay, that's the boss. You don't want this person with bailout as well. Rendell come through. Huan Fong is trying, but it's a 2v1, and SMLZ's just too big. 6-0 and 5. He's been the story all game long, and Weibo Gaming know it by now.
You know, the second when you pointed out how short the broadcast has been today, that's when you know the universe says we are definitely going to 3 games. There's no way it's allowed to end this early. It's in the contract. The sponsors need things shown. Bam, 3 games. And I like that Weibo kind of lived by the mantra of well, we lost the last fight. Let's run headfirst in and see if we can win this fight, like we're gonna see here. Trying to catch BuBu out, but BuBu has Ocean Soul, is about to be Meganar, and then just turns this into his advantage to be able to find the pick onto On, and then the Shy triples down. Yeah. He's like, you're taking down my boy? Hammer form to the skies. He goes down, and SOFM's like, I want to be part of the fun, and runs it right alongside him. So at least, Weibo, you know, brothers in arms,
Musketeers,
united.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All for one and one for all. So, Ocean Soul, 10k gold lead. Will we get to the Elder? I don't know, but we've got a 4.5k Baron power play. WE working now on the bottom side of the map with a 1 inhibitor on the top already broken down. They're grouping up here, and this should be an easy take as SMLZ even not taking that much from the Shy. It's been a much better game number 2, Lyrics. But let's be real. I mean, in the second game, SMLZ, just the benefactor of smashing the 2v2 against Huan Fong and On.
Yeah, I mean, SMLZ and Heal, right? Making their debut today on this WE squad in 2022. Beishang enabling them with jungle pressure early and setting them up for success.
Where is the Shy? In no man's land he might be. Dark Passage taken as Weibo Gaming completely spread out. Angel almost dying over the wall. The Shy jumping back in at no HP. And there we go. Heal decides to do the same. He's going to die here with the help of our friendly neighborhood turret.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love all the masochist supports we're getting today. They're like, screw it, throw me in, boss. And they're trying to find the fight. Doesn't work out really ever, but you respect the proactivity.
Who cares at this point? I mean, Weibo Gaming, where's the damage going to come from? The Shy, the strongest member at 3, but you see against SMLZ, he's not doing enough damage anymore with the Guardian Angel picked up. WE, a bit of a bounce in the lyric, never mind.
Oh, okay. See, when that happens, I don't know if you DC or I don't know if I DC. Someone DC'd. But yeah, true. That's our synergy. That's our bot.
I said something
DC
bad
together.
against WE. I said something bad against WE. My internet cuts out. They say hysterics, cut the crap. We're going to a game number 3, and we don't know which way it's going to go, and I like that. You know, disconnect my internet any day.
Yeah. WE. Let's see smiles on the WE faces right now, right? Because this is a team that I think definitely has the tools to work out. I didn't expect them to start picking up like high-profile wins early in the split, but I think they definitely have the pieces to ramp up. But that can be quite hard if you start the split rough. You're kind of like mentals get a little bit down. You know, like it's hard to see the positives if you just start on a losing streak. So WE pick up their first game win of the split, and now giving us hope they can pick up the series again, go forward with some momentum. All of it coming down to the bot lane and the jungle. SMLZ and Heal winning out in the 2v2 very heavily. Bei Shang just continuing to come bot side, zone Huanfeng and on off tower, zone them off tower. Turret was taken, I think you said in the game at like 7 minutes for the Kalista. We already have a mythic coming out, and then SMLZ was able to play so aggressively in the enemy's faces, and Weibo sadly not able to really find any answers, and then one team fight really is what put the nails in the coffin for the side of Weibo. Soul, Baron go over, bam, game done.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was some potential with a couple of the throws we saw getting close to that edge with WE, with a couple of the picks that were coming through. But in front of the Dragon, it all worked out nicely. SMLZ holding strong on this Kalista. And I will say that, you know, for WE's game number 2, like, we're going to see a lot of damage going towards Kalista. You'd have to assume. The Shy will be the other side. I know when we get sponsors down, we're about to jump into the damage numbers. I'm waiting for it, Lyric. I'm waiting for it because it's coming shortly. It'll be SMLZ punching up numbers. And yeah, good for WE, especially since they're running in for the first time today. Where is the lamb sauce? Where are the numbers? No numbers!
You got so baited. As yeah, we don't have numbers. I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna guess that SMLZ did a lot of damage. Shanks probably also quite high up there, at least in those mid-game team fights, right? I don't know how much damage would come across early. As this year, you actually do have a lot of agency in this matchup in laning phase.
Sure.
Already not really having any decent ways of trading within your effective range, and you also just have the ability to push the wave on top of her. But in team fights was doing a decent amount, and there it is. Shanks actually is coming out as the biggest damage dealer on the Rift. Surprisingly, Angel actually able to match SMLZ. Shy, not too surprising. You are on the Jace.
But Angel did a lot. Makes sense. A lot of the good flanks from him. But yeah, you know, Shanks, constant DPS. I want to bring this into a realization of what we just went through. It was a 24-minute victory by Weibo Gaming in the first game. It was 27-minute win here by WE. We've had a pretty quick series so far. And it does feel like, you know, SMLZ kind of bringing some of that flair back, which is nice because Huanfeng and On, as you said in game, went for a Felios Thresh. A little bit outdated at this point in time, and we saw the weakness in the 2v2 when you're going up Kalista Renata and constantly having to shove in. Lyric, they got first turret at 7 minutes, turret top at 10, almost got mid at like 13.
True, and not even able to find anything on the opposite side, right? We even saw Bubu able to outplay some dives, find the solo kill onto the Shy. SOFM only sitting at 33% kill participation. Weibo just not able to bring it together in game 2.
Well, game 3 is well on the way. WE have made fire happen, and with fire, you have to cook soup. It doesn't make sense, but hopefully it will when we return for game 3. Something like that.
Yeah, today's series was better, but AL did put up a fight. I do think AL looks like a respectable team now, but you know, Rob, since you were on that game, how did it feel? How did it feel casting? How did it feel watching it? What do you think of LNG?
Rough. Rough. Like watching it, it's just like, you know what? I'm kind of like, oh, you know, LG, they're doing the right things. They've got like Doom Beyond Clades roaming all over the place. It kind of looks all right. And then you just kind of see them collapse in the mid game where no one really seems to want to be on the same page as to what they're going to do. Like Ala gets caught out. They had like the opportunity to kind of go for some of these team fights. The team fighting has been a bit hit or miss, especially when you're looking at like the fact that they used to play split push, now trying to see if they can go for the team fighting style. It's definitely taken a bit of growing room and teething pains first. So I don't know. I haven't fully convinced, especially when they're going up against relatively weaker opponents. They should have been able to smash these games, but they really didn't.
I do gotta say though, I love the Kled Sejuani. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. Kled Sejuani, super pod.
I thought it was really good into Swain because it's so easy to set up ganks in early. You have the healing reduction from the Kled. I do think because like Swain's best scenario is when you're into a bunch of short range champions. So I feel like that's kind of where things got a bit messy. There was that team fight they lost because, like, you know, when everyone's up close to you, Swain really thrives there. you had to like put them behind the lane, which they did. But my favorite moment was the bot lane fight for the inhibitor tower when you saw the Swain ult, like you saw Forge, it was timing out. Because, you know, you get the red bar under the health bar. I'm like, oh, it's about to go. And he's running up. I'm like, please come back. And then LNG, okay, and they just run into him. And you just see the ult extend. And then he gets like this Zhonya's with the ult on where he like heals to full. And I'm just like, do they know what that bar underneath does? Do they know how... It was so mind-blowing to me. But other than those like moments where they really helped the Swain out, I think game one was pretty good. But again, this is a weaker team. And even if LNG continue to win... The last two splits, they literally went like 7-0.
Yep.
And then just flopped. So, like, even if they keep winning, I still would not hold my breath on this team.
I don't think they'll get to the... They've got, like... Oh, actually, yeah. They got top esports at week 4. So, I feel like that's going to be their first one. But even then, if they, like, somehow... Look, top esports aren't exactly most convincing. Let's be realistic. So, I mean, if they manage to eke it out against top esports, I mean, it's... Anyone's legend to just be TT, OMG, LGD... IG, and then it's like week 5 before we get them against JDG. So they just seem to keep like getting these really easy roads into LPL where everyone builds up false hope and then it all comes crashing down.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. Please be mine. If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine. Be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my Wish you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
We've had a couple of stomps in a row here. One time from Weibo Gaming, and game 2 saw the return of WE. And we're going to the last game of the night, so we don't know what's going to happen. I'm Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric and Sir. This is the last game. So I don't know
This
what to say.
is the last game.
I don't know what to say at all.
And you know, I just want to jump into our MVP. Our MVP is SMLZ. I'm glad it's on screen. The last time SMLZ won an MVP was a Week 9 2021 summer, which, I mean, to be fair, he didn't play in spring this year, so that's realistically the only time he could get it. It was actually on August 8th. So here we go, almost a year later, SMLZ stepping up on the Callista, completely gapping Huanfeng and On in the 2v2,
Yeah.
which is pretty crazy to, like, say out loud. And you're right, Huanfeng especially just, I mean, we think back to 2020, we think to 2021, someone who was such a standout, but not able to deliver today. And we're going to jump right into picks and bans.
And just quickly on the note of SMLZ, I mean, he was a solid member for Ultra Prime. Nice to see him return in form on WE. So, as we come into this third game, I wonder what's going to change. Because before, we had that Wukong Lucian lyric. Denied as a first ban by Weibo Gaming, and they're on the same side again.
Yeah, and WE keeping their same bans exactly, holding the Ezreal ban over from game 1. For Weibo, I mean, I feel like leaving open the Lucian is so hard. You could go for it, right? We still have the Draven open if he wants to go towards that. You would then just be opting into a trade of the Callista and the Lucian. And, you know, assumingly WE would pick the Lucian, you could go for the Callista yourselves. Weibo Gaming with 4 seconds left.
Renata.
They go for it. They banned the Renata. Now for WE, I mean, you could set yourselves up for that Lucian Nami lane that just has been so pivotal.
Or do you just return back and say, hey, we had such a good Callista game? But then are you exposing yourself, Lyric? Like, is it kind of doomed?
I think the hard thing would be the fact you can't run back Callista Renata, right? Renata being off the table. Callista Renata was like the first dancer we saw brought in to the Lucian Nami lane. So I'm curious to see if Huanfeng goes towards the Callista and you bring out something else. You know, maybe just bring out like a tank support or something along those lines. Or if you want to go to a Draven or something else with early game power. But no, they're going to stick with the Callista, and we're going to see what they get to pair with as Bei Shang. I mean, hey, he had a good charter performance last game.
Did.
Run it back.
It was really clean here on the Trundle, so why not? I mean, for the SOFM, that's his mentality, right? He's played the same jungler 8 times now in the LPL. 1 champion played. It is only Viego. Like, SOFM, this split's like, guys, I want to keep it simple. I want to keep it straight. You know, let's just play Viego.
Yeah, and now Nami locked in. I also really like the Trundle coming out against the Callista as well, being able to throw down that pillar, try and impede such a short-range AD carry, and try and find out those wins. We hit on, with Renata off the board, you're probably just going to go towards a generic tank alongside the Callista, so far hovering the Nautilus. That one is locked in. So Weibo this time at least can have a lot more tools to go all in on 5v5s, right? Because at least in previous drafts, it has just been a lot of single target. But now having this big Nautilus, sure, he has single target CC, but On will feel a lot more comfortable throwing himself in with Huanfeng's ult into 5 people and being able to set up those huge engages for the side of Weibo.
But at the very least, in this final draft, we've changed direction for Weibo Gaming because it was Angel with the Ari last game. It was the priority on mid. He's going to lose that, so it's not going to be Angel's Ari that pulled in quite a bit of work when Weibo Gaming went down in the dirt. It means that if we are talking about team fighting comps, if we're talking about Weibo Gaming going for a different direction, maybe that starts with Angel here in the second phase.
Yeah, I kind of expected that maybe with the Ari banned away since he took Lysandra, that maybe Weibo would be the team looking towards something like a Swain with the limited range on the side of WE, but no, banning it out themselves. I'm curious to see what Weibo are thinking in terms of a mid. Angel has played the Ari, the Zoe, the Orianna, and the Swain. But I think it would have been nice to have that strong early power spike come out with the mandate, have that team fight prowess able to come through.
True. So the big question, right? What direction do they go? I think with 15 seconds left to go, we can kind of contemplate what Weibo Gaming want to do here. No, stop. Oh, wait.
Please do it. Please do it. Please.
It's such a flex. Like, would the...
It was going to be... I was ready for the Shies Callista, man.
Yeah.
The Shies Callista 2020, that was... Seeing Puff never allowed to pick this champion, despite it being his most played in solo queue by far to earn the Shy's respect, and then never end up doing it. Depressing, but we're not going to get to see the Shy's Callista today, which it would be blind. It would be absolutely crazy, but you never can put that too far out of the realm of possibility for the Shy. Azir just going to come on through and give Angel a champion that he's very comfortable with and has played for a very long time. And WE going to answer back with the Corki. I mean, heck, this is something that Shanks had some, admirable performances on back when it was in the meta.
Yeah. But we do get Azir versus Corki, and I think all viewers are going to be like, what year is it? We always return back. It's always full circle.
You know what's the best part about it? I remember seeing in a Reddit thread, one of our post games the other day, someone saying, like, thank God the LPL isn't just like doing Azir versus Corki or any of these shenanigans with the durability update. It's like, here we go, baby. We've had champion diversity. Now we get to take a step back to the Azir Corki. Gnar, once again locked in for Bubu. Weibo, I mean, Jay's still open, and you still do have lots of, poke able to come out from the Azir in the mid lane. You can still win out in that 1v1 matchup, so they're just going to opt into it once again. You have your frontline tank this time on the Nautilus, and I feel like Weibo are sitting a little bit more comfortable, but WE still having tools to answer with those large rockets that are going to come out from Shanks later on.
Yeah, I mean, again, you already talked about Shanks' comfort there. Very curious to see if Weibo Gaming can kind of reflect on that second game. Do have a more aggressive lane, as you talk about in the 2v2 and down in the bottom lane. And the 2v2 has been quite impactful, so yeah, here's the Weibo Gaming finding an answer, and maybe the SMLZ and Heal once again dominating that 2v2, because in game 2, if you're just tuning in now, it was an absolute stomp because that bottom lane took care of business from level 2, found the lead that won WE the game.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to need to see Weibo pivot. Weibo are going to need to put resources into their bot lane. They're going to make sure that the Lucian Nami can't just do whatever they want. We know WE's bot lane is going to be playing very aggressively, so SOFM's going to have to interact more. Angel should be able to get some prio in early levels and maybe Shadow. Level 6 is when mid becomes a bit dicier because you do have those long-range rockets to come out and just be an annoyance to Angel and just very easily clear the wave, but SFM specifically, I feel like we need to see him covering more for bot side, making sure Beishang can't do what he did last time around, just making his way around the wave, zoning them off turret, and then setting SMLZ up for an easy carry game.
Yeah, I mean, Beishang had a really clean game number 2, and kind of what we expected in the past of Beishang. He's a great... I was going to say he's a great father-like figure, but I feel like the father story is already on the top side, so maybe I don't use the words in that series, but Beishang was once a top 3 jungler. Beishang was someone who was so reliable for WE. Coming into the third game, that Trundle can be reliable, as we saw in the last one. So welcome back. Lyric, once again, let's talk a little bit about Weibo Gaming's composition, and then we can transition back over. You mentioned how there are similarities there, but Angel on the Azir this time around, we get a bit more of that range, we get a pause, everything's different.
Yeah, I feel like looking at Weibo's comp overall, is, again, that they just index more into 5v5s than they did before, considering that they do have,
Right.
again, like this tanky champion in bot lane who can start up fights, who Huanfeng can just throw in, and he doesn't have to worry about, like, how we've seen, again, the Renatas opting to go in all day long and just getting bursted out. You have more DPS coming out from the mid lane in the Azir than the Ahri was able to provide. So at least when it comes to grouping up around neutrals, this Weibo Gaming comp is way more competent than we've seen, I think, the past few that Weibo picked up.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, again, kind of fits the identity we know. Weibo Gaming have been this kind of team fighting team that we thought, oh, well, the early game a little bit stagnant. WBG were known as like, late game will come through. Late game, their coordination much better because they were having a lot of issues with SOFM, with the Shy. Even though the Shy has been playing well, there's, I don't know, coordination. Coordination's what I always
I was
say.
going to say, yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where it's not even like I necessarily think of Weibo as like a late game team fighting team or anything along those lines. It's just that they're so disconnected in terms of like, again, you don't see a lot of like lane to lane pressure transfer. Like if there's a push in top or mid or something, I don't expect to see them roam too heavily as compared to other laners like Xiaohu, for example. And then SOFM just not. He's not someone like Karsa who is just going to be like, I'm going to gank, and I'm going to gank, and I'm going to gank, and you know what? I'm going to gank some more. So it just kind of leaves them open to where it's like, well, since you're not connecting anything early, neutral timers are just such like obvious windows of like, hey, this is a dragon or this is a herald. We must fight for this or we must group. That it's kind of the only thing that connects the members of Weibo together.
Yeah, I know. It's really hard. That's why Weibo Gaming, there's a lot of suspicion on this team as to where they'll actually place because they don't feel like a top 4 team, maybe a top 6, but in the grand scheme of things, where do they sit in the top 10? Lyric, that's not important right now. As we are in a pause, I want to do what I tried to do with Dagda all that time ago and didn't get to. What arcane character are you?
Okay.
Question 1 of 18. Choose a hobby that you have. Knitting, martial arts, baking, playing instruments, skating, and that's how you get out of a pause, folks. It is the double act, and it works every single time.
It'll never let us do it. I want to do it. It sounds like fun.
It does sound like fun, but I'm okay with getting back into the game, as Shanks is going to get a rude awakening here to the game number 3. Peekaboo! Dredge line, the flash away. That was an inch too close. I actually don't know how Shanks got away with that.
That was like, holy cow, that was just on the millisecond of when it needed to be, right? On even played it, you know, flashes in to connect the CC with his passive proc first so he can guarantee the hook to follow up. But Shanks, with those fast fingers, again, the second the CC was over, hitting that key. So nice to see from him not going down, but still, coming out for Weibo, you get a flash mid, and you're able to cut the jungle in half, steal away this red buff. But look at the minimap. Beishong's actually making his way over to fight with SOFM.
Level 2 wants a duel, but speaking of duels, look at the bottom lane. Ignites down onto On. He's ticking away too. SMLZ and Heal. Their trade is going to be nothing against them. Weibo Gaming once again losing out in the 2v2.
Also, it looks like Beishong flashed on SOFM. Both of their flashes are down as well. So 2 minutes into the game, ton of action coming out across the board. Angel now going to be able to keep up a lot of pressure. We hit on Azir early on in this matchup. Typically should be able to get pressure anyway. Very easy to just put your soldiers in the wave, as we're going to see here, of, just forcing SOFM out.
So he gets a red buff.
I think, got red buff. So overall, still comfortable start for the side of Weibo. We are going to see SOFM now end up on the top side of the map, just because that is where his camps are. But still, so will Beishong. So at least a lot less worry coming out on the bottom half of the map this time around. And heck, Huanfeng and On have been able to guarantee themselves with the early push with the trades they've been going for, because Lucian Nami's lane not really coming on to such strong power once you get the full combo able to come out. Level 1, definitely not able to do super well against the Kalista and the Nautilus. So nice to see more stability come out for Weibo in the first few minutes.
Yeah, despite the early trade we saw there where Huanfeng and On got beaten out pretty nicely. Note there is a pot lead here for SMLZ and Heal, so they do have a bit more to play with, but as you already mentioned, stability is the one word I would use. I want to pull it back and talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the jungle, though, because with SOFM's camps and what you see on your screen, he's already up. Why is math so hard? 8 CS. Hey, we got it. And he's got a lot of camps to go through, Lyric. So SOFM once again in a CS lead, but this time much earlier on.
Yeah, just being able to find that one camp advantage was so huge. Now, I'm keeping my eyes on if Beishong going to wrap around to be able to find that bot lane Scuttle Crab before SOFM can. Both junglers are already heading down. W are the ones who have pressure in bot, but their bot lane's already recalled. So I think this should just set up for Weibo to potentially be able to get this one.
Oh, okay. SOFM going to take it immediately. The wave as it pushes in the bottom side. Just note we saw on our screens. Fong picking up the CS, so he's marginalized, in fact, equal onto SMLZ. SOFM being a bit of a pain. This is what he does. He loves invading. And the smite difference going to be big. Bei Shang, he's got one of his own, but remember, level 3 versus level 4. Heals coming in, and SOFM takes it. He has no flash to get away from this one, and Angel still hasn't moved, but luckily enough, they can't lock him down, and SOFM gets away with camp monster murder once again, which is like real murder.
I love that he's going for it as well. He knows he has a level advantage. He also has red buff still because he just went and picked up his own. Beishang never had a red buff, so SOFM just overall utilizing the tools and the advantages he has, trying to bully out Beishang and cook some chicken down in the bottom side. So for Weibo, I mean, on top of, we've hit on the early game already, but having, I think, a much more... I don't just like using the term easy, right? But having something that feels more potent in 5v5s with having more DPS in mid and with having this engage support coming out, at least feels like they have a lot of things going for them as the Shy, once again, is just going to be able to bully Bew.
Bew must be getting sick of playing this Nah and just going, well, I'm not going to get to play the lane whatsoever. Third game in a row where the Shy has hit this little Yordle right where it hurts. Bew down 10 CS, the Shy forcing out his TP. And it continues to be a bit of a bloodbath up in that top side. There's no blood that's been spared, shed, English hard in this game, but it might actually lead up to it as in the bottom side. SOFM is moving in and Heal's already burning his flash. Dredge line a bit deep under the turret. On has to flash away himself, but SMLZ burning both summoners. On gets away with a slither of his life, but Weibo Gaming have woken up in this third game, and SOFM the one to do it.
Yeah, Weibo winning out heavily in the bot lane trade. Nice sidestep by Heal to make sure he doesn't die, right? If he got hit by that hook, he definitely would have gone down, but does sidestep it. And SOFM showing us exactly what we wanted to see. We said, hey, we need to see more attention put down towards your bottom lane this time around, considering we do have Lucian versus Kalista, two champions who do play quite aggressively in the early stages. Make sure the Nami Lucian can't get ahead, because then it does feel quite rough. They will hit their power spike still once you hit the Gale Force, because Gale Force mandate is just so much burst. Even if you aren't like massively ahead, there's potential to just one-shot your target with Lucian Gale Forcing in with the buffs coming from Nami, but still not where you'd like to be when typically, again, this lane is just so powerful. And SOFM is going to keep taking camps and small objectives right in Beishang's face.
And he's huge. You expect when someone only plays Viego with his 8th game now in the split, that SOFM would have pop-off performances like this. 50 to 33 CS. It started in the early game. It started with that invade. And SOFM has been building off of it ever since. Going back for the invade again. I mean, this is a KFC sponsorship if I've ever seen it. SOFM is turning into the Colonel. He's even got white hair on the champion.
I just love that he's going for it. This is something we've talked about a lot over the past few days in terms of playing more for jungle when it's harder to do things in lanes.
Nice.
SOFM
has to ult out of there. Just got the Heartbreaker off of the chicken camp, but On is still here, rearing for the engage. Smite available for SOFM. Beishang doesn't have his own. Smite comes early, but On picks up the red buff. At least it goes to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, those 2v2 trades from the Nautilus are gonna hit hard.
Yeah.
Weibo all-inning on the 2v2. Huanfeng now picking up his ult as well. Heck, we're 10 seconds away from Dragon. Not from Dragon, I'm sorry, from Rift Herald. You have pushed down in bot side. I mean, Weibo are just using the fact that they have pressure in mid and bot like very fluidly, constantly going for these rotations to take things away from the side of WE. And looks like WE expecting Weibo to look for the Rift Herald or attacking bot lane.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. On has the red buff and it starts ticking away, but Huanfeng already burning the flash. The Fate's call to save his support. On blocking the rest of the damage, which was nice. Unfortunately, Beishang's pillar doesn't get them displaced, so Weibo Gaming's bottom lane getting attacked and finally giving some leverage to SMLZ in here.
Yeah, we see WE still going to commit hard for this invade, considering that SOFM's on the Rift Herald on the top side.
I don't like
but
this.
Angel trying to make his way around.
And he has ult as well. Sends Heal back right into On, and the first blood, easy as you like for Huanfeng. Beishang chasing up Angels. Huanfeng is not attacking the Trundle. They've abandoned their mid laner, but SMLZ getting chipped away by the Rend while Shank's now tickling On. That's going to hurt
Oh,
as
so
Shanks over the
close.
wall. The Rend once again. Huanfeng darts over. He'll get it with a triple kill, but Bei Shang gets him back. 3 for 3 on the scoreboard. But once again, big Callista Gaming.
Yeah, big Callista. Still, though, I mean, Weibo were able to trade even in a situation where they were down in numbers, able to find the initial pick before the Corki was able to make his way over. Angel putting himself in harm's way with this ultimate by pushing in heal. Instantly has to flash out. Then, like you said, Huanfeng and On are like, sorry, bro, we're going for the kill onto SMLZ. They take him down. Angel dies on the opposite side, and then able to commit in a 2v1 to make sure that Shanks goes down, flashes away, but Huanfeng able to hop over the wall to make sure this one happens. And again, it ended up being an even trade because what was a 3v3 or like, let's say a 4v3, Weibo just turned into a bunch of like 1v2s or, you know, things where they had numbers by splitting up the fight, focusing down a member, and ultimately they got the Herald on top of it.
Which is going to be big. And when you have Huanfeng, who's now 3-1 with an immortal shield bow at 10 minutes in the game, I'm getting those SMLZ Game 2 vibes once again. A very big Callista, the Shy who's doing well in his lane. I think it's worth mentioning that for WE, the trade-off where the kills went for them was Shanks picking up one, but Bei Shang getting 2 of his own. And he needed it considering he was down 30 CS in the jungle at this 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, we just see leads coming out everywhere. Even though there's no CS lead in mid, Angel's consistently bullied out Shanks, even forcing him to buy a Hex Drinker this early on in the game, which could really delay his spike. And now they're going to be looking for a dragon, but Bei Shang's in the area, and Shanks, I believe, picked up his package.
Angel was moving down to help SOFM, but he's pulled off the dragon. Package is there, and SOFM wants to reel it out. But you can see the rest of WE are moving up river. This could be a bit of a pinch if Huanfeng and On don't get in soon. And with the wave at the turret, looks like WE trying to pull that window out, but we reset, we go back to square one.
Yeah, for WE, they would love to force a fight just for the fact that they have the package. For Weibo, you're trying to posture, time that out, and then you feel more comfortable looking for a fight. So that's why we're seeing WE now hard force this dragon so they can try and find an opportune moment to use that package.
I like that you talked about timing out Shanks here. He's now moved into range, and Weibo Gaming have been biding their time. That package getting close as Angel and On move in. It's secured by WE, the second dragon of the game, but the package lines down the middle of the fight, and SOFM and Huanfeng is zoned out. Hackle Prison not connecting, and that's great for Weibo Gaming.
Oh, Angel!
As Angel sends him sky high. Meet the Lord and his holy messenger. Angel's here to stay, and chasing On up this fight is doomed for WE. Blessed be the mid laner of Weibo Gaming.
I even love on the minimap, the Shy rotates mid, pushes that wave in to deny WE even more, losing out on golden experience. We'll get up back to top side in time to take that one. And, I mean, Weibo, we've hit on it, right? The early game so far being very nice. I was surprised they were opting into posturing for that one when Corki did have the package. Just having belief that they're able to take this fight. We see On getting caught out, but they do have the ultimate to take him away. Gets thrown back in immediately, and then keep your eyes on Angel's huge ultimate onto 3 people, and then able to follow up with the DPS from the soldiers to come through. Huanfeng also dashing around the whole fight and able to get a huge amount of damage off. And just look how low this mid lane turret is. And oh no,
here we go.
On an SOFM.
Yeah, the package this time, no flash available as well. They want to punish it and keep the momentum going because Lyric, it's an almost 4K gold lead at 12, 13 minutes into the game. SOFM continues claiming ownership to Bei Shang's jungle. It doesn't matter that Bei Shang gets return kills or that he's now 3-1. SOFM lives here. He's like that guy that just won't get off the couch. I know you and I have been watching BoJack Horseman back in Ireland. He's literally Todd.
So who's peanut butter? Who's Mr. Peanut Butter?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's Angel. You know, always positive, just keep on trucking. He's Mr. Consistent, right? Same character in and out, doesn't really change that much. Feels to be
I feel
Angel
like
to split.
I feel like SOFM has to be BoJack.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Why? Because he's self-deprecating. You know.
I don't know, he just
sometimes it's wrong.
I feel like his facial expression just says big BoJack energy, which I feel like calling someone BoJack could be an insult, but I remember Joe like vehemently disagreed with me, and I'm like, dude, BoJack is an idol. Like that's. Just...
Well, we'll see. Look in the bottom lane. Huanfeng is 4-0 and SMLZ. He'll feel it in a second with the other Fed member coming in. Heal flashes off the cooldown. once again. Weibo Gaming seeing Beisheng will pull back, but the health bar's low. And with Weibo Gaming having Huanfeng here, it might just be enough to threaten the turret.
Yeah, they're going to keep going as well. You have Huanfeng's ult available. SOFM as well, sitting on top of his. You have push in mid, so it'd be very easy to just start bringing Angel down now. Heck, he might even just take mid lane turret right now with how much he's chunking out Shanks.
Oh no, well that was a bit of a doozy. On dredge lined into a pillar. I won't be able to get away though. And yeah, looking at mid, Angel's able to do that because as back comes through, Angel's got the wave prepping up. Good eyes there, Lyric, because Weibo Gaming going to get so much on the map, and SOFM sticking around, being the nuisance, the shy, able to push in this next wave as well. It's all going right, and when it's come to this final game, Weibo Gaming have finally switched back on, and now the dive's actually commencing. They've stuck around so long as Beisheng subjugates. SOFM just wants a kill. It's a two-man knock-up on Honest. Huanfeng juggles the aggro, but it's a little messy, if I dare say. As we go on to heal, he dodges through. Huanfeng doesn't juggle. It's SOFM who picks it up, and Weibo Gaming will take that 3 for 1. Excuse me, trade.
And they've taken top turret. They took mid turret. They're going to take this one as well. They're denying, again, a whole ton of farm, experience and gold on the map. And they're just pushing their lead further and further. I mean, their lanes have naturally been winning out, but still the fact that SOFM is actually hovering, is actually shadowing and giving them attention so they can't be caught off guard by Beisheng feels like it has been the difference maker this time around. As we're going to see here, the engage come through. They're able to lock him down. His flash almost buys him enough time as SOFM isn't able to connect with the Heartbreaker, but still on comes back in. You're able to get the possession. It's very easy for SOFM to be like, hey, I'll be the one taking turret, then able to get away with the reset.
3-0-3. It's worth mentioning his score every time we come out of the replay. He's just farming up a storm.
I just want to ask you, why did Weibo do this? Why did Weibo win game 1 decisively, go into game 2, a little bit XD, and then decide to come in game 3, with a fire lit under them, huh?
Maybe because Huanfeng wanted to play Aphelios. Maybe he really wanted to play it. Hey, the Shy's deep. That's a flash burn. Now, SOFM dealing with Bubu. That's going to be a big one soon. As he turns into Meganar, Bubu can't do much else. As On finds a hook once again onto heal. He doesn't have the re anymore, but he definitely doesn't have the heal in this game. 10-5. Weibo Gaming keep finding picks, and it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, they're going to be able to break down mid-tier 2 now. Dragons up. We're so far away from Sol, though. I feel like Weibo could probably end this game confidently before that one comes up, considering they're breaking this one down. They have good siege tools coming in with the Azir as well as the Jace. I mean, heck, this push on mid right now is pulling all the members down. SOFM!
Yeah, this is a deep dive. Down he goes. Now, SOFM, that is not uncharacteristic as the culling almost takes down On, and Bubu's about to evolve. Angel now stuck in the middle, and Bubu, as he chases through, wants yet another. SOFM is consistent.
You have no one showing on top wave. You have the Shy who is pushing. Will be able to guarantee that tower if you don't go for the dive. You lose nothing. You gain a tower. You gain a dragon. What an interesting call.
Yeah.
This is what we'll call it coming out from Weibo.
As I said, is nothing if not consistent. SOFM full of surprises.
I love it. I saw a tweet, Kelsey Moser, when we were on break, which said, yeah, I feel like people just call players consistent when they don't have anything good to say about them, but they don't die much.
True.
And I thought, absolutely true. I guess that's not the only reason. It could go the opposite way. They could die a lot and we call them consistent. We're like, look at that guy. He went down again. Mr. Consistent.
The Shy last year, so consistent. Like the Shy in his career, consistent. The Shy, I'm pretty sure he still has more deaths than kills. That's a really hard stat to change because it was 100 over when I last checked, which was last year. And I'll do a bit of checking now because, guys, this game feels pretty done. It's in the toilet to be so crude. And WE Lyric, again, it's another game where I'm not going to ask you what they do to come back in the game. Instead, I'm going to look at Weibo Gaming and their expectations for this split because they'll be 2-1 if they find the win here. But Weibo, I don't know. I think they're one of the most questionable teams for me because they dropped a game to Invictus Gaming and they feel like they're like an 8th, 9th, 10th team in some of these games, but then look like a top 4 in others.
They definitely feel like a team is all paused, but Angel should be fine, I think. Oh no, bringing in everyone.
Okay, but the turret's there, so he's got the backup. Shanks on top will lay the package, but another good
Use the
ulti.
package.
Angel flashing away,
Use
ticks
the
down
package.
though. Shanks had to.
I just can't believe they committed package for that. You could just TP him anyway without the package, and you're for sure gonna kill him. Just, I don't know, man. That was great. I love it. I love it. Triple down. Who cares? Throw your hands up in the air at this point. Just have a good time. And Weibo now gonna break open the base
That's what it costs.
at the cost of Angel's life.
Yeah, it costs quite a lot. And, you know, Shanks just wanted to kill. Maybe it was a bit of revenge, considering that they know this game feels so far done. At the very least, you lose to inhibitors. That's free money if you're an optimist.
You know, earlier you said you won't ask me how they come back in. I thought you were going to pivot it back to the Arcane topic. But if we're not going to pivot back to the Arcane survey, I could point out that Weibo, I mean, both these teams have interesting next matchups in very different ways. Weibo going to play against RNG. So, again, going to be a big test. RNG obviously looking a little bit shaky in their debut against FPX, but still able to eke out with a win. Will still be a hard test. And for WE, it's reverse. WE have to play against TT, another team who's coming in. Bit of a rebuild.
Okay.
Is honestly,
He's dead.
okay. They get a kill.
What?
What do they do now?
Well, maybe this is how they come back in. SOFM, the hidden tactic. I just don't know what to say, Lyric. I don't know how to cast this one. They didn't prepare us for this.
I was trying to sales pitch WETT.
Oh,
What? You know what? We can do that another day.
we can. SOFM died again, and after what a great game he's had as the Shy on top of Bubu. I guess, again, consistent the right word.
Oh.
Good kite
Oh, he
back.
lives.
Yeah, Bubu able to get out thanks to Meganar, but you know, the Shy is still massive. He has been playing versus minions all game long. The Shy is a 00 agent. 2-2-2 is his score as well. He likes repetition and has just been constantly farming all game long.
Yo, but Bubu with that prime consistency, yo.
Okay.
Nothing good to say, but he didn't die.
There you go. I also, in this short time as well.
It's actually just true.
It is. Well, I mean, everyone else is burnt down. Is Weibo going to start off the Baron here? I want to say the Shy, his deaths are there. 187 deaths, more than kills is the Shy. So let's see if he can rack a few kills up. As Baron looks to be flipped here with an early smite coming through, but the Ren relied on. Weibo Gaming backing away, looked to turn, but at 2.8k, Beisheng is turned on. The Shy jumps in, flashes over so he doesn't die, but he's out of there for now. With Weibo Gaming looking to end this one, but the health bar's still going down. Esmilz gets first kill. WE relying on Shanks a bit here as Juan Fong needs to rend out again, but Angel, man, okay, consistent the word for this guy as he once again scoops them all up.
Yeah, I'll just say big play. Angel coming out, setting up Juan Fong with the damage, and Weibo now gonna finally be able to end this one.
And Lyric, I can't believe I'm going to say this. It must be a new year, a new meta, a new split. The Shy didn't die in a competitive game of League of Legends. And with that,
Or get a kill.
Weibo
What is this?
Gaming shock us, amaze us. That series, a definite must win for us to question more.
I mean, again, just the Shy, no death, but no kill either. Like, literally neither one. That just feels so not the Shy. But you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, right, Weibo able to bring it together. They did have quite a dominant game one. And then in this game, it was nice to see SOFM adapt, play more with his bottom lane. We saw a better draft come in. We didn't get the Aphelios Thresh, which we were kind of like, you know, this kind of outdated. Picking it into the Callista as well, who has such an easy time in the early game against that pick. They bring out the Callista. They do well. They're putting all the attention there. Angel just winning out in the 1v1 with his own matchup. And remember that Shanks picked the Corki into him. Like Shanks chose to go into that matchup, wasn't able to hold it together. And in the top side, I mean, you also blinded Gnar knowing that the Shy could probably go back to this. So it feels like
Three times.
WE kind of setting themselves up for failure in this game. And then overall, right, I mean, Weibo came in as the favorite. WE, maybe a team who can show more than what they did in spring was kind of what we highlighted coming into the day,
Yeah.
but still very new. I think it's going to take time before it is able to come together, if it does at all. So, yeah, I kind of feel like we got a lot of what we expected today from WE, but maybe a bit more from Weibo in terms of their adaptation in Game 3.
But we also got 3 games in a row that were stomps. You know, Weibo Gaming Game 1 over in 22 minutes. Game 2 over in 27 by WE standards with the Fed Callista. Game 3, similar vein. Big Callista, but kind of ended through, Weibo Gaming throwing, and then WE feeling confident to get outside the base, and then we went back to the basics of what we knew about that final game. So, I don't know. That was very perplexing for me, considering that IG vs Top Esports. Lyric, I feel like we could have talked about that all day. We could break that down. We could look at why IG lost, how IG found flavor in the games, Top Esports as well.
Yeah.
Like, this series was just strange to me because it was early game stomp, and, it was kind of done at 10 minutes for all 3 games.
Yeah, exactly, right? We kind of got halfway through, and we're just kind of like, dads,
Yep.
Jack Horseman, refrigerators,
Yep.
and it's it's where could you go from there? As now we're gonna wait to see our stats, our damage numbers come up on the screen. I expect damage numbers for all 3 lanes to be quite high in terms of how the laning phases went.
True.
And we've kind of even already hit on schedules. Again, Weibo having another test coming up in RNG,
Yep.
and WE having a bit of a lighter load against TT, and hopefully a series where they can look to pick it up. And heck, TT are going to feel the same way, right? Both teams are going to look at that series and think like, hey, this is one we have to win.
Weibo Gaming vs RNG will be good. Will be real good on that note as well. Looking forward to that one. That's on Tuesday next week. And I am not casting it. I'm casting it.
That's my next work day.
Hey, okay. League of Legends does not work. How dare you say that? Hey, Quan Fong has 10k damage for a pretty fed Callista. That's not much.
Right, I mean, he got all of his damage done in the early game. Once we got to mid-game, it was all about Angel and the Shy popping off. Huan Fong would have to get in harm's way to really dish anything on. Heck, I mean, once we got past a certain point, right, it was, don't insult me. Once we got past a certain point, it was really just WE kind of running into the loving arms of Weibo Gaming.
All this talk about Angel, and, I got a little bit religious there, even though I'm not. In-game. And then you start saying, you start saying heck, and, oh, my ears. We have 12-year-olds who view this, Lyric. We have 12-year-olds who are trying to learn about the meta so they can be the next Faker, or the next The Shy, or the next...
I fear for any
Rookie.
12-year-olds who listen to us, so,
Hey,
hopefully
we
they
keep it
don't.
PG. They're okay. With parental guidance, they can. And to be fair, when I used to cast Rocket League and League of Legends in OC consistently, I remember I got a message from some dads saying that they watch League of Legends with their kids, and so I listened to them. I was like, I don't want to spoil their ears. I don't want them to look back and be like, we watched Hysterics on LPL, and he said heck. And then he goes and says it at school.
I feel like you're in too deep, my dude. I feel like you're in too deep.
I could never be. I always dig myself back out. What arcane character are you?
That's true.
You're Jinx. I was gonna say Ezreal, but I'm like, I feel like Ezreal's a season 2 plot. Ezreal, Orianna, Camille. I could run around with scissors on my legs.
I still want to see your offshore facility show. That'll always have
Ooh.
a dear place in my heart. That
Yeah.
2020 moment.
I imagine a bunch of workmen on the dock getting, Aphelios weapons by the 5s, right? They need like dozens and dozens of them because every time Aphelios' weapon runs out, he discards it. He leaves it on the rift. That's why afterwards the cleaners, you guys don't see this, when the Nexus blows up, there are cleaners that come across. They're caster minions and they literally go across. They don't get paid, they don't get paid at all. And we don't see them. We don't appreciate them. So
No, they get paid in exposure and mouse pads. Come on,
dude, that's
esports.
That's the esports way. Well, props to those caster minions for cleaning up Summoner's Rift, especially when Aphelios is on it. I mean, gee whiz. Zoe leaving all those summoner spells everywhere, all those portals. Those minions, man, like
the disrespect.
Underpaid.
But hey, here was the exposure that we were talking about, right? We just gave it to him. My favorite caster minion. Bill, dude. Bill. That guy's great at cleaning.
Yeah, Bill is good. Bill's a good cleaner. Honestly, I've thought about doing it as, if I ever get let go from casting, if I ever move on, maybe I'll clean up Summoner's Rift. One day they might even have it life size when it turns into augmented reality.
No. What if that's what if there's an after? Like, what if that's the afterlife? What if the afterlife is becoming a caster minion in the game of League of Legends?
Ooh.
Just to know that in 30 seconds you will no longer exist.
Oh man, that's kind of deep and kind of sad. Maybe you become a champion.
How did we get here? How did we get here after the game?
I don't know.
How did we not get here in the game?
I don't know. It's deep thoughts. Honestly, just waiting for MVP feels like deep thoughts come out. I've
It
honestly
does.
thought, like, put it this way, right? It's the year 2055. We're 33
Okay.
years in the future, and Faker's still playing League of Legends. He's about 50, you know, or 60, right? And it's augmented reality, and people go on a massive stage like a big stadium. They stand in the arena, 5v5, glasses on. It's literally like augmented reality. Faker turns into LeBlanc, real life, and actually plays League of Legends physically.
So wait. So if he's distortioning, he actually has to physically jump
Well,
forward.
he's got the technology, and he's 60, which is the new 30, you know, in 2055. So he's actually LeBlanc for that game. And so when
Yeah.
Faker, you know, or Shockwave, right, Oriana, he sends out the ball. Faker's real life Shockwave actually vibrates
So here's
the
a
arena.
question then. Here's a question then. Do you feel the pain like from the augmented
No,
reality?
no.
If you go in, no.
You don't, because if that's real, imagine you're versing a Renekton, and he's got this half semi-blade that stabs into you. No. I don't know who MVP was. I think it's Juan Fong.
One fog. It was
We'll
one
bring it
fog.
up. We got there eventually. But these are things I think about when casting League of Legends.
Me too. But hey, this guy might not have done a lot of damage, but he popped off in the early game. Here in the LPL,
That's it.
you pop off in the early game, get MVP.
Yeah, you do. You do indeed.
So there you go. If you're out there watching, you've ever thought, how do I myself get an LPL MVP award?
Oh.
Pop off in the early game.
It's an
That's
Angel
simple.
highlight reel. Are you ready? Number 1, Angel. And wait for it. This will be Dragon next voted. Angel's going to die here, by the way. He's just abandoned. We said this in game. We'll say it again. Angel was left by Juan Fong. They just didn't care. And ready.
Juan Fong and on. Better have poured one out for the homie
Yeah.
after that play.
This is the triple. Big. Oh, we're not looking at Dragon with the sick shuffle. But, yeah. Angel definitely deserves a bit of respect here. But, hey, Juan Fong had a good time. Even in game number 1 on the Ezreal, I feel like Juan Fong had a decent enough series. It was just game 2 on the Aphelios where they got obliterated in lane.
Overall, just great to see Angel stepping up. And again, I feel like if you look at every Weibo gaming series and just average out who the best performer was, it's just consistently been Angel this split so far. And for a player who kind of does have hot and cold moments in terms of like, I don't necessarily think Angel ever gets like gapped or like feels like, why is he here? But just like takes a back seat. It's nice to see him having such a big impact in Weibo's games.
Yeah. Well, a win for Weibo Gaming at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll bring this up for you. Talk to you a little bit about what's happened and what's gone over our 3-series day. We're not having as many super weekends this split, which I'll be honest is nice. It feels like we
It's
can
nice.
breathe. But having said that, 7 days a week is also a different thing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, still 7 days a week. Again, luckily not as many 3-series weeks. That was
Right.
honestly so hard to do.
Ah.
But today we did have one. Tomorrow, though, we don't have one, I believe. I
No, we
believe
don't.
those only exist on Saturdays.
No, this is tomorrow. Anyone's Legend of BLG and LNG and TT. Anyone's Legend have been a bit of a surprise. I think while WA didn't step up to, I guess, the competitive nature within Games 1 and Game 3, Anyone's Legend vs BLG has a proper ability to surprise.
Yeah, also the fact that BLG announcing that they've signed Icon. So
True.
he's a player that we can expect to come in. And again, I think in terms of individual skill, like obviously Fofa's not performing well now, but if you just look at them, I feel like Fofa is still probably the better player.
Yep.
But I feel like they need someone on this team who, again, is more willing to move, more willing to enable others.
Yeah.
And it feels like Icon is someone who could do that well. So it'll be cool if we do get to see Icon tomorrow. I'm not sure if he'll be able to be on the roster considering they just announced his signing. But it'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, we'll have to keep stay tuned, keep in date, whatever, you know what I mean.
Keep in tune.
Yeah, keep in tune. Lyric, thank you very much for joining me, and to everyone else for tuning in. That's it for tonight. We know that things coming up, the LEC's coming up. You'll have to stay awake if you're someone like me to see that back. It is bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow.